Lick, lick. We need to do the remix. We need to do the remix. We need to do the remix. Lick, lick. We need to remix the lick, lick on this bitch. Y'all, give me a second, y'all. Girl, listen, I don't know. And nobody care what the hell you talking about, girl.
Yeah, motherfucking
here y'all go.
To make it fun, bitch, they'll know where the fuck they work at too. I don't give a fuck. I will personally. You ain't gotta wonder. Like you hoes, bitch, if I do something, my name is gonna be on it. My signature is gonna be attached to it. You want to threaten people in my fucking chat? At the end of the day, bitch, that's the reason why some of the Viper Pit members left your fucking chat in the first fucking place, because I was dragging your fucking ass so fucking for bitch, I was dragging you by gums up and down these fucking YouTube streets. Gummy granny. You gangrene of the gums having ass bitch. You was in your feelings. You started threatening to dox people in your own. Who the fuck are you to talk about me on any fucking thing, bitch? You've been doxing your own people. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say about me, bitch. I ain't over here threatening to dox my own people. I got fucking moderators that used to fucking moderate. Hold on for a second, y'all. I got moderators that used to mod for my channel that do not mod for my channel anymore. Hold on. Damn Bluetooth.
Okay, y'all. Y'all heard him. The woman, she's out of breath. She's breaking up. And she's constantly worried about me and my shape. Okay? She can't get a man unless she's taking care of him. And then when he realized she's just a Section 8 hoe, then he goes and find him another woman or another man, right? And she's left behind with children, and that's it. She has grandchildren, right? She has grandchildren, and you would think that she would act like a grandmother, but yet she's just a Section 8 raggedy bum of a bitch on YouTube with no information to share to anyone except, I guess, how to go to jail. Maybe if you do the opposite of what she say, it can help you stay out of jail. And you know, if you do the opposite of what she say as far as being a mother, then you could be a good mother. But if you do exactly what she says she's done, then you're going to be a terrible mother, right? Like she mentioned, her kids are street dudes. Street dudes. And I guess she's proud of that. I wouldn't be proud of that if I was her. Okay? Anyway, I just really wanted to put up this title to let her know, girl, nobody cares about you. When you going to do some content, something other than having to talk about somebody and yell? When are you going to calm down and be able to talk about, I don't know, give somebody some life advice? You know, tell people what you really think about anything in the world. I don't know, politics, current events, I don't know, schooling. Like, can you educate your people on anything? Huh? No? And like I said, look, she put up a picture and put up some other pictures on side. This is not new what she has here, but it's kind of, you could tell that like a old woman who don't know how to handle technology created, right? With smiley faces and shit like this. But this is my question, bitch. You see that hair, that's mine. That ass is mine, girl. All of that is mine. With a whole lot of men who follow. They got the men who don't like it and the men who love it. You know, and the men who love it, well, you know, they don't mind sending me money. Right? Anyway, I'm just saying, like, she don't even have the few men who's over there watching her. They usually are the ones who put on chapstick, you know, because their lips is usually dry as fuck. And they like putting on eyeliner. Those are the men who watch Cookie. Okay. those are the only type of men who watch Cookie. There is nothing else that they want from her, except there was a picture going around a couple of years ago with her legs wide the fuck open. Vagina showing and everything. Okay. That was going around, you know, yeah, somebody grabbed it from somewhere. I don't know, but I heard that she used to sell that vagina, like really for real, in Philadelphia. She really was a hoe for real. We're not talking about no cam hoe, right? We're not talking about no woman who got an OnlyFans who just selling videos or pictures or whatever. We talk about a real woman who was out there selling that ass, not for her children. She was doing that for the men she was taking care of. Okay. So, I mean, it wasn't a far cry. It was a step up when she went from selling vagina to selling drugs. That's a step up for a woman like this. This woman stumbled on YouTube looking for something to feel good about herself. So she ended up listening to some of these, you know, Black women who was giving, I guess, maybe some good advice. I'm not sure because I wasn't listening. I don't know these women. You know, the original Black woman empowerment stuff. But then this woman stole their stuff. She attempted to steal it. She attempted to go at them, in fact, because she was jealous of those women. She was jealous that those women had other women following and she couldn't fit in. So then I remember, you know, her going at them. Then it was Pink Pill. And then, you know, and then she found her way in our little section. And I guess she thought going back and forth would be her content. And that worked for her until people start pulling up. Now, girl, we saw you pull up on that man, girl, while you yelling at him and making it seem like you were put two in his head. I don't understand why anybody believe you, girl, on this internet shit. See, those that do and will don't have to say it. They just show up. So you had a couple of people pull up on you. And when you pulled up on a nigga, what you knew this was a guy, I guess you assumed he was desperate. So you pulled up with your wig crooked to the side in your Sunday's best, which looked like just an old grandma in them kitten heels that you had on, bitch. Like, girl, that was a fail, honey. If anything, listen, if you wanted to win on that, you should have rethought that. You should have showed up looking delicious, honey. You look like a motherfucking shit dish. That's what you look like. Okay? And so when he came out, he had that gun in his hand, and not for one moment did he think of asking you to come in. But see, if I would have pulled up, though, you know what I'm saying? If I would have pulled up, though, first of all, I wouldn't have pulled up on no man in the middle of the night. You look desperate. That's what desperate chicks do. When a guy, he won't even come to you when you got to pull up on him. Uninvited. Girl, that had never happened to me. I never said, let me go see if I could go catch this man's attention in the middle of the night uninvited so he could come out with a pistol in his hand. And then that man put that little clip out on you, girl. He shared his dope camera with everybody on the internet to show that you ain't nobody. He ain't even have to come out with no phone. It shows you pulling up, pulling down your dress, lifting up them boobs, looking like you about to come at him on some sexual thing. He told you to get the F on. Girl. So you could put up pictures of me all kinds of ways. In fact, I will send you some. I'll send you some. They got many of them over there. And even the men who, anybody who grabbed the pictures, they grabbed the pictures, honey. But there was many men watching, and all you have to do is ask them what they think. Okay? Don't be mad. Don't be upset. What you mad for, boo-boo? Huh? Why are you mad? Let me show y'all why she mad. Give me a second. Give me a second. Now, I wasn't going to go live. Not on you anyway. Because I got other things I could talk about. You know, it's my grandson's birthday weekend. You know, it is my grandson's birthday weekend. So we've been doing what we're doing over here. Let's see, give me a second here. Girl, and the thing is, she got in the title something about sharing my family's workplace. Girl, people know where my sons work already. What are you talking about? I mention it all the time. All the time. You ain't know? You ain't know? Yeah, I mention it all the time. Let me see. What am I looking for? Change emails. There we go. And well, not on your best day. Here we go. Let's share the screen real quick. Yeah. So this is what this is who I'm fighting, who's got the nerve to call me names on as far as the looks department. Not a bitch you gotta hide over 50% of her face just to look like something. That can't be. It can't, you got to be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Why would you put this picture out? See, when you don't put on that makeup and the black around your eyes starts showing and them black lips, you know that's an iron deficiency, right? You need to take some potassium, some iron. That's what that says. Cause honey, that's a little too dark. That's that raccoon eyes. Oh, look at her. And then she got a smile on her face. Look. And still with them black eyes. And she don't look thin, do she? So this idea of calling anybody fat, there's a difference between being fat and cute and bust down like you. You ain't even think about cleaning them nails, huh? You ain't think about that? You look, there was some man hands, girl. There was some man hands. And look, this is, see, now she's learning. Somebody taught her how to contour. They told us how to cover them dark ass circles under her eyes with all that makeup. A whole face full of makeup, baby. But you know, I want y'all to know this is all filter. And you could tell by the wall. She filtered the wall went from being gray to white. She lightened it. She look in her chest area. Y'all don't see that? Let's see. Y'all don't see that? Look. Man, I'm telling you, girl, you ain't gonna be able to find none of this on my photos. None of this filtering shit, girl. I don't even have the makeup on this. She got a filter that even did her eyebrows for her. Yup, this don't even look like the same woman. She done filtered herself so bad she looked like a whole different motherfucker. Look. 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 How you go from this to this? How you go from that to this? How you go from this to that, that to that, this from this, shit from shit, shit from, how you do this, boo-boo? What the heck? That contouring don't, that's not even contouring, that's filters, baby. Contouring can't even do this. This was her after she done put on the makeup and then she still had to filter it. How you go from that to that? Oh, and y'all need to know them angles of them shoulders, baby. The angle of them shoulders. You can tell she a thick bitch here. But here, look, she got one shoulder up and out and the other one to the back. And then she, look, she didn't even smile because she won't show them teeth. Look. 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 We could tell she got a rotten one on this, the little tooth that show they got a one brown one right there. Look, 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 look. Go get down, bust down, bust down. Go get down, bust down, bust down. Girl, you a whole bust down ass chick. Like, you the chick that the niggas know that they can skeet in their face and you won't say shit about it because you just happy that you was able to get some dick. And they may not even give you no dick. You know what I'm saying? They just gonna let you lick. That's all. Honey, that's it. That's it. Oh, and by the way, these are older pictures. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, there's those of us who could say, okay, this is what I used to look like. And then this is also what I used to look like. And this is what I used to look like. And this is what I look like now. And usually there be from when you was nice looking. At some point, you was nice looking. At some point since your birth. Like, was you a pretty child? Nope, she wasn't. Was she a nice looking young adult? Nope. How about when she was in her late 20s? Nope. How about her late 30s? Nope. Her late 40s? Nope. Beginning 50s? No. You don't have no time in your life where you looked at like anything. Okay? And the only reason I'm talking about her looks is because she talks about mine. I don't care about no other woman in her looks. The only way I care about another woman in her looks is if she's trying to take my man. And then I might look at her and judge her and say, okay, what I need to do to make sure she don't take my man on some type of shit. And I ain't never had to do no shit like that. So that's why I say might. I don't know. You know, in my life, I've never had no issues where I had to look at another woman to wonder why she was able to take my man, because that ain't never happened. Okay? But Cookie, you could be a nice looking woman in another lifetime with God issuing you a new face, new attitude, a new life. You need to scrub, rub, dub Not in a tub. You need to scrub your life. Like maybe you might want to just start over. Think about it. You will be recoordinated. You will come back. Okay? I know, look, I could tell in your eyes that you're giving up. You holding on by a thread. You're thinking, damn, like I can't really get a job. Can't get a man who really loves me. I have to yell, fight, and scrap for whatever I want. And even then, I still don't end up with it because I lose it. And what you should do is just look in the mirror, like I'm looking at your picture right now, talking to you like a sincere, you know what I mean? Would have been a friend, maybe in hell, long time ago. I don't know, girl, we would never have been friends. You know what I'm saying? Because you a jelly hoe. Like my song say, jelly bee, you're jelly hoe, right? That's why we couldn't be friends. Instead of you just being you and me being me, you want to be me. I don't know why you want to be me, baby. It's, you know what I'm saying? You don't like when I'm sewing? You don't like that people like to watch me sew? You don't like that? Oh, nobody cares. You don't like that I have a grandson while you claiming that he's fat, but how could he be fat? Are you serious? My grandson is fat? That's what she said, y'all. She likes to talk about the kids. Girl, nobody cares because everything you said is a lie. You like this, the idea that you would talk about my grandson and you won't even put yours up. Huh? Because you don't get to be around yours like that. Like, why would they want a criminal around the children? But then again, you know, but then again, I know if I was a criminal, my children wouldn't want me around their children. But then again, I did raise my children a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, yours is a little different than mine, which is okay. They always got to have some criminals in the motherfucking world, girl. You know what I'm saying? They always got to have some criminals in the world. And so I guess you will take care of that. You took care of that. Hey, man. What you doing? Huh? What you doing? You on mama's back? You beat mama? Oh, no. Oh,
I'm not beating you.
You're not beating me? I know you're not beating me. Because you love my mama.
I did.
You do. Say hi, everybody. Oh, man. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is, it's his birthday weekend. Is it your birthday, Leaky?
No.
It's not?
No.
When your birthday is? No? You don't know?
Trampoline birthday.
Oh, really? Trampoline birthday? Trampoline birthday?
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, girl, see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue playing with my grandson because, when he comes in, he is the most important thing in my household. Woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are. And he knows it, as he should. Okay, so I'm going to do something you don't do. I'm gonna take care of mine. You know what I'm saying? I would take care of yours too, girl, but if they want looking for a better grandmother, you give them my email. Tell them they hit me up. Girl, I could be a better grandmother to your grandchildren from afar than you are right there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I could do. They won't catch me yelling. Sounding like a man. Yeah. And nobody can tell the why. It sounded like a whole grouch over there, girl. Oh man, what you laughing at? Huh? What you laughing at? What you laughing at? Come here, little tickle, tickle. See, I have your grandchildren laughing, girl. What you doing, Lickily? Don't be jealous, Lickily. Come here. I'm not gonna be nobody else's grandmother. Huh? I'm gonna just be your grandmother. Yeah. Um, yeah. Ah, I got you. Huh? Okay. Got to use bathroom? Nothing? Okay, good boy. Let me know when you gotta use bathroom. Okay. Now I know she likes to listen. You want me to give you some pointers on how to be a grandmother? Because I don't know what the problem is. Like, those of us who live the great life, like I have stories on top of stories. You know what I'm saying? When I'm laying in bed and my family is around me, when it's time to go, I not only have them around me, but I'm going to have stories to tell. I'm not going to be concerned about them not wanting to be around me, right? Because my family love me as I love them. And so, yeah, and I don't know. I feel good about that. I lived a great life. And so because I lived a great life, I'm not holding on to youth. I'm not holding on to something called youth out of fear of getting older. You know what I'm saying? I truly lived a life. Yeah, I have many stories to tell. I'm not sitting back regretting what I should have done, or what I didn't do, And so due to that, I'm okay with being the grandmother, trying to figure out where the next stage of life is. And, I do have a man walking that life with me. And what that means is as we get older together. What that also means is that, yeah, we're grandparents together. You know what I mean? And when our grandson gets of a certain age, which he will, and he won't want to be around us as much as now, because that's what they do when they get a little older, right? Then I guess me and hubby will figure out that chapter in life together. You see, that's what marriage is about. Marriage is not about one person making all the money and the other person taking care of everything at home. It's not as simple as that. Those are chores. Those are duties, right? But a marriage is more than just duty. And that's all people online, especially these ones who claiming this is what life is, a duty. Your marriage is a duty. You can tell, I'm telling you, those people, they are not having good times in their marriage. Yes. I can't imagine thinking of my marriage as a duty. Because I would want to have quit a long time ago. I would have felt like I'm being mistreated. I would have felt like, yeah, why am I doing this? Why I always have to do this? Why can't he do some of this? He would feel the same way, right? He would feel like, why I always got to go make the money? Why she get to stay home and chill? See, that's what happens when you think of marriage as a duty. When you break it down to just being as simple as some type of job, then everybody's going to be unhappy. But when you think of marriage and as family, and now there's a little different take on what you're doing, because I'm cooking for the family, to make sure my kids and my husband eat. See, I'm not no longer just in the kitchen because I'm the woman. And hubby not just at work because he the man. He's at work because his family, he wants his family to be okay. He want to keep the lights on. He want to make sure we got a roof over our head. He want to make sure everybody have clothing. He want to see, He want to make sure his family is taken care of. And so it's not as simple as the man and he goes to work and he provides. It's more to it than that. And so I understand why the young people don't want to get married today, because they're listening to dummies who broke this thing down and tried to make it logical. They never mention love. They never mention anything about honor. You don't know why you get married. I've never heard anybody in a long time say that they got married so they can have somebody to walk through life with. Everybody just, I want a younger woman. That's what the men say. Oh, well, I want her to look a certain way. So that's why it looks the way it looks. You know, the men and the women are saying, well, look how you look. You don't even deserve a woman that look that way. And so everybody is on this outer surface level bull crap. It's like we live in a time when nobody have anything about feelings. Don't talk about relationships, feelings, desire. Nobody talk about none of that. They just talk about surface level stuff. And so as long as they on that, girl, you ain't gonna never get no man, because on the surface level, you are a boogaboo. You are a you like a booger, bitch. You like a booger. Okay. So yeah, you're gonna have to try to get back to the times and when somebody might have some feelings. Feelings. You know, you gotta go back to those type of songs. Cause you ain't gonna make it, honey. Okay, because it's too late for you. You're too old. Okay. So I know you feel good over there. You feel good. Do you feel good? Like, because when you walk to that man's door trying to think that you was sexy, when you walk to his door in that grandma's dress, honey, girl, I'ma just have to inform you that you was trying to grab some penis. That's what you was trying to do. Late at night, uninvited, threatening him that you were going to put bullets to his head, and you showed up in a granny dress. You showed up in a granny dress, and he didn't even invite you in. Seen that man, right? He looked like he's still very athletic, right? Older man, just like we are. So he looked like he was throwing his leg in the air. I thought he was a fun guy, me. You thought that too. That's why you showed up at his door. You thought he was going to throw that leg up in the air and put it around your neck while you were sucking on his. Oops, I'm sorry. My grandson is in the room. But you thought he was going to throw that egg in the air and wave it like he just don't care. You thought he was going to put that on you, girl. But that dude walked out there with that pistol in his hand. And he said, you better get gone. And girl, you turned around and got gone. I thought, which one is it? Are you a pimp, ex-pimp, putting bullets in people's head, ass chick? Are you out there trying to be a sex kitten? Or you were the mixture of the two, and that's why you was walking looking like a dud? Huh? How you pull up at a dude's house dressed like that? And girl, I just couldn't imagine. Like, you had to be embarrassed. You had to be embarrassed. Like, everybody know you a fraud now. Like, they should have known with me when you told people you was pulling up and you was yelling like you was out there and you wasn't. But you went to a new sector, right? Because everybody over here knew you was a fraud. You went to a new sector and then they found out you was a fraud. You had people thinking you somebody. You ain't nobody, girl. And as far as you talking about the Viper Pit people who came over there to you, girl, you better talk to them. You better talk to them. I don't know what you thought. You thought that was like you was you claimed that it was because you dragged me through the internet. Girl, you ain't dragged nobody, girl. You started crying as soon as I pulled out. You the one who was claiming you got bullets. You got to do this and do that. But when I pulled one out for real, you acted stunned and shocked. You mad? See, the problem is I wasn't talking about no weapons. Right? What's the sense of talking about them when you got them? You don't talk about them when you got them. What's the need of me talking about something that I got? You was the one threatening people with weapons. And so when you threaten me, then I showed you that if you come here, it's not gonna be as easy as you might think. And then you went to your channel and started crying about me pulling some gun out on you. You lucky I warned you. That was just like saying, hey, I don't have a sign on the door, but look, I ain't got no signs around my house making no claims of nothing. If you just accidentally come in this beat without being invited, then I guess you just gonna meet something you wasn't prepared for. Why would I prepare you for what's to come? That don't make no sense. To me, the people got the signs up are just using that to say, yeah, you might not want to come in here. We don't want no trouble. And they put the sign up, right? Hoping that nobody will come. They don't want no trouble. They may or may not have what they claim they got. I ain't put no signs out. They ain't got no signs around this move for that say nothing, right? They don't have no sign telling you that this house is protected by cameras. They ain't got no sign that say, hey, the protection of this house is by a Glock 9mm. No, I ain't got none of that. You just don't want to stumble in the wrong place. That's why you're supposed to stay out of people's shit. Because you might accidentally stumble in the wrong house. That's all. So you was lucky when I warned you on that day. And I wasn't in my right mind because, I just lost my family member. So I give you that. Because on some real shit, when I think back at that, I think, oh, man, like, why did I even warn her? But then again, girl, I always knew you was a pussy. Listen, before my parents passed away, I met you. You know what I'm saying? I always knew you wasn't nothing but a chick on here telling everybody how you had all them kids by all them different baby daddies. I thought that was brave of you. Because, it couldn't have been me. I would have never been on here and been ran through by all them men and gave them all them babies and they wasn't with me. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have been on here announcing that shit. So I was like, oh, you was like, yeah, I got many baby daddies. I was like, come on up, girl. Come on up with your bad self. I was thinking to myself, this is a chick who don't give no shits about herself and nothing. I thought it was, heroic of you to let everybody know that you done went through all those men and nobody married you. But then you were like, well, I got an ex and he's an ex and that one is an ex too. And I was like, okay. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that you was married, divorced, married, divorced, married, divorced. Like, I keep thinking that you're marrying them, they're marrying you, but then they're divorcing you at the same time. I don't know. I think, the issue is you. The issue is you. But it don't have nothing to do with me, though. Why would it have anything to do with me? Not a nothing. Not a zero thing to do with me. So good luck on the rest of your endeavors in your life. You know what I'm saying? I know you're going to just be there and be a grandmother. That's a good thing. If you was a good one, it would be a good thing. But, for you, Yeah. You're going to do exactly what Kevin Samuel said. You're going to die alone. Yeah. But you still, look, you got time. You got time to change it, baby. Look, there's always hope. There's always hope in the world. Okay? Now, yeah, I don't know. You're going to have to put on a lot of makeup and keep that hairstyle you had the first one when you cover up more than 50% of your face. That's what you're going to have to do. That's what you're going to do. Now, you know, as the men get older and they get a little lax, they worry less about the outer exterior. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's still hope. There's still hope in it. You know, if an 80-year-old grandmother could get married, there's some hope for you. But then you got that disease you got over there where you could barely breathe. And so now you got to hope that this man going to be okay with taking care of you, because any man who take care of you at this point, he knows he's taking on a lot, right? He's taking on a lot. He's like, well, damn, she ain't taking care of herself. She could barely breathe. He might take you on because he know he gonna get some insurance money when you croak. One day when you wake up and your oxygen tank is all low. Look, that bitch over there yelling right now, y'all, with an oxygen tank right there next to her, so she could catch her breath. And then she go over there and she take a breath. She got the oxygen in her nose as she speaks. Isn't that true, girl? Talking about somebody can't catch it. Girl, I ain't got to catch it. You can't run. I could be 600 pounds and still catch you. Because you can't take two breaths. You can't take 2 steps without needing the oxygen tank. You ain't going nowhere, girl. It could take me a week to walk over to you from one side of the room to the other, and still you will be in that bed like you are right now over there yelling. Isn't that right? Now, I have one question for you, though, before I let you go. Tell everybody how you ended up in jail, how you was all good, and then once you ended up in jail, you ended up in the psych ward of the jailhouse. You told those people so you could be protected. Huh? Tell them how you went crazy. You big and bad, and I huff and I puff, and I'm gonna blow your house down. Bitch ass trick, right? Selling wolf tickets. You gonna huff and puff, huh? And blow the house down. Girl, you can't even blow the straw house down, girl. What are you talking about? Huffing and puffing, and gotta take a breath from your oxygen tank. And I huff. And then you take a whiff for your oxygen. And I'll puff. If you puff too hard, you might die, bitch. You better chill. You better chill. You know what I think you should do, though? Let me give you a little advice. Kendra G is taking people on her show every day. I think you might want to go over there, but since you have to be live on camera, you're going to really go get you a makeup artist who's going to really contour your face, like beat it. They got to beat the hell out of your face, girl. Beat it to death. You know what I'm saying? But you don't look nothing like you while you got that makeup on. The men don't really like that shit. So even if you get a man, you're going to lose him once you take that makeup off. But you'll still get some men in your DMs. You know what I mean? It goes down in the DM. It going to go down in your DM, but as soon as they see you for real, it's gonna fade out. You know what I'm saying? You want me to send over some of my men over there to you, girl? I'll send you a picture or two. And you share my pictures. They'll stay there. Even pictures today. Pictures right now. They'll stay there. Don't be mad that I'm sewing on your ass while you over there looking for some ass. You looking for the D. I don't have to look for no D. You know what I'm saying? And so what's going on with you? Aren't you a little too old to be out there searching for some D? You don't feel like it should be in-house by now? Like some things should just be in-house. You should already know about it. You know what I mean? You should know how to please it, and it should know how to please you. All that good, that should be already indoors at 50 plus years old. You shouldn't be still trying to figure out new men at 50. And that's some weird ass shit. Like you gotta figure out this man. You thinking, damn, like suppose it don't work out. Suppose I end up not being satisfied. Like I can't imagine going through all that at 50. I can't imagine having to go out to the club to find somebody in times of need, you know, desire and shit like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, I don't know, overly sexual. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. It could be, right? I've heard that. I've heard where some women not sexual at hardly at all. And I be thinking, well, damn, like, am I just overly sexual? And I probably am. I probably am overly sexual. But that's the thing, though. Yeah, I found the right one for my overly sexual self. You see? I found somebody years ago for my overly sexual self. And so what I would suggest for you is that you find someone instead of being out there throwing that pee out in the street. Any man who smile at you, and if he say the right thing to you, he over there, you know what I'm saying? Or them fingers that you be using, girl. Them fingers, even your fingers are tired of touching your stink cooch, girl. At night while you sleep, your fingers be talking to each other, talking about, I wish this bitch find her a man, because I'm tired of getting all in that nasty snatch of hers. Your thumb reach out to your middle finger. The thumb be like, fuck you. The middle finger throws itself up and say, fuck you. You're like, I don't know why you yelling at me. That's what the pinky come out. Your pinky come out and say, well, I don't know why y'all yelling. She abusing us all. The right hand start yelling at the left hand. They're jealous, right? Because you're right-handed. The right hand is mad at the left hand saying, you need to take your turn. Why you get away with this? The left hand said, look, motherfucker, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Don't be mad at us. Right? Your whole body over there in turmoil with itself. Wondering when you gonna get a man, bitch. The hands are yelling at the feet. Your feet down there saying, shit. If you think she ain't never tried to put the big toe in her pussy, then you're wrong. The hand said, but you don't have to come up here that often. She mostly using us. And the feet are saying, well, you're lucky because she don't even wash us. We got toe jam all between our toes. And she still will put us in her pussy. They cracking jokes and shit on your bitch while you're sleeping. You're over there like a whole rat. Your body is fighting against you. They're saying this bitch need to get a man. We tired. Okay. Look, your thumb on the left hand said, well, look, she put me in her asshole 3 times last year. And I'm going to tell you, the asshole is a little better than a vagina, but it's quite loose. Okay? Girl, you over there like a ragged asshole with them old ass jokes you got, girl. You ain't funny, bitch. You ain't nobody. Okay? You not funny. You are nobody. You don't have no new jokes. In fact, you never had jokes. All you have to do is you lie about people's lives, and nothing wrong with it. I guess it's called roasting, but when you gonna come up with something new and something funny, that's all. So you could steal what I just used on you about your fingers, fighting with your toes because you putting it all in your across your nasty, skanky body. They all wondering when you're gonna bathe them, wash them whole with some soap. Okay? Stop using that Bath and Body Works too. The body is letting me know. Your body's telling me no. But your toes telling you yes. I don't see nothing wrong with putting a thumb in your ass. I don't see nothing wrong with putting a toe in your ass. I don't see nothing wrong. you skanky ass bitch, girl. You listen. I don't know why you want to mess with me. Cause I ain't never really truly roasted you ever. You know what I'm saying? Like most people on YouTube are light work. It's been a while since I sat down and just chilled and just cracked jokes on people for real. Cause I feel like just using any of that against some ragged ass person who you ain't got nothing to offer. Like you're not even how should I say this? Like you a joke. You yourself, you are the joke. Like it's funny to watch you over there yelling. Like that's what people keep saying. She's over there for 2 hours to 10 hours yelling at the computer. That's a joke, honey. People wondering, do you really have a life? And then you're on repeat. The same shit you said today, you said years ago, 2-3 years ago. Every time I came in your chat over the last couple of years, which probably was 3 times I could count on one hand, you start with the same shit. It made me feel uncomfortable with the fact that, first of all, that you was kissing my ass like that. And secondly, that it's the same story you told time and time again. So, and the weird thing about that is when you're telling the same story, it's true, right? How you kissed my ass, how I brought you over, how I welcomed you up, and I gave you your start. I guess that's what you say. I don't think of it that way, but if that's how you think of it, that has never changed with your story. All the other shit that does change, that's the lies. And the threat of you telling people where my sons work, well, girl, what you gonna do about it? What you gonna show up, ho, huh? You know where I live, ho. You know why you ain't threatening to share that, huh? What you think this is, bitch? You don't think everybody see you, ho? We see you, girl. Everybody know where my sons work, ho. And not only that, bitch, but you know where I live. What you gonna do? Where you at? Where she 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 at? I get the gat, get the gat, get the gat. Get the gat, get the gat, get the gat. Where them uptown, bitch? Where them uptown at? Get the gat, get the gat, get the gat. You don't know the song, I know, because you ain't from where I'm from. But everybody who is where I'm from, well, you know what I'm saying? They know exactly what I'm saying. But this is what I'm saying. You don't know what a gat is? You should. You old enough. And you should know. You do know my address. You do know it, though. I ain't never give you no fake one, though. So I'm gonna ask you this: where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Huh? You ain't come 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and you ain't gonna come today. So this idea that you put my name in your title and talking about don't make me tell people where your people work. What you mean? And what that going? If you know, then what's up? I'm like, what are you talking about? What's up, honey? Where you at? Girl, you need me to give you a schedule of where I'm going to be, when I'm going to be? I'm mostly here. We already know that I'm mostly here. What you gonna do? What you trying to catch me off guard? Girl, I'm a goddamn, I suffer from PTSD. You know how hard it is to catch me off guard? It's very hard. It's almost impossible. But I can tell you where I'm gonna be, though. If you thinking what you gonna do? You gonna get on that broom and you gonna fly through, girl? Halloween is coming up. You want to make a date? I already gave you a time. I told you we could get together and do it. You talk about what we could, what I can't do. I'm saying come show up like you did, old dude, and see how this work out for you. You got to be no weapons involved. I saw 2 women. I respect both of them women. I don't know neither one of them. But what I respect is that they got together at a park and they threw them hands and then they both got to walk away. Now come and let's do this. Bring your oxygen tank, go. That's all you got to do, because you're the only one who ever threatened to come to somebody's house. I ain't never threatened to come to you. I ain't never say, where you at? I know your address. I don't know none of your shit, because I never cared to know it. If I wanted to know it, though, I would know it, right? Because you already got docs several times. I ain't never put out none of your business. I ain't never say no children's names or none of that. Now, just by me using the word children, if that upsets you, then I don't give no fucks. Just by me saying you're a grandmother or using the term grandchildren, does that mean that I'm doxing you? It doesn't. I don't know anything about your grandchildren. I don't know if they boys, girls, all girls, a mixture of the both. I don't know nothing about that. And I don't care. All I know is what you said. You mentioned that you have grandchildren. You the one who mentioned you had children. I never went nowhere and got no information where people use to dox you. That's what you do. That's what you have to do for content, bitch. I don't have to do that. Nobody got to give me nothing of yours. I don't need even to have a picture of you. That's not necessary. We don't even need to know how you look, because I mean, everything about you is ugly. You could be pretty as shit and still be ugly. But unfortunate for you, though, you're ugly and ugly. So you're doubly ugly. Like outside, you're ugly. Inside, you're ugly. Your fingers are ugly. Your toes are ugly. Everything about you is ugly. So, of course, you would talk about my looks. I remember when y'all was lying and saying that I was a colorist. Now, just because I say you have dark rings around your eyes, you'll then say I'm a colorist. But the truth of the matter is you have raccoon eyes, bitch. I tried to help you when I told you that is an issue with your eye. That's iron, potassium. You look, I don't know exactly which one it is, but look into it. It's a deficiency. If you go in, you can fix that. That don't make me a colorist because I said you got dark rings around your eyes. Bitch, you really have dark rings around your eyes. They got light-skinned women with dark rings around their eyes. It runs in my family. That's how I know about it. To make sure I don't get them, I look to see what is the reasoning for that. I noticed my aunts and some, most of them had the rings under their eyes. Come to find out it's a deficiency. And therefore, I have no rings around my eyes. You see? That's how that works. I gave you some information. Take it or not. It don't matter. You still got them rings around your eyes. Look like you smear shit right around your eyeballs. But you was looking like shit even before that. Or maybe you look like shit after that. I don't know. Maybe we'll see if you ever could get rid of the rings around your eyes. Oh, then take a picture and maybe you look okay when you was all dutied up with all that makeup and them filters. When you were dutied up with the goddamn makeup, baby, and no filters, you look doable. You know, somebody might say, oh, okay, you would never be pretty. Okay, so we're gonna be clear that you only can be okay or fucked up. Them the only two buttons over there with you. Okay, when you had on all that makeup and all that goddamn filtering, gave you the eyebrows, the lipstick, the lip liner, thinned up your nose, put all that shit around your eyes. That was filtered. That made you okay. I wake up looking better than that. Okay? I wake up looking better than that, baby. Okay? So what else can I say about you that you don't know? Well, you already know you look like shit. You already know that you could barely breathe. You're yelling over there for no reason. I have no idea what the problem is. We know that you're a scary bitch. We know that you ain't pulling up. We know that you're a fraud. We know that you go hard in the face. That's the only way you go hard is in the face, because your face is quite manly. We could tell you smoke cigarettes. That's why your lips are so dark. That's why in order for you to even out your face with that makeup, they had to put white lipstick on you. Y'all didn't see that? For those of us who learned to balance our face, right? When you're using makeup, her lips are as dark as the rings around her eyes. That's that cigarette smoking. Okay? I don't know if it's cigarettes or weed. I'm not sure. But I know them lips is dark, baby. I don't know which one does it. I don't never smoke neither in my life. I guess that's why my lips are pink. But, you know, there's other things that's pink on me, girl. While you over there showing a picture of me with my ass up in the air. Girl, and you know what the thing about that is? The men don't really complain. They'll come, they're hoping you're gonna put up some other pictures. Every time y'all do it. Some women think they're throwing the insults, and yet the men come over. I end up with a couple of more people on Instagram and a few more who trying to get into Twitter. Now, if I signed you to my Twitter and just showed you alone just the many men who they asked for access in the last, I don't know, couple of years, right? I haven't signed on the Twitter. I think I signed in maybe none this year. I know for a fact none this year. Last year, I may have signed in once for something I was looking for. The year before that, I may have signed in once. And then, and the year before that, right, I signed in. I think I let a few people in. That's the last time I let people in, was probably in 2020. Okay. But I can show you that I have a lot trying to get in, and I'm talking about hundreds. Okay. I haven't been active or anything. In fact, if I don't sign in on the right computer, I can't even get in because I don't remember the password. But it's on my other computer. But check it out. Check it out. I'm gonna put the link in. You bum bitch. You ain't never coming up. Because the only time you will come up is when you want to say some shit like you about to go live. Girl, bye. Anyway, when you decide that you really want to do what you claim you're going to do, then let me know. Otherwise, we could just keep it right here on YouTube. And the thing is, though, I'm not going to be going back and forth with you, bitch. You are a loser. Okay? You're a loser. If you're over there talking about anything about life, nobody's going to be there. And you really don't really have nobody over there when you claiming that you're dragging because your stories are dry. Now, before I go, though, I'm going to find this beat and we're going to do this song. Because I'm going to end up, forgetting the song. Let me see. What's the name of it? Let me, am I under the right account? I think I am. Okay, let me see. I put it on. How you go to oh no, I don't want to go here. Yeah, I'm so used to doing this on my tablet. How do I go to YouTube home? Oh, I hit this. Yeah. Home. Okay. Girl, you busted down. Busted down there, bitch. Let me see. Library, y'all. I think Leaky Leak is doing his thing, baby. Should be watched later. No, maybe. Here we go. I think that's it. I don't know. That's a song I made. I don't want to play that. Oh, it was the next one. Damn. Okay. I do want to go to this. I don't want to play the song. I just want to go here. And I want to go here. Okay, give me a second. Gotta move this stuff out the way. Now, let me see. I don't even know. I have to sew this bag together. I don't even know why you do it all the time. Why I gotta do this again? I don't even want to do this shit again, girl. Hey, lick, Cookie thinks she's slick. Lick, looking at my pit. Lick, always chasing women and wanna taste the clip. Lick, bitch, you a trick. Lick, and you a sick. Girl, I'm tired. Listen. I don't know why I had to do this song again. I didn't already did this song a few times. Let me see. I have it in my memory, and that's sad because I really don't even do songs and put them in my memory. This is the second song I've ever done where I remembered it. Right? This is the second. The first one was a few years back. And to me, I shouldn't have to remember no song. Like I should just do the thing off the top of my dome and then that's be it, right? But no, for real ratchet assholes like you, right? I got to keep going after the same person. I don't want to keep going for you, girl. You are boring. It's not even exciting to me. Like if this was exciting, I would have put a tough title in, you know what I mean? And I would have made sure we got at least 100 people in here. But girl, you are low-key nobody. I didn't even put your name in the title. You don't see that? Like what? You've been exposed several times. We watch you when you went after a woman, you befriend that lady, or she befriended you probably because she thought you was somebody, who was going to help her get something done. Listen, everybody, anybody, everybody, please stop being scared of this woman. This woman is ugly. So you show is ugly. You so ugly. You color purple looking ass bitch. You show is ugly. I'm just not fascinated. There's no need for me to fight a bitch who ain't about shit. It would be different if you had jokes. It would be different. But no, all you have is threats. That's it. Don't make me do this. And then when somebody say do it, she ain't gonna do nothing. Don't make me put out this. But you can put it out, and what's gonna happen? I don't have enemies out here, baby. I don't think you understand. You can put out my address, and you can say exactly where I'm at, and people will show up. And when people show up, they're showing up to hug me and to say hi to me, girl. They're not showing up for nothing else. Men will show up because, they want to get close to the bomb cherry. People will show up to see. And then you ain't never had nobody come back and say nothing bad. And they saw. You just mad, boo. So the only people you could get to do anything for you gonna be you, and you are a scary bitch. You ain't gonna do nothing. Now, if you need me to text you the instructions to my house, holla at your girl. You won't even need me though, because Google will do it all for you. You already got the address, bitch. You too scared you would call my phone, bitch. You see? And this is the thing. Somebody tried to get me to call this woman a while back. And so I've been looking at that woman sideways ever since. Because there was no need. Oh, you put in trash? Good boy. When you did something sneaky, huh? Where you get that candy from? A little one is something else. Yeah. So listen, you ain't gonna show up, girl. You ain't showing up nowhere, at no time, at no place. Okay, you just not gonna do it. And we ain't even gotta make it to where you do a sneak attack. We know you ain't gonna sneak attack nowhere. You could barely walk without oxygen. So if you wanted to set something up, right? Because I would love to whip your ass, and I ain't even joking. I would love, girl, I'm getting turned on right now thinking about fucking you up. There will be no backs down. You got me fucked up, girl. You don't know nothing about me if you think I'm a bitch that gonna run. If you think I'm not athletic enough to whip your ass, you got me fucked up, and you might want to ask anybody who know me, girl. What is you talking about? I just stopped doing backflips about 3, 4, 5 years ago, ho. So I don't know what it is. You talking about I need to walk. It's been COVID, been 3. So every time I give a years, y'all, I forget about the 2, 3 years of COVID, okay? So if I say 5 years ago, that would be about 8 years ago. I just stopped doing backflips 8 years ago. Okay, 8 years ago. To be more accurate. Okay? So, I mean, you want to see some videos of me doing backflips? Because I don't think I ever shared it. I don't think I ever shared it. Have I ever shared me dancing with the children in the neighborhood? I don't think I ever shared that. You know why? Because I don't want to put the children on blast, right? I don't really want to just share that just to y'all so y'all can start dogging children, because that's what you would do. But I used to actually post these things. Me and the children dancing, me teaching them routines. So, but this is the thing. You ain't gonna never be able to show nothing like that. You ain't never done nothing positive in your community except put out drugs. That's it. You sold drugs. While you were selling drugs, I was out there trying to get the kids from selling drugs, right? I was giving them somewhere to come so we could do some things so they'd stay out of trouble. While you was getting the kids in, putting them in trouble, I was trying to keep them out of trouble. That's the difference. You and I, we're not yin and yang, bitch. We're on opposite sides totally. We're not in the same neighborhood, bitch. We're not in the same state, same nothing. You and I are not the same. And that's what you're jealous about. Every once in a while, I wish I could be dirty like some of you dirty ass bitches. You know what I mean? I'd be feeling like, yeah, as soon as somebody say something I don't like, I wish I could just be a dirty bitch and just let it all out. But then I think about ramifications, like what could happen if I do this or don't do that. See, all that goes through my mind before I open my mouth. Sometimes I wish I had the freedom to just be a street bitch like you know, a hood booger. There's always a need for you to have a hood booger time. You know what I mean? Like somebody say something to you and you just get all in their grill. But nah, I can't do that. You know, I got to be a little more respectful. I do handle and deal with children, you know, children always around. So I got to do it a little different. But girl, you and I are not the same. Like on some real shit, like we're not even close. I'm a talented bitch and you have no talent. All you was a recycle bin for sperm, semen, cum. That's it. Niggas just shoot all over you. That's all you for. That's all you was good for. Reproduction. But I wouldn't say you was good at that. But I would say though, because see, reproducing, it means that you produce something that was good, something that's good and viable, something that is needed in society. But if you only put out and reproduce something that's bad for society, then that means essentially that you wasn't good at reproducing. You see? So I produce something that's good for society two times, actively in society, not causing any harm, doing good things. And then you produce some things that ends up having to be punished, go to jail, putting other things out into the world that may cause harm in your own community. So just by definition, no, you didn't reproduce well, honey. You just produced a lot of shit. You see? Shit, actually shit. Now, maybe your repos, maybe they might reproduce something that might be valuable. Maybe it could happen. They would have to get with some women or men who, you know, have some good genes and some good ways about themselves. Something's cooking. Somebody's in my kitchen. You work today? Anyway. Lottie-dottie, this bitch's body. Look, we're not gonna play with it. We're not gonna play with it. I'm gonna leave her alone. Okay, so this is boring. And so I'm gonna leave it alone. Am I gonna do this lick lick song? I really just want to forget about it because I don't want to think about this bitch wanting my clip, right? But I only take dick. I just want you to know, just like it says in the song. Okay. It also says, listen, girl, 3 years ago, right? Look, when I was the Viper Pit, everything was cool, but now I'm the Bomb Squad hoe, and we're much better. Okay? We're much better. The click is much better. See, because now we have real conversations. We understand that we could disagree and still have conversations and still be good. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't trying to tell nobody what to do. And I ain't got nobody in my ear trying to tell me, no, don't mess with that person. You know, I get where how the Viper Pit came together. And I also understand how it's separated. I understand. I ain't mad at nobody. Right? I ain't mad at nobody, baby. Everybody stood where they stood, and I was good with it. You know? The thing is though, nobody gonna be fighting over you, Cookie. Girl, you don't see what be happening, girl. You don't never see. You know why? Because you not me. See, I will fight for my peoples. That is a fact. That it's always been that way. I've always been that type of person. You, on the other hand, you shit on them. When they do something you don't want to do, like go to other people's chat, they scared of you, girl, and I need to know why. They scared of you. You ain't gonna never protect them, and you ain't gonna be able to protect them from me, even if you was the type to protect. Bitch, listen, there's different type of Scorpios, y'all, and y'all can think that we all the same, but as you can see, we're not. Hey, good. But I'm too loud? Huh? What's what? Oh, that's a stick from McKinney. You got McKinney? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Cheese. Did you closing the door? He closed the door on his daddy. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, we're not the same, honey. We're not the same. I don't know what I was saying, but apparently it doesn't matter. It's not important because look who I'm talking to, you. Oh, but I was saying that, yeah, there's different type of Scorpios. Listen, we all could be terribly evil and on some real shit. You know, there's those who are scary, and then there are those of us who not really, right? We can all be mean. Some of us are very sneaky, like her. She on some sneaky shit. Everything she wants to be sneaky about the way she get it. And some of y'all gonna fall into it. You be like, yeah, but she has no outcome. And so that's why her stories are always the same. She wants to fight the same people. And she always want to fight somebody who she think gonna get her some numbers because she need money. She need money, right? So, and then there's those of us who like, I'm not giving no shit. Listen, my integrity and things like that are not for sale. You know, I can entertain. Yeah, I don't have no problem with that. But I'm not gonna sell my integrity. You can't give me money just so I can ruin other people's lives. I feel like I'm too old for that shit. And even when I was younger, I didn't do no shit like that. But then I guess, you know, I've always had something that I knew I could depend on. Maybe if I was like her, no looks, no body, no real, I don't know, personality that people kind of, you know, go towards, I guess I would just be as dirty as she was just to get what I need in the world. Okay. But I'm not that, you know, I guess I blame that on my mom, my dad, my grandparents, great grandparents, and so forth and so on, right? Maybe because they did give me some looks, at least some looks, just a tad bit of looks. You know what I'm saying? And my parents instilled in me a kindness about myself. But I still have an evil streak. Don't get it fucked up. I just don't use it. Have I used it? No, but I will. There's some people I'm waiting to stumble across in life again. You know what I mean? Stumble across in life again. There's only been maybe about 2-3 people who've done something that made me say, Yeah. And you happen to be one of them, Cookie. Yes, that is true. Girl, we better not listen, we better not ever meet. I don't care if I'm 80 and you are look like you 180, because you do kind of look like you're 100 years older than me. But you happen to be one of them people that gonna get stomped out. If two 80-year-olds fighting, but it don't matter. Okay. That's just the way it is. There's only one other person I could think of right in this moment who did something to me that I just thought, yeah. She look, she may think that shit is over. That shit happened probably about 20 years ago. I ain't forget it though. I forgot how she looked. I mean, look, but she better not ever walk up and say, hey, I remember you. Remember I did this and did that? I was in your group. Da, 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 da. And she said that. I'm be like, oh, really? That's you. And then I'm going to stomp that bitch. Okay? You happen to make that list. So, okay? Don't never think that even if it's 30 years later, that you could come up and say, ha, remember when I did this? Girl, I'm going to laugh with you and then I'm going to stomp your ass out. That's that Scorpio shit. But see that other shit that bitch doing over there? They ain't got nothing to do with no Scorpio shit. That's all nasty, vile hurt. Hurt. Just hurt. Okay? Because most Scorpios are friendly. People tend to like and gravitate towards us. So she got that. The thing is, though, she can't keep people because she's a dirty, vile bitch. You see what I'm saying? She's a snake. Scorpios ain't got to be snakes. What the hell you being a snake for, bitch? You could be bold with it. You ain't got to hide and slither. You ain't know that? You ain't know you ain't got to hide and slither? You could be bold, out bold, and just do what you do, and people will gravitate to you. But when you want to be something different, or when you don't know how to do certain things, then you become something that you're not. But you are a snake. Everybody who ever dealt with you ended up, you know what I'm saying, with you slithering around them and them having to stomp you out. That's what's whack about your ass. You're not even a strong python or something dangerous, bitch. You like a little gardener snake, bitch. You tried to slither around people and then they have to let you go. They have to let you go. They fling you across the room and say, get gone. They're not even scared of you after that happens. The only people scared of you is the people in your chat. The ones who scared and worried. I ain't never been scared of your ass, girl. I show up on your shit and say hi. And most of the time, I wasn't even talking to you. I went over there and was talking to people in the chat. You know what it is. You know what it was. Ho. That's why you angry at me, because I wouldn't come on your panel. Be like, here go the link. Girl, I want your link. What the fuck I need your link for, bitch? You got me fucked up. Anyway, for y'all, those y'all in this bitch chat and you scared of her, y'all need to rethink y'all lives, baby. You need to be scared of something else. Somebody else. What you scared for anyway? This is the internet. You should be emboldened by the fact that you know this bitch ain't showing up and showing out at nobody's house. That bitch scared to go outside her own house. That bitch won't go outside her own house and make no threats to nobody. You know the goddamn well she ain't coming to your community. This non-driving having ass bitch telling me she on the way driving and her ass could barely walk to the car to get in it. Y'all ever seen this bitch in the car? Driving? Now, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say it. Oh, and by the way, you're not the only person who could dox people, in case you want to know. Now, see, I'm not a doxer, right? I say I'm not a doxer, but I've always said I'll get in and jump in the gutter with you. And I ain't got to use nothing that somebody give me on YouTube, right? I literally don't. I really don't. You are a criminal, girl. Anything I want to know about you, I really can find out. But people already know your address. I ain't never said I'm coming to your house. You in North Carolina, right? Is it South Carolina, North Carolina? Nobody gives no fuck, to be honest. It's one of them Carolinas. Yeah, you best stay there, girl, because if you ever tell me you're in Philly again, you know, next time though, don't give me a fake address and have me showing up at some white people's house. And bitch, I bet you ain't gonna never prove nobody I lied about that. You ain't gonna never be able to prove that you didn't give me a fake address. And I showed up. See, bitch, because I show up. And I don't even let you know I'm coming. I didn't even tell you I was showing up. I just showed up. See? I showed up. And guess who didn't live there? You. You ain't live at that address. Okay? I thought you was bold. Y'all better stop letting this bitch entertain y'all into thinking that she is somebody except a nobody. Now I'm gonna let this shit go. And then when I come back, because I wanna I'm preparing for the Leak's birthday, y'all. We about to cut his hair. I was thinking about making him an outfit, but I'm not. Because I was supposed to have started by now. There's the jumpsuit. I bought a pattern for a jumpsuit like a year ago, 2 years ago. And I was thinking about making it for him. I did it, and I have a fabric to make him a suit. And I had the fabric to make him a jumpsuit. And then I just never got to it. It's a nice, cute little suit outfit, too. It comes with the tie, bow tie or long tie, jacket, the pants, and a vest. And I bought gray fabric to make the gray suit, but we don't want him in a suit for his birthday. You know, he's young. He going to be jumping, trampolines and shit like that. But that's what I was going to do this week. The week didn't pan out the way I wanted it to. And what I mean by that, I mean like my work, me working on things. I was supposed to have sewn 2 bags by now. They all piece cut up and everything, and I just didn't do it. Once this machine couldn't do it, and I have to go downstairs, and then I was like, I don't feel like going down there. But everything's ready for me to throw it on the machine. It won't take more than an hour each because it's already prepared. I already did like the lining pockets. I think one of them I made a pocket, a cord slot pocket that I designed myself, which is something I created myself. It's like cord slots, but I turned that cord slot into a pocket as well, a slip pocket. I also could make it into a zipper pocket, now that I think about it. But these bags are smaller, so they don't need that, right? And then what they call, it's not a novelty bag, but it's like a novelty bag. So a novelty bag, when you say novelty, it really means that it's not well constructed. It's just something for show. But these bags, none of my bags are just for show. Okay, my bags are high quality stitching. Yeah. And I want to do a show, a craft show. So I got several of them that I've been making over the last couple of months just to have. I'm not sure about my fabric choices though. I always doubt myself. Yeah. Because I usually pick something that I like. But I don't know. You know, I don't know if then I start doubting just because I like it, does that mean other people like it? And then I start doubting when I'm creating. But that's a me problem. Okay. Anyway, I'm going. Let me see. I haven't looked in the chat. I'm not even sure if people are listening. Let me look, y'all. Because I will be back tonight, though. It is Friday. Definitely tomorrow, we're going to do our IQ, maybe Family Feud, the stuff that we do on Saturdays. I didn't do it last Saturday, but I am going to do it this Saturday. I may do it, and that'll get me out and have to go on to the party. I don't know if I really want to go to the party, y'all. I think I'm good with everything that I put into it, help like the shirts and things, but I don't think I'm gonna go. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I've caught COVID enough times to where I don't even want it again. And so I don't want to be around people where I might catch COVID. And not only that, I don't want to be around people, if I have to be honest. I feel like I could be in here and I could just have the house to myself and be downstairs sewing. And they all be gone. Everybody's gone, the grandparents, the great grandparents. There's gonna be a lot of people at his 4th birthday party. And do I want to be there? Nope. I know that sounds bad right there. I don't want to be at the party, but I truly just don't. And I think she asked me something about my wardrobe. Girl, I don't have no wardrobe, girl. What you mean you want to see me in my wardrobe? That bitch said she want to see me in my wardrobe. I told y'all she be looking. Girl, she be looking. She be looking and watching. Girl, I got no wardrobe. I was never look. Shazay is our community sharp dresser, baby. Okay, Shazay is sharp as hell. I am not no sharp dresser. That's facts. I could barely find things to fit my big ass in, girl. Okay, so nope, I'm not the sharp dresser. Nope, I'm not the what they call fashionista. That is not me. I never claimed to be any of that. I'm not gonna go and buy no couple of $100 wig, weave, and all that, girl. My people say my hair look dry. Then I guess it look dry. Is it dry? No, but I guess the color of my hair, people claim that it look dry, but they don't know nothing about real hair anyway, right? They don't know nothing about real hair. They want everything to be fake, and so if it's fake, it got to be then sheeny looking. You see what I'm saying? So I let them do what they do. I'm not the fashionista, honey. I'm not. Okay. But if I wanted to be, though, I would be creating my own shit. I'd be creating my own clothes. Because that I could do. And you notice I don't really sew. I haven't sewn anything for myself to wear. I've sewn things for the kids, my hubby, other people, of course. And I never said, and you know what? You'll come across people like that. You'll come across the people who sew their clothes. Usually they are beginners and learning themselves. So of course they sew their own clothes, and whether they come out good or not. I, on the other hand, though, the last time I was a beginner at the sewing machine was really when I was a kid. Okay. And I don't know. Yeah, no. I've never really when I buy things, I always have to adjust them. Yes. Because I'm too short, but too big, but no, I'm trying to think, have I ever, well, actually, yes, I made a skirt, right? Didn't I make a skirt like was that this year or last year? I can't even remember. I did make myself a skirt, and I made a peplum. It goes to a skirt or pants or whatever. And the only reason I did that was for a video. You know what I mean? I made a hat to go with it. It is cute. I might wear that if I go. I'll wear that. I just remembered that shit. I made a skirt. And what else? The hat. I haven't made a shirt for myself. I do have the fabric to make myself a dress. I might do that. Bitch, since you talk about style, bitch, like you want to see me make a video of me making a nice dress, bitch? It'll be better than that one you had on. Look like that shit you had on. Look like that was a wrap dress. I could make a quick wrap dress. It won't take me long. The honest truth is I could go, I'll make a pattern for it real quick. And then I'll show you all that shit, bitch. What you talk about style, ho? Like there's only several styles out. And then you make adjustments to it. There's not that many different things out there like that. But see, that's the difference between you and I. I could create some shit and you just got to go buy it. And then you could barely buy it. You Section 8 trashy asshole. And listen, I'm not even against Section 8. Because if I could get it, man, if I could get Section 8, I would be on Section 8. And that is not no lie. You understand what I'm saying? The only reason I didn't get it back in the day, because I couldn't get it because the line was too long. It wasn't even, I'm talking about the line. They didn't have, they was 20 years just to get on the list. That's been 30 years ago. I remember when they opened the list for the first time, and that happened maybe about 10 years ago. Yeah, about 10 years ago, they opened the list here in Delaware. I'm talking about everybody knew that shit. Everybody, and I remember my friend, I was calling in for a friend. She had several because she worked. She had us calling in, and we had to just keep hitting redial. I was never able to get in, but somebody did get in for her. And then she got to Section 8. And then she lost to Section 8. How you get Section 8 and then lose Section 8? I'll tell you, when you don't want to abide by the rules, and when you end up not paying. Listen, she had, I think it was 6 kids, and they was living in a 2-bedroom house, right? And so, of course, she qualified for Section 8. It has nothing to do with money as well, more than how many kids in the family, you see? So a lot of people qualify for Section 8, okay? So the problem was she did get a big house. It was a nice, I remember going to the house and everything. I'm talking about nice house. Section 8, y'all, right? She had to pay her portion. It wasn't like it was free. It wasn't like she had to pay $1, but she paid her portion and the government paid the other portion. And it was a big, nice house. And how do you lose it? Well, you live in this big, nice house, but you have to account for your electric bill, your water bill. If you let those things get turned off, you lose the Section 8. If that shit get turned off, you better get that shit turned back on. And you better, there's rules to it. Okay. And people think that shit is not as serious as it is. Okay. Or if you did some shit under the table, like the Section 8 say, okay, you can afford this amount of house, and then you go get something bigger. Or you may even get something smaller that doesn't meet the qualification of what you're supposed to get. You can lose Section 8. Anyway, y'all, I'm gone. Did I check the chat? I didn't. But listen, I will be back, y'all. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna be back tonight. I may. Definitely tomorrow, though. My grandson, it's his birthday weekend, y'all. And if y'all want to send Leak something, my Cash App is $Bomb Cherry Juice. And if you only do PayPal, I think the link to the PayPal is in my description. And Leak will be 4. And I don't know, but I'm definitely gonna be here tomorrow. Might be my excuse not to go to the party, because I'm gonna be honest, I've been in pain a lot. It's been raining, and when it rains, I'm in pain. Yesterday, remember when I was on here, right? But then I got real tired. I'm gonna be honest, I was shocked that I was tired. And then later I found out it was raining. I was like, oh, no wonder I was asleep all day. I was asleep all day. And I wasn't even up all night. So I was shocked about that. But once I find out that it's raining, which I can't tell it's raining indoors unless it's lightning, thunder and lightning, because I can't hear what's happening outside. And I don't be looking. My blinds, my curtains are black, in case y'all didn't know. In every room in this house, our curtains are black. Downstairs, I don't even have curtains up. I have blinds, and that's so. But I don't think I went downstairs yesterday at all. Did I? No, I didn't, because I was supposed to go down there to sew, and I had said, okay, I'm gonna sew through the night. I wasn't gonna mess with hubby. You know, hubby be downstairs. I let he be downstairs. And now if I want to go downstairs, I can, right? And he will come upstairs. But I said I was gonna be up all night. And so I just let him keep the downstairs. And then I didn't go downstairs last night. And I have a headache right now. Dealing with this ratchet ass nobody as a whole, which I should be ashamed of myself for doing. The truth is, I should be ashamed of doing this stream. I just want her to know that nobody's scared of you, girl. You know my address. You need an invitation, honey? Because I will invite you if you're coming. I'll invite you. You could come. We ain't got to worry about no weapons. I am going to whip your ass, though. I'm only inviting you. We ain't going to, I ain't cooking. I ain't giving you no meal, nothing, girl. I don't like you. I'm like you like that. I ain't giving you no meal. You could come in. We could fight indoors. I'd rather be out in the atmosphere where anybody can record it. So, you know what I mean? Because I'm going to stomp you out. And you already know it. Look, this bitch been watching me on cam for years. Some of y'all have never seen me on cam, but some of you have seen me a lot on cam. See me dance on cam with my with the grandchildren. When Leak was born, I was on cam a lot. People see me changing and everything. He said, thank you. Okay, so this idea of this woman don't know what I look like is ridiculous. And she see me in them shorts, right? She mad because my butt is big. Girl, ain't nothing I can do. I'm mad that my butt is big too, girl. I'm mad that my butt is big. I try to warn people, you don't want to go get no butt lift. I'm like, you don't want to go get no big butt. Your back gonna hurt. The older you get, it's gonna hurt you even more. Don't be going to get no big butt. Especially, don't let it be semen and shit. I'm like, my real butt is big. And you know what I'm saying? And if I could get rid of it, I would have got rid of it so many years ago. Like, soon as, before I became a young adult, I would have got rid of it. Girl, you can see my butt from the front, girl. And listen, it's real, though. It's real. And I've never really liked it. But it's mine. Ain't nothing I can do about it. So don't be mad and jealous about my butt, girl. Don't be mad. You ain't gotta be mad. I don't like it, girl. Listen, you feel better now that mom got something she don't really like? Huh? What you mad about? You mad because I show it? Listen, you don't see that whether I pulled up the dress or not, that you could see it, ho? You ain't know? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, y'all, I'm gone. What you looking at? Odom? Odom?
Yeah, Ono plays sand. He driving in the sand like that.
He driving the sand like that?
And he's falling in the sand.
Okay.
We need to make a house, so we need to make a house.
You need to he making a house?
No.
Look, so my grandson is talking to me.
No.
Oh, a hat and a mouth. Yeah, girl. So listen, I don't understand this woman and wanting to talk about children, but that's what she's into. And I don't know why she think it would make me upset. Like, you lying. Girl, I have millions of videos of my grandson. And the only time he was what you would call, oh, okay. Oh, I need to check that out. The only time I was ever, wait, I'm sorry, y'all. I read a text and it threw me off for a little bit. She talks about my grandson. The only time he was ever a chunky person was when he was a baby, right? And so she was talking about how we was overfeeding him. Why would we overfeed a baby? Nobody's overfeeding a baby. My grandson was breastfed in the beginning, and then she stopped breastfeeding him. And he was tiny in the beginning. So, of course, he ate like a baby should eat. So the idea that then she's saying, well, he got big because he's a baby. That's what babies do. And and I told my son, I said, hey, don't worry about this. I said, as soon as he starts walking, that's coming right off. Because babies who don't walk, they don't walk, right? And they do eat. So he was growing just like he should grow. He was never considered overweight. And he's not considered overweight now. And then so she was over there saying all that bullshit, of course. I know she was jealous as hell, right? Let me see, y'all. Let me stop this share and start another share. I forgot I was sharing the screen, sharing it for no reason. It's because I'm not looking at the screen. I'm sorry. Okay. No, she'll be jealous. She's gonna be jealous, baby. Don't be jealous. This is my grandson and my son. That's his daddy. Okay. Neither one of them are fat. That's my grandson. Where is he fat at? She also mentioned having nappy hair. Where? Where at? That's Leaky Leak, honey. That's Leaky Leak. This is when they was at the fishing tournament. Didn't this happen like 2 months ago? Where is Leaky Leak being fed at? See, they was at a fishing tournament. They were fishing. His pop was there. Where is Leaky Leak fed at? She was over there talking about he's overeating. When you was telling me my grandson's hair was nappy, that's what you used, the word nappy. That's what she was saying, y'all. She had been talking kind of slick for a while. I just was ignoring it. I was thinking to myself, what is she talking about? Even when he was a baby, infant, I'm talking about just born. She was talking about his hair. And it's weird that she talked about his hair because that was weird to me. I'm thinking, why is she focusing on hair? But then again, they focused on my hair. And that's when you know people jealous because I don't focus on people's hair. Right? And I was thinking to myself, why she keep mentioning his hair, Naughty? My son's hair, not Naughty. My husband, y'all, my husband, if he let his hair grow back, which he started cutting it, shaving his head years ago due to a bet that he lost, and then he looked good. If I show a picture of my husband or his father, right, hair down to his shoulder, down to their back, because they are Native American. So my sons have their father's hair. My grandson has his father's and his mother's hair. See? So this idea of the nonsense that come out of her mouth, right? Leaky Leak is nowhere near fat. And I have pictures of him since the day he was born, which I'm going to stop to share, and then I'm going to share some of them because, I don't want to accidentally. Look, I refuse to take some of my pictures. I know people like, Mom, you shouldn't have them pictures in your phone. Yeah, I'm going to keep them pictures in my phone, y'all. I'm going to keep them pictures. I know I shouldn't be thinking, why you got them pictures in your phone? Those pictures are for hubby. Listen. Pictures. I'm gonna just share this here. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. I didn't share pictures of Leaky Leak from day one. Okay. From day one. Day one. Day one. Damn it. All right. Okay, hold up, y'all. Whoever called me, y'all call me back. Give me a second. Y'all got number. Oh, why would y'all do that? Ah. Hold on, let me look at the chat. Call right when, and that's show the number. Oh man. Give me a second. Okay, I had to unmute myself. That's you, Devastating?
Yeah,
Hey, how you doing?
yeah, I'm still waiting on you to come back last night.
I'm sorry, man. I ended up going to sleep, and then when I woke up, I went back to sleep. I did take a nap. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I hear myself.
Oh, my bad. Hold on.
Okay, there you go. No, that was me. I think that was me.
Hold on. That was you.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, he growing up fast. Hey, LB. Yeah, so the idea, I was gonna share some pictures, but then somebody called me and I didn't want their phone number to be showing up out there. I was like, oh Lord. But
I think a little of it might have showed for like a
huh?
half a second, like
Did it
a half
show?
a second, like
Huh?
a
You
half a
low.
second.
Say it again.
Yeah, the number showed for like a half a second,
Oh, it did?
like 0.5 seconds. Yeah.
God, yeah. Okay.
It's the
I'm
home number. It's the home number.
Baby.
Hey, Mella.
What's up, Bomb? Cherry juice.
That
Yeah.
was you. That was you, Miss Miller.
What I do with the blue screen?
The number.
Yeah.
The phone number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I came up with a phone number. I'm sorry.
No. I'm gonna restart because
Okay.
of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Just restart it. Just restart it.
I'm gonna have to delete this, Mella, because you
Right.
called.
Right.
You called when I was sharing my
I-
screen and your number showed up.
I'll just change my phone number. I don't give no fuck.
You
I'll
sure?
change
Because
my
I could.
phone number. What you could have did was say it was a Google number. You could have did that.
Well,
You know,
you could say it's a Google number. You
it's
like,
because
yeah.
that's what it is. It's
Oh, okay.
basically a Google number. Like they could try it if they want to. It ain't nothing happening because I know how treacherous people are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what made you ain't hear me when I said, "Oh shit!" Then I hurry up and like somebody call. I wasn't about to say who called.
You thought it was cluster. No,
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's the Google number. Ain't no worries.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
man.
You could switch out a Google number like people switch
Yeah, you
out their
can.
socks.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. Yeah. But yeah, hey, devastating. Hey, Mella.
Hey, baby.
Mm.
And I swear that that child sounds more and more amazing every time I hear his voice. It just
Um,
it just makes my heart throb. It's like, when am I gonna be a
yeah,
grandma?
he's about to turn 4. So,
Um, I
you know,
heard
so he's getting yeah. And he's using big
you.
words, but they're getting clearer and clearer and clearer as they should. And
It's
but then
amazing.
he get sometimes he comes over, he speaks Spanish too. His mom teach him Spanish. I
Even
just
better.
don't. Yeah, so he comes over, he'll say some
Multilingual.
I'm telling me, yep. I don't be knowing what he's saying. But his mom be on it. But yeah, he's turning 4. He's getting big fast. Y'all right. Y'all Mella, you was right here when he was born. You was right. Can you believe it's been 4 years, Mella?
He's always been perfect
4 years. I don't know about the
since
perfect, but
since day one. Well, that would be me craving a grandchild of my own.
Right, I
You
know
know,
what you mean.
like Barack Obama be saying, he could be my son. He could be
Mhm.
my grandson. I mean, that he's, and it's just not necessarily looks, right? I know people are into lookism. That's the actual term, lookism. People
Look
are
at
into
him.
look. I'm talking about that child's spirit. He has a spirit to learn. He has a
Mhm.
spirit to learn. He, man, he adapts and he learns, and that's what you need to
Yeah.
grow and be great. He's good to go. Like, I haven't heard one slow word yet from that baby. Okay.
There she go.
So be rest assured of that. I have
And
not
he'll
heard. And I would tell you, I'd be like, well, he got some work to do. No, I haven't heard not one slow
she says slow
utterance.
word.
No, I haven't heard not one slow utter. There are grown folks that have been on this panel that sound slower than leaky. Okay. Let's keep that straight.
He's
Okay.
something.
He has not ever, in my humble opinion, based on my experience around the world, has not ever said anything that indicates he's slow. He's not. As a matter of fact, he's exceptional,
He's
because all he has to do is just be, yeah, he's a sponge. His brain is just ready to absorb everything and translate it in a way that makes him great. And I know I'm sounding, like I'm overworking the deal. I'm just
yeah,
saying
you
that,
overworking the
now
deal.
look, I want a grandbaby, okay? And he's perfect.
Man, when he was up here with I think it was me, Devastate, and a few others. You may have been in Mello, but when he was reciting all the planets and telling us what color they were, like, yeah, he loves to learn. But you have to give him that information. So it's difficult for us as adults to give him the information, but the tablet, he always have access to the tablet. And so we would always put it on educational stuff, and that boy absorbs information. Like I don't
He
still
has
don't
a
know all.
he has a lot of energy. He's not lethargic. For those who don't know what that means, look it up, damn it. He's not lethargic, so that indicates that he has a lot of energy. And people who, my heart goes out to you, that have children that aren't quite as energetic, like they're not,
Shit. Most people want that energy to get out of their kids. You know what I mean? Because he's
yeah,
just 4, but
that
boys are
energy is
real
an
energetic.
indication that his brain is good to go.
It could be, I don't know. But okay. But enough about that.
Yeah, enough about that. My bad. I'm just focused on the future. So as far as what is going on with this scenario, I've observed this before between you and her, and I don't know what it is you want me to say about it. Like,
Oh
I
no,
don't
you
know.
didn't say nothing about it. Mhm.
Okay, All right.
Yeah, no. I was just talking, I just did short, I was doing a short version, just talking about it because I'm not understanding like I thought, it was quiet this week. I didn't say much or nothing. Right. I didn't even go live because I was just waiting to see if she gonna go live. I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's over, She swung, I swung back, it's over. That's how most, but nah, her ways is she don't have no content. So she don't have no content. And usually when I swing at her, my swings be hard. And she be taking it back. She don't know what to do. So it might take her a couple of days to regroup. But this is ridiculous though.
Dev, do you have any opinion about this situation?
Nah, because she been in the beef sector all week. That's where she come from.
Is she lower than you?
And cream.
I don't even know any beef sector channels that I'm aware of.
88, the Mo 3 sector. What's the other girl name? Miss Goddess something.
I can't hear you. Is it me, y'all?
She in the beef sector. She don't be over here. She don't be rocking like that. She like to fight. Can you hear me
No,
now?
she started in this section. She
Started in
moved
this
over there.
section, but she over,
Yeah.
she be over in Creamy Room, Queen 88, Miss Goddess, and another lady over there. She be
Okay,
constantly
he's
too.
right. Okay,
Mo
she
3
likes to
sector.
fight. That's
Yeah.
pretty much what it is. She likes to fight.
Yeah, they help her over there. She got a wrench over there and everything. Shit. So, but that's not my lane. That's y'all lane. I've been watching the jump off.
Who is y'all?
The crew that was over here before I got here. That's who y'all is.
I don't like to fight. People want to put me in that category, but that's not the case.
Yeah, I don't think nobody really craves to,
I
get
defend
on.
myself,
Yeah, I don't
but
think.
defending myself and looking for a fight are two different things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's nature of anything. Sorry. I don't know why my Zoom setting.
Oh, there
reset.
you go. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know why my Zoom setting.
There's that masterful microphone. There
Yeah, I
it
was
is.
wondering. I couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah, my microphone setting for some reason resets after a session. It didn't used to do that. It used to default back to where I had it.
Oh, okay.
So I think.
Yeah,
that's
remember we've been telling you low. I couldn't hear nothing you were saying the whole
Yeah,
time.
I never thought to check the settings because I thought it was the same.
So there's some settings in Zoom.
Yeah, I'm at the microphone right now. I just turned it up as I was talking. Like while I was talking, I'm actually in the menu.
Oh, okay.
Sliding it up to see what else was defaulted. Because I don't even know what else I said.
Yeah, I couldn't hear nothing you were saying. I'm like, I kept trying to turn my computer up. I kept asking Nella, is it me? And she ain't never answered. So I felt like, okay, maybe she hear you, but I couldn't hear you.
Nah, that's me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she started in this sector, and then I guess you could easily get in other sectors by, I guess depending on who you fight with. So she done got already ran from over here.
Change me.
I'm gonna change you. You want me to change you? Okay. Okay. Give me a minute. Y'all can talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did I
Yeah,
put
go
the
ahead.
link?
Okay.
Okay. And anyway, we need Charze is our how you say it? I get pinning. Okay. Charze is the one who dresses, the fashionista over here. I never claimed to be no fashionista, y'all. I'm not I don't know nothing about no styles, none of that. Y'all can't ask me about none of that shit right there. I've never been stylish person. It's not that I didn't care. I just didn't never know. You know what I mean? Whatever I liked, I bought and wore. And if I didn't like it, I didn't buy it. And it's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've never been that type of person. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just saying, yeah, people looking towards me for fashion. You looking towards the wrong person. That's all I'm saying. Okay. But I ain't never had no complaints about where I went, you know what I mean? But I do have a different style. I like hats. So I wear hats, that match, my outfit. I wore all type of hats, cowboy hats, what they call them. I like men's hats, the ones, with that like my grandpa used to wear. Those are the ones I really like. But then I probably have like 100 hats down there. Because men started, there was this guy, I didn't know who he was at first. I didn't know he was the one doing it. But every Friday he was putting a hat in my mailbox. And then I think I told y'all the story. One weekend, I think it was a weekend. I guess he got drunk. I was on webcam, right? I was downstairs on the webcam, and somebody knocked at the door, like at midnight. And so I was like, "Who is it?" And it was the neighbor. He, in the cul-de-sac, and so I opened the door, and he was like, he confessed his love for me. And then he informed me that he's the one who been buying me the hats. He's like, it's nice to see you when you wear my hats. And I was like, oh my God, it was the white dude in the cul-de-sac, y'all, buying me the hats every goddamn week. But I like those hats. He was like, but I noticed that you like wearing hats. I started buying them for you. I was like, oh damn. But I did have to go up. He put me in a bad predicament because hubby was upstairs asleep. And I was thinking, if I don't tell hubby, then it gonna look like I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, right? So I had to go upstairs. I woke him up. I said, hey, there's a man downstairs. I said, please don't hurt him. I said, I think he's drunk. I said, but I said, babe, don't hurt him, right? Because I know hubby got a jealous streak, and now there's this man out there telling him that he loved me. Hubby want to fight. And so I said, please don't hit him, babe. I said, he drunk. I said, but come on. And then he went down and he said, and he told my husband that he loved me. He said, I love you.
Oh man, Bob.
So my husband that he loved me. And and hubby looked like he was about to jump on him. And then
of course.
Yeah. And he said, okay, bro. He said, okay. And yeah. Listen, I have some stories.
He should have bought Mr. Baum a knife, and that would have smoothed things over, because the guy must have been inebriated for him to just walk up to your husband talking about, I love your wife. That's crazy.
Well, he didn't walk up to hubby. Remember, he was already at the door.
Okay.
I went up and got hubby while he was sleeping, told him and the only reason I did that, like I said, I didn't want him to fight. I didn't want this man to think that he could come to my door and I keep it a secret from my husband. If that makes sense. Because suppose hubby would have found out later that somebody came to the door at midnight and I didn't get him. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh shit, like, okay, let me go up. Huh? Yeah, it was at midnight. Hubby would be sleeping, I would be on webcam. So I was downstairs on this particular night on webcam. And apparently he used to watch me on webcam. So he was drunk and he came knocking at the door. Because he started telling me he watched me and, and then he loved me, been loving me for a while. And I knew he was drunk because I know this man. Like I knew him as far as I knew his name because, we lived on the same street. And I used to say hi to him all the time when I walked by. He said hi back. And he was a nice guy. He was a nice guy. He just put me in a predicament. That's all. About knocking at the door. Because if I wouldn't have told hubby would have been mad if he found out. So I had to make a decision. So I woke him up. And I also woke him up so I don't want nobody thinking that they could come knocking at the door at midnight like that. And I also told you, look, we was living in that same house when the neighbor's son, which I found out wasn't her son, but he told me that was his mother. But he actually was the boyfriend of that lady's daughter. This dude tried to break in my house. He waited for the kids, and he waited for hubby to go to work and the kids to go to school. And then he came to come break in the door in my house. But one of my sons had missed the bus on purpose, by the way. So I was mad because I knew he missed it on purpose. He went out there first, and my second son caught the bus and he didn't. So he come back telling me he missed the bus. Like, you missed the bus. He was out there in time. But that's what they, you know how kids are. When they didn't want to go to see, you want to go to school. So I was mad at him, and I told him he couldn't go to his room. I told him to go sit on that couch, and if I decided to bring him, I was gonna bring him, right? So he's on the couch, and of course he lays down on the couch. I just didn't. He wasn't allowed to go to his room. That's all. And then he heard somebody coming through the back door, trying to get in. He wouldn't have been able to get in anyway because hubby had a bar at the door. And then we had a big at the back door too. That he would have never got in. But he was trying to break in. And my son runs up and says, somebody trying to break in. I said, what? I said, you sure? He said, yeah. So I looked down because my bedroom, you know, you can look out the back window and see down. And the little boy, well, not little boy. I call him a little boy because he was young. He was in his teens, but late teens, like 19, 18, 19. He's trying to break in. And I think to myself, this little motherfucker, right? Because I'm up all night. I mean, I'm sleeping in the daytime. And he knew everybody was gone. So what y'all think he was going to do? Breaking in for what? That little boy dead. You know, broke into somebody's house. He used to sell drugs. Broke into somebody's house to rape them, and they killed him. And he lucky he didn't get killed that day. So when I gave my son the shotgun, right? I said, because I didn't want to kill a little boy, right? I don't want to shoot the little boy, and I don't want to have to really call the police on him. I'm thinking to myself, damn, I don't want to call the police on this little boy, right? I know he can't get in. So I don't know. I don't know if it was a good idea, but to me at the time, it's the only thing I could think of. So I told my son, I said, here, you hold the shotgun. I said, I'm going to lift up the blinds. I said, he going to see you holding that shotgun there. Right? I said, and then he'll go about his business. So I pulled the blind up, my son holding the shotgun. He looked at him and then he run. And that was it. I don't know if that was a good idea. Apparently not, because he ended up dead anyway. Maybe I should have called the police, you know? Maybe he'll be still living. I don't know. But I don't feel no guilt, but that's fucked up. I be thinking like, you know, how was that gonna end for him? Was he gonna kill me? Because I think about it. He knows I know who he is. So if he break in my house, right, and attack me, because he used to offer me money to have sex with me all the time. First it started out as him taking me out, and I was like, I'm married. Then it started out of him taking me out and flashing his money, and you know, I'll give you this. Then you know, and then he started offering me big money, and I was like, I'm not interested. And then tries to come through the back door. My kids had to deal with a lot, you know, being boys, watching men do strange things through the years. It's weird. I used to think that men would respect children, you know, like when they see me with my sons, they would respect that. But no, they would walk right up and act like you got a son? Oh, I'll be his daddy.
Yeah, that's what attracts them. Yeah, predators look for things like that. They figure, hey, you got some kids, you
That's
got
the
a
word,
set routine,
predator.
and you're gonna be in the same area at a certain time every single day or around the same time. That way they have a you know, instead of, oh, she ain't got no kids, she could be any fucking where or fucking with anybody. Yeah, they don't want that. They don't like that shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the mentality, rather.
Whoa.
Well, anyway, I used to think they would stay away because of kids. Like I
Oh,
remember.
No, the mentality of a predator is about opportunity, right? And say, for instance, that a man sees a woman that has children. He knows that she has to provide meals for those children. So thereby, if he can get into her good graces, he can eat. You know,
Mhm.
that's what I'm saying. Like predators, that's what they do. They look for opportunities where they can take advantage of an already established situation.
Oh, okay. So
And
wait,
we're
so
only
they
talking
call
about,
predators. We're not talking about predators who mess with children. We just talking about people who prey
No,
on situation.
right,
Why
situation.
they call the predator though? Why is not
Because
just called?
because it's opportunistic as well. Like
But aren't we
predator,
all after? Aren't we all that way? Like you date
that's
a person,
America.
huh?
That's America. We look for opportunity. Yeah, the land of
Yeah.
opportunity is America. America is the land of opportunity. So yeah, I guess in a sense we all are opportunistic
Yeah.
because
Like
that's yeah. So
you
but
only
when it
gonna
comes
date.
to the word predator, I get what you're saying, that it has a different feel to it because it means that you're attacking somebody that doesn't deserve it. So yeah, that's a different aspect of the word predator.
Oh,
Predator
okay.
means that they're trying to devour something that doesn't belong to them.
yeah, something unwanted. So especially if you have let them know, even if it's indirectly or you're giving them signs, you have let them know, hey, this ain't the thing, or I don't want to, like you said, and they still keep coming. So yeah,
Oh, I
it's
see what
different
you're
from
saying.
opportunity. Yeah,
They
that's no
Okay.
can't take
longer,
no for an answer.
yeah, that's no longer Joe Schmo
Right.
just trying to find a friend or somebody. You know what I'm saying? That's on some different shit. What's
They
up,
can't
Eddie?
Right.
take no for an answer.
Oh my I gotta unplug my computer for a minute. So it
Okay,
may
okay. Yeah, we
so
got
if
you. We
I
got you. Yeah.
okay, so I
Yeah.
hope I'm able to plug it where I need to plug it in time. So
Good.
but okay, wait, let me make both y'all cold just in case. But uh are you cold already? I think, right? Yeah. Let me make sure. Oh no. What away? Okay, let's go. Okay.
Mm.
What's up, Aries Queen? Miss Kaylin? Kira, what's up?
Happy Friday,
Mr. Kira?
everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it going today on Friday. I know she kind of faked us out yesterday. Everybody was waiting on to come back. We're gonna keep it going. Somebody said they want Freaky Friday for later, so how y'all get on Friday?
Okay, it didn't shut off on me. I'm
Oh,
shocked.
great, yeah.
It may do. This thing crazy.
She
Oh
said,
man.
hey.
Yeah. I just had to plug it somewhere else because I moved. But yeah. But okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
that aspect, yeah.
Man, I had some crazy like when I first got pregnant with my first son. As soon as I started showing, even before I started showing, because I was excited about being pregnant. So I bought maternity shirts, which because they built big, it made you look like you're pregnant even before I was showing.
Yeah.
But I used to think that would keep men away, but no. I used to think, like I was gonna be safe. And when I mean safe, I'm not talking like I was thinking that men not gonna just approach. Because it seemed like everywhere I went, there would be men approaching. And I'm young, but I know men think that all women want that, but that's not true. Where you want it's still today when I go places, like there's some man in my face. And I'm nice, right? I'm nice, so I'm not mean, I'm not cussing at him or telling him
Yeah,
he's thirsty. I don't do that, right?
yeah,
But the idea,
you attract a lot of different you know what I'm saying, emotions and types. So that's just you.
yeah.
My mom told me that I was the same way. She's telling me that I'm the same way because she's not. Now, even though, she made it her career as a teacher, one looking outside would think, hey, she's a teacher, so she must get along with people. No, my mother is very anti and has been very antisocial her entire life. She don't like to be around people. But she told me that my attraction, friendly, the way I speak, I don't come off as arrogant, that I attract a lot of different, you know what I mean? Some good people, some not so good people, and all different types of people. So that's a
Right.
thing. Yeah, that's a thing. Just like you said, small children, you know, smaller than Leaky's age, you know, 1, 2 years old. If someone come in the room, if a grown person come in the room and they own some bullshit, they know it too. They may
Yeah,
not
they can
say
tell.
nothing directly, like, hey, that's a bad man, or I'm, you know, they may not, but yo, somebody giving off some
Little
bad vibes,
children
hey,
do,
yo,
yeah.
they feel that
Little
shit.
children can pick that up, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You can see it in their eyes.
Yo.
Even though they can't form complete sentences, you can
Hey,
see it in their eyes like something wrong with that bitch.
yo. And this is coming from somebody that don't have kids, so how I fucking know that shit?
Yeah, they got kids who could pick up on it.
Yeah. You know how a crooked person walk up to a child, oh, hey, baby, how you doing? And the child give them that look like
Yeah,
that's when you know that child is sensing something about that person's spirit,
yeah,
you
man.
know.
Bullshit.
But when a child is open arms and welcoming, they sense that spirit, you know. So children know.
Yeah, you gotta watch that because I see some parents will make their kids, oh, be nice to him or her, you know.
Yeah,
And
sometimes it can go, yeah, the other way, yeah. You don't want your child accepting any old body, you know. But yeah, that's like a double-edged sword too, especially in the city. You know, I came up in the Chicago area doing that. But it's, you know, I ain't gonna necessarily say don't shit happen in the rural areas, because shit do, but you know, it's different dynamics. But I wasn't on no, I remember when I was coming up, yeah, just know any old man could be around my mama. Like straight the fuck up.
yeah, that's how
Even if he had money and shit, I ain't give a fuck.
yeah, that's
Like,
how my
straight up.
youngest son,
Yeah.
man. Ooh, baby, he was very protective.
Hell yeah, boy.
And my oldest son, you know, I guess he like me, but not because he's nice, but he's anti also, like you said. They
Yeah,
don't,
standoffish,
he don't talk.
yeah.
Wait, yeah, but he's not really standoffish. He just don't talk much.
I got
you know. And if you ask him a question, his answer be so basic too. It's like he give you the answer and that's it. Kind of like his dad, I guess, in a sense. Yeah. But my youngest son, ooh Lord, he would stay right there by my side, and these men trying to talk to me, and he looking up at him, and I was like, I'm putting my sons in the car, right, so they can get in the car seat, and these men are right there talking to me, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, dude, and myself, I'm thinking, why? Like, I have sons. Why are you talking to me when you don't see my sons? And I would tell them I'm married, but it did not work. Men don't care. You can have a friend. Like, so wait, you want to be my friend, but I'm married? Like, what about me that you want to be friends with me? You don't even know me. You just see me at the store. So I already know it's bullshit. You know, of course I know that, but I be wondering, like, what's the man thoughts after a woman says she's married? Now, not all of them do that. I've come across men who are very respectful. As soon as they see I'm married, and then they apologize.
Yeah.
Now I tell them you don't have to apologize. Thank you, you know, and then they be going their way, but they got the ones who, but can't you be? We could be friends. You know what I mean? And then now I'm thinking I must be in danger because now I told you I'm married. Then I said, nah, I can't do it. Right? I'm telling, can't cheat. Then he's like, well, can we be friends? And I'm like, nah. And then now I'm thinking, okay, the next step, like this dude want me to tell him no 4 or 5 times. How is this shit gonna work out? And that's when I would end up giving him a number. Now, it used to be a fake number until you couldn't do that no more, you know, because they was calling your ass in front of you, right? Telling you to lock it in. This was when you paid per the minute for a minute.
They'll go ahead and pay it. They'll risk it. They'll risk
They
it.
sure would, just to hear your phone ring. And they'll say, okay, but that's my number. Like, but if I used to give them a number, and then when it didn't ring, they'd be like, I would tell them, oh, I gave you my home house number. And so that worked for a while until that didn't work no more. Because most people got rid of their home phones. I still have my home phone. I don't know the number, but
Yeah, 1998 was the last time I had a house phone.
damn, that far?
Hell yeah.
God damn.
I had a Nextel back then in 98 when Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky was out. I was on the Nextel.
Oh, okay.
And had a cordless phone. Yeah. And then the woman I moved in with, that was the last time I had a phone in my name. And then when I went to Kansas City in 2002, I never did get a landline. I kept a cell phone, just like I always had a cell phone. So.
Yeah.
Dad, did you ever walk up to a woman you didn't know and insist until she gave you her number?
No, that beg and insist.
That's for
just
lunatics.
never was
Only
me.
lunatics do that, right?
Yeah. I won't want nobody to do that to me.
When somebody says no, that's a complete sentence. And people with some sense, they understand that and they go elsewhere. They go on. But people that don't have sense, otherwise known as lunatics, they keep it going. They just keep it up and pester and pursue and harass and stalk and it's that's when it's time to understand that there's a lunatic on the loose, and feel free to use your firearm if necessary for those situations, because you don't know how far they'll take it. It's if somebody can't take no for an answer, you got to assume that they are a threat to your well-being. For real. I mean that. There are some people in this world that just are so crazy they can't take no for an answer. So you got to put them down, depending on the situation, how it goes. Or it doesn't have to get that far, because what I'm saying is some of them don't even understand the threat. Like, look, I don't want to have to get the authorities involved, type of conversation. If they don't respect that, then you know what you're dealing with. So everybody be careful out there, because that's the red flag. If somebody can't take no for an answer, when you say no, I'm not available for you, stop.
I don't think that's happening these days like that. Seems like the people not even asking for numbers. Based on what I'm hearing the young people say, the men not asking for numbers, the women not. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just I'm hearing online.
The words no and stop are clear indicators of cease your behavior. And if they don't understand that means they're crazy. Any decent person can respect no and stop.
Shit. I done had men follow me home from stores, from other places. Me walking, they follow me home. It's all kinds of shit. I told y'all the one guy who brought my mail. That was just like, not only, and the reason I guess that one stand out the most is because dude followed me home from a store and then went in my mailbox so he could know my name, and then had the nerve to bring my mail to the door. That was his excuse for knocking at the door. And that was so weird to me.
Yeah, because that's a federal crime.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. So that one stand out real bold. And so when he rang the doorbell, he reached me my mail, y'all. Nah, I'm thinking this dude, he knows my name. He knows my address because he done followed me home from a grocery store. And I wasn't there by myself, I was with my son.
This was Missouri.
No, this was here.
Oh, okay.
This stuff I'm talking about happened in the last 10 years.
Oh, okay.
Before we moved here, that's when that happened. We've been here almost 10 years. We've been here almost 10 years. I think this the 9th year. So like next month we'll be on our 10th year being here. So yeah, this is not when I was young. This is in my 40s. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not really out into being. I've never been. That's why people in Delaware. I've been here for a long time. The only people who know me, and they don't even know me. They just see me. You see what I'm saying? They see me because they see me in the neighborhood. So if I'm walking, I'm out there dealing with the kids and stuff like that. They know me that way. They don't get to know me. I'm not really. I don't like being around people like that. Like, cause I don't know. It's just that I don't know. But anyway, people follow me home, and that's so weird. You know, I went to the store. I'm at the store, me and my son, and this guy walks up and starts helping us put the groceries in the truck. Now, I'm thinking that that's one of my son's friends because he walked up so nice and smooth, y'all, and he's helping us take the stuff out the grocery basket and putting it in the truck, and he's talking. He's like, "Oh, how you doing?" And you know, and he's talking. Both me and my son talking back to him and everything, and then I say, "Okay, thank you for helping. Have a good day, right? Cool." And then when I get in the car and I drive away, I asked my son, I said, "What's your friend's name?" He said, "I don't know who that is." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I don't know who that was." He said, "I thought you knew." I said, "No." Cool. Okay. That's that time. You know, people, so that always happens. So that happened so often, but this time, because I was with my son, usually when men do that, depending on their age range, if they were young, like he was young, he was a young guy, probably looked like he was my son's age. That's why I assumed that it was somebody he knew. My son assumed everybody, because they know that a lot of kids and young adults know me. So I guess that's why he thought I knew him. My phone ringing. You gonna get me on my phone? Okay. You gonna bring it to me? Yeah. I don't know. I forgot they were supposed to call me back. I don't want to answer. That's the VA, y'all. The VA called me.
You gotta set up another appointment?
Yeah. They used to let shit go, but they don't let shit go no more.
Yeah,
Keep
I
calling.
think it's some new mandates that came down under the new regulations and shit.
That's good though. That's good, huh?
Yeah.
Remember the good
They've been
old
trying to
days?
straighten it up, you know.
Remember the good old days when you could be a no-show? They don't play that anymore. You have to
Yeah.
actually cancel and reschedule the appointment, or it goes into some type of database of being a non-compliance patient, you know, and
Oh,
then
really?
yeah, they tabulate no shows.
Oh,
That wasn't the case about a few years ago. That
right.
wasn't the case. If
Yeah,
you was a no show, they just kept it moving. But now
yeah,
they're tabulating
they're not letting
who
it go.
specifically are no shows. Yeah.
Yeah, because these people, man.
So
Well,
if you
I
do,
don't know.
if you know, to me, it's better to reschedule, and then show up and say, well, I decided to come, as opposed to, you know, I'll see if I feel like it on that day, and then be tabulated as a no-show, because apparently, you know, they're starting to do like credit ratings. They're starting to infiltrate. They're crazy, man. They're starting to really tabulate no-shows for appointments. They're starting to do that. It's crazy.
I get it. Because you know it does cause to cancel when they can put somebody else in. But you know, I don't trust them. You know, they're not trustworthy. Because I went to an appointment and went there and was there for a while, and just for this woman to talk to me.
Oh yeah, you still in the case with that? What's going on with that case?
Oh, yeah, I forgot all about it. Remember, I made a complaint. Remember, they called me back.
Yeah.
And then I was supposed to, I was supposed to call back, right?
I thought they made the last disposition. They were doing some evaluation. At least that's what you told. That's the last thing I heard. You might have did something after that.
Yeah, but they called me. Didn't they call me?
Yeah, they called you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they called me. Yeah. So I don't know. Remember, I didn't like that appointment.
Yeah.
And so I went to the patient advocate. Patient advocate ended up calling me, and then I made a complaint. Remember, the doctor called me.
Right.
And then I made a complaint to the doctor. Oh, so they supposed to contact me, and it's been a while, so I'm gonna reach back. Because then I talked to the doctor, didn't I?
Yeah,
Live.
directly.
I thought I was live.
Yeah,
directly.
Directly, yeah.
Yeah. But it wasn't it wasn't the doctor I spoke to. It was her supervisor.
Yeah, her supervisor.
Yeah, that's right.
Meant.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Okay.
So she was getting the information from you, and then I thought she said she was going to do an evaluation and get back with you.
Yeah, but they didn't get back. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Because you can't.
They got me put down as won't cooperate with medication, because that's what gets on my nerves about them. They always trying to medicate somebody. It's like, look, I'm not interested in your pills. Okay. If anything, I'm interested in your resources. What I'm looking for is something other than medication, but they're not trying to hear that. So what I had to do was come up with something, dare I say, slick. I said, okay, this is what I think will help me. And as it turns out, it's an over-the-counter medication. Like, you know what, this antihistamine drug Benadryl, right? There's a medical term. I think it's dihydramine or anyway, there is a medical term otherwise known as Benadryl. I said, this is the prescription that I would like, because they're starting to make it seem like if you're not getting prescriptions from them, like pills, I'm not talking about anything else, pills. If you're not getting any type of pill prescribed to you from them, they are talking dirty in the notes under your fucking name. They're like, the patient doesn't comply with medication. Patient is uncooperative with medication. They keep emphasizing medication. I'm like, okay, you motherfuckers want to prescribe me something? Go ahead and prescribe me something that's equivalent to an antihistamine, otherwise known as Benadryl. And that's all I get. I get anti-allergy medication. I'm not, because that's what they push. They push you into a corner. Like, so you obviously here for some medication. You obviously here because you need something. They push you into this corner. Like, you can't seek their medical resources unless you have a prescription of some pill. And that's the only one I came up with, a damn anti-allergy. I don't want nothing else under my name. You know?
Yeah, they don't do that to me. They don't, they don't.
It depends on who it is. I'm just talking about, my situation.
Yeah. Yeah, so no, they don't. They
I
don't
resorted to them prescribing me an anti-allergy medication. I don't want all that other bullshit they trying to push off on me. They introduced me to all types of crazy shit. I'm like, no, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you. And next thing you know, you're being labeled as a non-compliant to medic. It's some term they use that, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, they give me my my vitamin.
And it's in red letters.
Huh?
It's in red letters. Like, I saw it on the screen. Like they bring up
Oh,
your name and they will indicate whether or not you are a compliant patient or a
mhm.
non-compliant patient in red letters when they type in your name. That shit is crazy to me. Like you don't
Yeah.
have a choice in the matter. It's crazy.
Well, I guess it
So,
depends on what medicine they think that you need and whether you take it or not. But vitamins, I do get the vitamins from them. So you don't get your vitamins from them? Because
no,
anything over the counter,
I buy my own
multivitamin.
vitamins. The vitamins they give me are tablets, and I'm not, I'm a capsule person, so
And so your
I
gears action. They got the capsules.
okay, I'll look for that
They
next time.
I
I
think they
want
even have
capsules.
I think they even have jelly. What they call them things? The ones that you eat,
Gummies.
gummies. Yeah. So you
Now
just
if
have
they
to
could
tell them.
prescribe me some marijuana, that would be cool.
But they can't. But I
I'll,
heard but they can't because they're federal. But I heard that if you have the card and they are your prescribers, that you'll get it. It's
Yeah,
some kind of way they can work. Huh?
she can get it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can get it.
Silent was trying to tell you how to do it, Miss Mother. Back in August.
Yeah.
He's
So I
not doing it, but he
I
was
got an
telling us how to
aunt.
do it.
I got an aunt who's a pharmacist or works in the pharmacy industry, and she was saying the shocking thing about that. What was shocking to her was how she had to roll joints as a prescription.
Oh, that's how they do it. Yeah,
She had to roll joints and put it in the prescription bottle.
yeah. The little tubes, all that.
Yeah.
Really, I don't want no joint. I don't want to smoke. But is there another way that I can? Because it can't be no worse than the medicines I'm on. You know what I'm saying? In fact,
I was like rolling
it should
joints.
be better. But I just don't want to
Uh,
smoke nothing. I ain't never
no,
smoked nothing.
not the smoke, not the smoke. The cannabis itself.
Yeah. So remember, I was supposed to make that butter. Remember, I was looking into it that we was looking into it that weekend. And then I bought everything. And then I just didn't do it. I was looking at the different processes. So they had different processes. One where you got to bake it. The other one, people wasn't really baking it. One where, they was making it with butter. And I still was looking for original butter. Not one where I got to buy butter sticks and then make it and add it to it when I can make my own butter. But I don't want the whole house smelling like no marijuana. Huh?
Everybody in the house fucked up and shit.
No. But I heard if little butter, you can make a whole batch of cookies, and the cookies will be your medicine. But if you use a little bit, it won't have. I heard people be eating candies and they get messed up. But you got to just use a tiny little bit when you make the candy. But I think people didn't know that at first. They was extracting out of the marijuana, then placing it in the butter, and then using if the recipe called for 2 sticks of butter, they're using a whole 2 sticks of butter, and all that is marijuana, and so that all that would get you all messed up on them cookies and the candy. But I think now people know just to use a little bit. You use the other butter. Yeah, if it comes for 2 sticks of butter, use 1 and maybe 1.5 sticks of regular butter, and then a little portion of the marijuana butter, and infuse that in the cookies. So, but I do have somebody in the family. She has some type of machine, she says, that make it. But I still haven't tried it. Because I can't just be trying no marijuana, y'all. I can get called up on a P test at any time with my medical team. So a couple of things got to be in my system. My medicine that I'm supposed to take supposed to be in my system, and also no other drugs, especially illicit drugs, better be in my system. So that might be why when you said that they might, if they have given you medicine and then you saying you're not taking the medicine, then that's what they That might be why they classify you that way. Because then now they gave you medicine that they could have gave to somebody
They
else. And
gave me nothing other than what I told them to give me. That because they used to play that game, prescribe, hey, take this and prescribe it to me. I tell them I don't want anything but allergy medication. If it has something to do with allergy, cool. Anything else that they talking about, I'm not going to accept it. And that's why they classify me as non-compliant or non-cooperative. I'll put it that way, non-cooperative with medication, because I don't accept their suggestions. I tell them what I want, and they don't like that. They don't like when a patient goes in there and tells them what they want, as opposed to like adhering to their suggestions. They want the patient to accept their suggestions, and I don't do that.
right. Yeah, they definitely don't want you to tell them what you want, especially when it comes to drugs.
I tell them what I want. I don't. They can suggest till the cows come home. I'm not going to accept their suggestions, and that's what they don't like.
I guess so. They asking why you come to the hospital if you're not gonna take their medical suggestions.
Why you come here?
Yeah, like why?
Because it's a process. It's a process. I mean, they are a system. They are a healthcare system. So there's a process to utilize them to access something that contributes to my well-being. It's just that I'm not going to submit my self-will. And that's what they don't like. They don't like a strong-willed patient. They don't. Now, I'm not belligerent. I'm not out of order. I just receive the suggestion and I say, no, thank you. I would rather have this. And to them, that is non-cooperative.
Yeah, especially if Benadryl doesn't have nothing to do with what the issue is. Let's say the issue.
It has everything to do with the issue. The issue, like when it comes to my specific situation, right? Take autoimmunity, right? Autoimmune diagnosis, right? I don't know if you've heard of that, but yeah. So they are wanting to suggest certain medications that address autoimmunity. And what I told them is that I'm more comfortable, emphasis on comfortable, and that's what gets me by. I'm more comfortable. I use that white girl talk, okay? I use that white girl talk. I'm more comfortable, and that's what gets me by, because I use that white girl talk. I'm more comfortable with the antihistamine that will prevent any, occurrences. So I use words like comfortable. I'm more comfortable with this to prevent occurrences, and that's what gets me by. So they can't accuse me of being belligerent or out of order, because I'm using, as we can say on this Black YouTube, white girl terms. Because that's how you got to talk to these people. You got to talk to those people in a way that puts a mirror in their face. Are you here to make me comfortable or not? And when you tell them I would be more comfortable, that brings them to pause, because that is their chief mission, to enhance the comfort of their patients. So I just tell them I would be more comfortable with the antihistamine as opposed to this medication out of the blue that you're suggesting. And then they say, well, report back to us. We'll keep not report back to, I guess they say the word report, but report back to us, how that's going for you. But they don't get mad. They just do it. But in your notes, and see, there's a certain floor in the administrative section of the hospital where you can retrieve the notes that doctors are typing about their examination and sessions with you. And I've read where, she's very strong-willed. She won't cooperate with my suggestions of medication. She insists that, I think she's been looking up Google, just crazy stuff, right? But they don't like strong-willed patients. I don't consider myself to be strong-willed. I just I'm just assured of what is safe for my system, as opposed to them experimenting with me like a damn guinea pig. You know, I've been associated with them since 95, and everything that they've ever tried to have me take into my mouth has been questionable. Like I've been prescribed things that I intentionally wouldn't take because I just wanted it to be on paper that I took it. Okay. I just wanted it to be on paper. But now that I'm in a position where I don't have to be concerned about that, I'm not gonna be in contact with them for anything other than what I find useful for me. What I find useful for me, not what they suggest is useful for me. Let's keep in mind there was a time that I had to come out of a situation where I damn near had one foot in the grave. And it wasn't them that brought me back from it. It was my own common sense. So I find them useful and I don't mind keeping a relationship with them, but you're not going to expect that I'm obligated to your suggestions. Anyway, enough of that spiel. What else y'all got on your mind? Because everybody's situation is different. You know, Bomb, yours is different. Every veteran who goes to the VA, their situation is different. I'm just talking about mine as an individual. It ain't got to be for everybody, you know.
Okay, y'all, I'll be right back. Y'all continue talking. I gotta go downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I think the t-shirt package came, so I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Deb. Talking about fighting, right? You were saying that, you know, there was a time you said that people like it when I'm aggressive. Do you, or something to that effect? Do you remember that conversation? Are you here?
Yeah. That's gonna be me coming in on the phone.
Yeah. I, I think people have more sense than that, Dev. I think people appreciate that I can come off as multifaceted as opposed to just being a one-trick pony. You know, like when you said that, it made me feel as if you think I'm a one-trick pony, Dev. Like, oh, Mela, all you good for is being aggressive with people, you know? And I want you to tell me that I misinterpreted you. I see you coming in. Okay.
Yeah, you misinterpreted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You got two channels on the panel. One is echoing.
All right, I'll stop the echo now. Can you hear me now?
All right, cool.
So I just was telling you what was the thing that kept coming them the way the thing that kept making them come like they was coming. So I am aware that you are have been accustomed to coming in contact with Black men that have been judging you and prejudging you and assuming that you're this type of woman and stuff like that. So it ain't no, you know, whatever. That's what people do. People make assumptions and whatever. But yeah, I never assumed that you were one type of way, and you know, not being able to hold a conversation. I mean, obviously, you know how to hold a conversation. You've been, you know, quite voiceful and expressive, you know, on many different topics. So I know what the quote unquote angry Black woman is like, and There is no angry black woman on this channel. Don't no woman come over here and depict somebody that's always in a bad mood, playing and fussing about every goddamn fucking thing, no matter what. There's nobody that comes onto this channel like you're not one of them. So I was saying the feistiness. You can be feisty without being mad or actually wanting to physical fight. You can be feisty. You just happen to, tip over to that particular area. That's in response. Yeah.
I was just
Yeah,
wondering.
most of your stuff is in response.
I was just wondering.
You're not you don't pop up on panels. People are talking about building a community and real estate, and you want to start a fight with a dude. No, you're not doing that.
Yeah. I gotta admit, people want to show. They want to hear or see a combination thereof. They want to show. And a lot of times there will be somebody that will spark something unnecessary in the interest of getting a quote unquote show started, right? Those kind of exploits happen. And as far as these YouTube conundrums, otherwise known as YouTube beef, I have to ask myself, not that it's anybody else's concern for the most part, what is this really about? Like, what is that really about? Like, is it a grievance? Is it a viable grievance? Or is it just eruptive emotions? I say it's eruptive emotion. And I've been a part of this so-called Black YouTube stuff for approximately 6 years, if not more. And throughout the history of recalling it all, it's emotional eruptions. Very rarely is there an actual grievance. Some people have a grievance if someone has been caught lying to them, like literally telling them a bold-faced lie to their face. That's a grievance. And there are people that, they go off into the stratosphere of airing that grievance out. And then there are those who just don't like the sound of somebody's voice. They don't like their talking points. They don't like how they look. They don't like that they new on the scene and everybody's paying attention to them. That to me, that's a emotional eruption. Have you, now that I've said that, is that distinction valid, or am I trying to make separate compartments out of something that shouldn't be separated? That's if you was listening to what I was saying in the first place.
What?
I'm not gonna repeat myself, Dev. The audience heard.
I'm moving. I'm moving around.
That's cool. What you got going on today? How you feeling? I know you working, and I took for granted that you were not moving around. So I took that for granted. That's on me. What you got going on today, and how can we help?
Today is Friday. Sure. Now, I told you what I've been doing all week. I've been looking at the jump off videos.
Has anybody asked you how they can help you today?
Nah.
Isn't it wonderful when somebody asks, how can I help you?
Yeah.
And they mean it?
Yeah.
Damn, I think, yeah, those little things like that, like how are you doing? And you can tell they mean it. How can we help you? how can I help you? You know, like when people mean what they say, when they say happy Friday, and you know they actually want you to have a happy day.
Yeah.
Those are good feelings, man. But Black YouTube isn't built around good feelings. Not since I've been around. Not since I've been hearing it around, I should say. Not since I've been hearing it for the last several years. It's not built around good feelings. It's built around controversy. You know, I was having the last time I was on a panel was a few days ago, and I was talking to a brother I had never spoken to before, and we had a pleasant enough conversation about how it would appear that the intent of Black YouTube is to determine who can out humiliate who. That was really an interesting conversation. And what I like with Bomb, when I didn't hear the entire live stream before I joined, but what I did hear is that she's past it. She's past the let me see you the challenge baton, right? Like the challenge baton thing. Like I said this about you. Now what you gonna say about me? Oh, you said that about me. Here's what I got to say about that whole challenge baton thing. It would appear that as Bomb's grandson is getting older, she's really no longer interested in those types of challenges. And that would go for a handful of people, a number of people that I'm aware of. They've grown past it. So I guess I'm going to bring this to this question that I hope you hear right now. What is the future of Black YouTube if we are no longer interested in humiliating each other? You know what I'm saying? Like what's left? If we're no longer interested in fighting, right? The back and forth, fighting, who can out humiliate who? If we're no longer interested in that because we're adults and been there, done that, and we know better, what is the history of these channels that we can look forward to? I think we can just talk.
So are you assuming that that's not happening right now? Like, there's plenty of channels that Black people go to, and they just do
I'm just talking about this channel. This channel.
What do you mean? This ain't no beef channel.
That's what I'm saying. This channel at times gets panel guests that want to start crap, right? And now that those of us who are familiar with this channel find it no longer interesting to start crap, you know, what do you think we can do? Just have conversations about current events and occasionally make fun of each other? Like what do you I'm asking you only because you've dedicated a lot of your time to hosting this channel. That's the only, I wouldn't ask this to anybody else but you. You've dedicated a lot of time to hosting this channel, enough for me to ask you, what do you envision the future of this channel to be? Is it a all talk, all are welcomed, all talk channel? All are welcome to talk channel? Or that's what I think. All are welcome to talk. It serves a great purpose, in my humble opinion. All are welcome to talk. You know, there are people that can't stand holding panels, right? They're just, they don't have the patience for it. They don't have the patience for entertaining people that would hint, just would hint that they want to join the panel And as it turns out, they're from some area of the globe that we ain't never heard of. You know, there are people that just want to join a panel, and Bomb welcomes them, and it's up to them whether or not they act up. You know, if they act up, of course we're gonna point it out. But for the most part, I think that what I like most of all is that all are welcome to talk, like everybody. She's welcomed people from around the world, and she has been honest with whether or not they're annoying or enriching. And I find that kind of good, you know. And I don't like it when people say crap about her channel. I don't like it, you know. It's like, who the
Yeah.
hell else is out there welcoming people to hit the link no matter who you are so we can have a conversation, you know? Who else does that I'm aware of? I'm not aware of anybody that does that. But maybe I don't get around like I should. I only listen to nutrition videos and Black YouTube. That's all I do. So I think the future of this channel is intact, and I like the fact that she's handling any opposition as this ain't new to me. You know what I'm saying? That to me, that's what I gather. Like, this ain't new to me. Now what? You know. So I like that she is in the mode of stick and stay, and I like that. You know, I like she she has perseverance. So I respect that. Anyway, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be listening. I'll be listening. I'm gonna switch it from headphones to a speaker, and I'm gonna step away for a few moments. I'll be right back. I hope Bomb comes back soon.
All right.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, y'all caught me in the deli. I'm trying to stay close to the front so the signal won't go out. Oh, I'm going to see if I got it. Hey, what's up? Give me one on this side. What? Yep. Yeah, just one on the left. Yeah. Oh, let me check the chat. My bad. Let's see. Okay. I seen what's some call come in. What's up? Trinity, Mr. Killer, and LB. Oh yeah, Kamikaze. Yeah, Mr. Killer said that was a mistake, so don't worry about that. All right, thanks a lot. Thanks. What's up, Miss Valerie? I'm low key trying to make a deli run. They're trying to force me to pay $4 for a loaf of bread. So I'm on strike on that shit. I'm protesting that. I'm not doing that shit. I just stopped eating bread and shit. You ain't gonna never get me to pay $4 for no goddamn bread. I don't give a fuck if I got food stamps or whatever the fuck. Free $4 or whatever. Voucher. Some assistance, government assistance. I'm not gonna never put the government assistance on goddamn it. $4 is damn near same as $5 to me for a loaf of bread. It ain't all that damn good.
Man, I took a picture. We was in the Dollar Tree, right? Went to the
Yeah.
Dollar Tree and I saw a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
And the loaf of bread was a little mini mup loaf.
Yeah, they got
They
him in there.
They done reduced the size.
Yeah, they got him in there.
It was so funny to me. I took a picture of it. I was like, what the hell? Then they had some crayons. I took a picture of some crayons that y'all that said that it's flavored like Starburst crayons.
Yeah.
But they for kids.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they put Starburst on crayons? Is they
Knowing
trying
they
to get
gonna
on the
put
kid?
Yeah,
Right.
knowing they're gonna put it in their mouth.
It don't make no goddamn sense
Yeah.
to me. So I'm thinking, so I took a picture. I was like, this don't make no sense. Why would they make a Starburst, I guess, smelling crayons? I think that's what it was saying. For children.
Yeah, that's cruel right there.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit. That don't make no sense.
Yeah.
They wanted us to keep things out our mouths. And today it seems like trying to get them to put dangerous and toxic things in their mouth.
Yeah.
That don't make no
I remember when them candy sticks that came out that looked like cigarettes came out. Boy, my mama was mad as hell when that shit came out.
I remember those, man. And remember us playing like we were smoking with them too.
Yeah.
You know, it was just sugar sticks.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But shit, she ain't even like that.
But that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying though that today's candy is different. Back then, that candy was a simple sugar. It was just
sugar. That's it.
That's all it was sugar, y'all. It's a stick. In fact, my grandson just made Kool-Aid, and he wasted a little bit of sugar, and I told him it's okay, it tastes good, and he tasted it. He been licking his fingers ever since. He keep dipping his fingers in the sugar. You know, that's sometimes safer than this bullshit. Safer for them to give them basic regular sugar than to give them candy.
Yeah.
Because at least we know what's in sugar. It ain't nothing but sugar. Processed sugar cane.
Yeah.
Candy, they got things that's illegal in other countries, like yellow. Mm-hmm. And the different colors is what's illegal in other countries, y'all. Yeah. They put in our food just to make it appear okay. Why they if the stuff is good, why they gotta color it? Yeah,
because they know it's not it ain't gonna be good.
Sell. Right. But they make a lot of things.
When they start putting numbers on the artificial, like artificial number 6 and all that, I noticed that when I was a kid, and I remember asking my mom, so why they put the number on it? She said that's the number of the chemical.
That's the number of the what?
She said the number of the chemicals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so she was the first one that ever expressed to me in plain English that chemicals were being put into food that we eat. I never associated chemical in food and people eating it all in the same time until then. So
yeah. Well, the paper came in for me to make the shirt. I'm so glad they wait till 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, they say up to 10, yeah.
But usually it would tell me by 10 a.m. But this one said by 10, so I was like,
they probably was backed up. Yeah, their load was better backed up and shit. We want to be safe. It is Friday and shit. I did wait till the last minute to come over to this place. Trying to find me some German chocolate cake. That's what's taking so long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My mom used to make German chocolate cake.
Yeah.
I never made one. I didn't really like it.
Yeah. It was mostly the icing. Yeah, that's all it was, pretty much.
Oh, okay. I think so do we have pecans or peanuts or something in it?
Pecans? Yeah, you can make it with pecans if you like. I think the one she used to get had pecans in it. So yeah.
Yeah, that's
That-
what make it German. That's what make it a German chocolate cake.
Yeah,
If it don't
yeah.
have that, then it's not a German chocolate cake.
Yeah, yeah. Cause I sure had some that had the German chocolate on the label, or whoever gave it to me told me it was German, and I kept tasting for the nuts and never tasted them.
Oh yeah, but they didn't know that that's not a German.
Yeah,
That's what make it German. Otherwise, it's just a chocolate cake.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because out they chocolate is no different.
Right.
I mean, it may taste different. Maybe they put the nuts in the chocolate they put it on top, or
Nah, it was always in the icing.
I sit over there.
you put the iPad over there, not me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Oh, I gotta be careful of this speaker. My bad.
Put you in the car?
In the back of the deli.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, just one second.
Yeah, it had pecans, and did it have coconut on it also? That's why I
Yeah.
didn't like it. I don't like
Yeah.
coconut.
Mm-hmm. Coconut too, yeah.
Yeah, that's the part that my dad used to love. But something about coconut that I just didn't like it. It's gritty in your mouth to me, you know. Yeah. My mom used to make that. My dad loved it. My dad used to love coconut. And I kept dreaming about them this morning, but I think something must have was on TV because the dream kept the same dream, but it was crazy the way the dream went. It's like my dad had gotten Alzheimer's, but that didn't happen with my dad. So I'm assuming something was on TV, and I must have was hearing it while I was asleep, because I dreamt that me and my dad went somewhere to see some family members, and when we got there, he didn't remember anyone, and then he ended up, while we was on our way back home, he ended up dying. And so I woke up, and then I rewind the TV back to what I was looking at when I fell asleep, and then went back to sleep, and I dreamt the same shit again. So I think, since I do, I think I was half woke, half sleep, and I was listening to the show, and maybe that was the dream of the actual show. So me and Leek made some Kool-Aid, y'all. We made some Kool-Aid. I haven't made Kool-Aid in years.
Y'all ain't making pizza tonight? Man, this line long as hell.
And that sounds good, and I am hungry too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know. We'll go probably make a sandwich tonight or something. Because they got pizza at the party tomorrow, Pizza and chicken sandwiches.
It's gonna be one of them early parties, like 10 o'clock.
No, is that 1?
Oh, okay.
It's a kid's birthday party. It's at a place, at a venue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Almost like Chuck E. Cheese or something.
Yeah, but it's at a where the kids can tumble and.
Oh yeah, they're full. Yeah, they got a safari here. Yeah, they got a lot.
Yeah, and they can play laser tag and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, the full thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to mute while I'm over by this automatic cash register.
So the older kids can play laser tag, and they can jungle jump and that one of them places. They can bowl and all that. It's like 40 people. Ooh, it's hot. It's hot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. Well, You know, he got young parents. So, because you know, if it was me,
Mhm.
the party would have been at the house. It would have been in the clubhouse. You know, our neighborhood have a clubhouse, and we got a pool also. It would have been a pool party at the clubhouse. And I would have made the food, you know, and other family members, and we could have chilled out, you know, and we could have kept it all day.
Yeah.
But you know, when you go to these places, the longer you stay, the more it costs. I think they do like 1 hour, but we got 3 hours.
3 hours. Ooh.
Yeah, I know. Look, it's something like it's already expensive at each hour, but they
I know.
young parents. They're young parents. It's like
Yeah.
3 hours is a long time for a birthday party. That's true for a kid's birthday party, you know.
Yeah.
But they young. They don't know. You know, they want to go all out for their son.
Yeah.
I was like, all that money y'all paid them, we could have had a blast.
Yeah.
We could have had seafood. Look, we could have grilled. We could have did it all. He ain't even gonna remember this party, but you know. And where he's going, he go all the time anyway. His dad or his mom take him. You know, they always going to either a trampoline park or I don't think he's ever been to Chuck E. Cheese. Like Chuck E. Cheese is more up his speed too, right? He's about to be 4. That would have been a nice place to go. Much cheaper too. But they're young and it's all good. They want to do what they want to do with their son. Right. Silhouette blade was 2. Get me good. Anyway, I want to change the title, y'all, to this. My title is "Will Keep People Away Out of Course." If anything, I should have put a name in the title right there. But I'm done with her, y'all, because I just am. Hopefully, she'll move on to somebody else. It don't matter. It's gonna be the same content. Whatever she said about me, she's gonna say about them. And women on YouTube still gonna be stupid enough to deal with her just to get stabbed in the back. But that's how YouTube go. But you know, I got out of that area. You know what I mean? Because she want to go in the beef sector, and I don't even think I'm not sure if it's the beef sector or the black sector. Where
That's what I'm saying. People are using the word black YouTube
right.
as in every single person, every black person on YouTube is aware of all these little corners and channels and shit. And that's just not the case. I don't get it. They don't say white. They don't say white YouTube. Shit.
Yeah, so they do have a black sector, but I thought the black sector was where the pro-blacks were, but no, the black sector is a sector. I don't even know because it ends up being like beef, almost like beef, but they call it the black sector.
Right, because a lot of those early users were in the gossip. They were in the celebrity gossip era. Was a spinoff from the people that used to do the psychic shit.
Right.
So once a celebrity gossip, a few people got tired of that, and then once the internal beef started with moderators in the chat and all that shit, they just spent that shit off like that. But I know a lot of users were initially within that content that people. That was primarily their subject matter. What they was doing in Hollywood, and then if something jumped off in the chat or if something jumped off in their personal life, they'll spin that shit.
I gotta charge it. You want me to charge it? Okay. You gonna need daddy room? You go to your room? You gonna charge it here? Okay.
Ooh.
No, but if you go, wait, you can't go too far. You there. Okay, get right. You want yeah. Okay. You wanna let it charge? Look, he love he like it to be on he like it to be on the charger constantly. So now I have to let him take the charger, the wire, just the wire, and it don't be charging. Cause
Oh, leave it stuck to the tablet, yeah.
yeah, he think it's charging, but now it needs to be charged.
For real, yeah.
Because he had like 10%. Yeah, 10%, but they'll charge quickly with this Apple charger. It'll charge it up real fast.
Yeah.
But okay, so yeah, that makes sense. I'll be wondering why we ended up with something called the black sector. You know what I mean? Like if your content is for everybody, then. But yeah, if you end up getting on certain people's panels, YouTube do that too. YouTube is what forces us into this black sector and separates us. Because think about it, who really wants to separate themselves? They might be unless it is a pro-black area, where those group of people talk about pro-black things.
Yeah, the skinheads and the Aryan Nation and the Klan, all them meat, they got their own area. Yeah. Everybody that don't want to be fucked with nobody. Their channel's been up. Yeah. They
got a pro-white area. Let me find out. Shit, we'll be fighting them and shit. Fighting their talking points. I think if they stop dividing people up like that, our community would get better. You know what I mean? Other people's communities would be better. Just like I was watching, I was watching. I think it was I'm not sure if it was Black Mirror or something I was watching, but it was kind of showing, when we divided, like Black people who don't know much about white people. I get when we don't live around each other. I understand. Even when we live around each other, we end up still having differences in different things. Like I noticed that they'll say that we're loud and ghetto, but what they mean by that is that we may have a barbecue, we may have a whole block party. That's considered ghetto to white people. They also, when we talk, sometimes we're animated, right? You might talk with your hands a little bit, and I notice when somebody do that, white people think that you're being aggressive, but in our culture, that's normal. Right? We used to seeing a woman, it might be this certain type of woman, her head is shaking. And I also see when somebody is trying to express that they're serious, they may clap their hands like, bitch, don't make me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to us, that's not aggressive. That's just her. That's on him who do that,
Expressive. Yeah, expressive.
Yeah. But white people consider that to be aggressive. And so the thing is, though, we have been programmed to see
that's what
them.
they do. Because
we've been programmed to see them on TV.
Because that's how they react.
We've been programmed to see them on TV throughout our lives. And so we kind of, we're used to certain things, and we may not consider something they do that might be considered a threat as a threat. Because whether, the bullshit they put on TV, whether it's real or not, to a lot of us, that shit is real, And to them, it's real too. Like, man, watching some of the people in the way they dressed, I think he got knocked off, y'all. They think because a Black man may have on his pants and his sags, he automatically gangster. That don't make no goddamn sense, right? And then they think that the Black men who wear a belt on and their pants is a little not sagging, they think he's a Poindexter. Or y'all might not know what the term means, but like
I know what it means.
Yeah, we know because we old, But that he's lame, which is really ridiculous because, anybody can sag their pants or anybody can put a belt on. And so it could be just a fashion statement. And that's all it is really in our community. Right?
Mhm.
A lame can, and I don't even know what they mean by lame when the way they say it. And,
I'm
Yeah.
almost starting to think they mean non-aggressive.
I
Because
thought they meant
lame,
go ahead.
yeah, maybe socially awkward. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what lame kind of really means, socially awkward. But the way they're using it today, if he's not aggressive, then I guess they're calling him a lame. And I'm not sure. Like, it's so many people using these words all kinds of ways, and that's the messed up thing about our community. Our community do not use words the way they should be used, and therefore it can leave a lot of
Misunderstanding.
yes, misunderstanding. And there you go. People get killed over misunderstandings. People fight over misunderstandings. Like the other day, it was a misunderstanding. I counted when I stood back and I realized, okay, maybe maybe what I said and when I said it, maybe it was misunderstood. So I remember we was over there about Mew, and I forgot what exactly was said. And I said, well, some of these women don't need to be, what I said, some of these women, I think I said something like, we have to admit that some of these women shouldn't be protected or some shit like that, right? I forgot exactly what it was.
Mama,
Huh?
I need some more sugar pink.
You want some more sugar pink?
Sugar. Yeah.
I told you.
Sugar.
Clear.
He wants some
Clear
more
about
sugar.
that. Yeah.
You
He's
sure?
clear about that. Yeah.
Once I told him,
have
yep. Y'all heard him. He remembered that boy. He knew what it was called because I told him. I said, "Oh, it's sugar." Told you he liked it. Nikki, I'm gonna get some more sugar later, okay?
No, today.
I'm not saying tomorrow.
Hey.
He said today.
Yeah, he gonna be another age tomorrow. He gonna be old.
man, that's it.
I said I'm gonna give it to you later. No, today. I'm gonna give it to you today, just not right now, okay?
His
Right now?
he's been stimulated. Okay.
He
It's gonna
jumping
be
too.
difficult. It's gonna be difficult to talk him down from being stimulated off sugar.
Yeah,
Difficult.
but they say that's not true. That sugar does not have our kids being highly stimulated. That is one of them wild tales.
No,
Yeah. Think about it. Like,
this is
Well,
where you and I differ.
Yeah. Just think about how many people do you know that eat sugar and they're not acting like the way you claim the people that actually
Right.
have a problem with sugar. So
Like
if
milk.
sugar was the problem, would everybody that eats sugar be acting like the person that you're complaining about?
All right. I have prejudices, okay?
But no, it's not prejudice, but it's just old wives' tale. Like, a lot of things that was told to us, it was told. I'm not saying that it was told to us by black people. I'm saying white people, fake scientists, people just was trying to advertise their brands or whatever, and this and that and that. You know what I mean? And then people who was against sugar or against anything, they put bad publicity out there. And so our parents believed it. And so I remember, hearing my mom say, no sugar after a certain time.
Mama,
No
stop
drink.
talking. Say, Daddy came to put sugar on his shirt. Hey, yo, what do you want to be? Him.
Him.
Yeah.
So your daddy want me to do the shirt? And he said something about the sugar. You put sugar on the shirt?
Yeah.
You pour sugar on the shirt?
Yeah.
I thought you was eating the sugar, Leafy.
Oh, okay.
What you did with the sugar, Leafy?
They put in shorts.
You put it on you put the sugar in shorts?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were gonna eat the sugar.
Okay.
No sugar shorts, little man. No sugar in the shorts, man.
He did something with the sugar. Let me go see what he said. I'll be right back. Let me see.
Get started on that.
And so, Dad, when you were growing up, did your caregivers, including your mother, um, keep you from desserts and sugary treats, or it was go for what you know?
Yeah, everybody except my mother. So as long as my mama wasn't around, it was shit.
Go for what you know.
Well, motherfucker, yeah.
Yeah, that's at my grandmother's, especially on my father's side, man. We had cakes and pies and cookies, buttercream mints and peppermints, and it was just sugar, cereal. It didn't matter. Like
Let me ask y'all this. And y'all be
Okay.
honest with me. It's gonna be, if I go buy a printer to use it and return it, is that a crime? God
No.
damn. Man.
iPad.
Huh? What's iPad? Yeah, you can use iPad, but you gotta unplug it.
Customer satisfaction is the mission statement of most reputable businesses. No, it's not a crime.
I'm gonna be honest though, if I buy it, I'm gonna keep it but I don't want to keep it though. Hubby he ain't gonna like that. He's gonna be like, why are you returning it? And be like, cause I want my money back.
Exactly.
He ain't gonna go for that. Hubby is a straight arrow, y'all. But I,
My
on the other
mother's
hand,
like that. It gets on my nerves. I remember I told her about the Aldi double back guarantee and how, if you really think about it, you could take your half-used ass groceries back and claim you dissatisfied with it, and not only get the money back, but you could get a replacement product of equal or lesser value, man. You could
listen,
recycle your damn groceries like that, man.
damn. I
Aldi
never
got
think
a
of it that
double
way, but
back
that's true
guarantee. They watch over it. They ain't gonna let you abuse it. But I mean, don't be like the type of person that show up every week. But I mean, that shit tripped me out. You return something like, I don't like these wheat crackers. I'm allergic to them. Well, we have we have allergen free and gluten free varieties. Here's your money back. Go choose another item of equal or lesser value to your
No, you
liking. I
can't.
was like, what?
No, you could always do that. So, and nothing wrong with that, right? So, but in our community, we won't do it. Like I've seen people buy watermelon, and when they cut into it, the watermelon's no good, and they just chuck it out and just say, "Okay, I picked wrong." But no, you could bring that watermelon back to that store and
Hell
say
yeah.
this was no good, and they'll give you another one. But the problem comes is who want to bring the watermelon back, like who want to put it back in the car. Bring it back. Me,
The
I
effort,
would.
right?
My
The
husband don't
effort.
want to do it, but I do kind of understand. Like sometimes I don't understand him because I'm thinking, look, you could bring something that's broken back. You could bring something that's no good, that's spoiled back. I'm like, he was mad that I wouldn't be eating the grapes in the store. So when I go up to the grapes, I pick one and I eat it and I see if it's sweet. If it's bitter, I'm not going to buy it. If it's sweet, I'll buy them, right? Hubby be like, yeah, but you just stole one grape. I'm like, I ain't steal no goddamn grape.
You said you stole it.
I ain't steal no goddamn grape. Shit. Hell, I just stole a grape.
I mean,
What they want me to just, you want me to just,
they give samples at the deli, unless it has a sign, no samples allowed,
yeah,
then,
you can get a sample.
you could get
You
a
sure?
sample before you spend your money.
You sure can. You ask them, hey, I never tried that. I heard it was good. Can I get a slice? And they'll slice it right up for you. And they don't have no problem with it.
I remember I bought something from a hot bar that looked really good. I didn't cook that day, so I was just like grocery shopping, and they happened to have a hot bar. So I went to the hot bar, looked around, and I saw something that was some fish fillets that looked really appealing to me.
Mm.
I didn't read the description of what the fish was, right? I didn't read how it was prepared. This particular store, they have a description of how it was prepared. I didn't read it. It just looked good. So I stocked up. I was like, shit, I'm gonna freeze this shit for times that I don't feel like cooking. Man, I tasted that crap. It was awful. It was awful. It was awful. And needless to say, I wasn't able to take it back and say, hey, this is some bullshit. I want my money back. But I promise you, this particular store would have done it because they believe in having a good reputation. And so a lot of stores, they want you to leave satisfied. If you're not satisfied with something, when you come back
Yeah.
with that watermelon you was talking about, they will give you your money back, or they will have you exchange it for another watermelon. They certain stores, they thrive off their reputation. So it's not stealing. It's not.
Man,
It's
these
about
motherfuckers.
being satisfied.
I see a printer for $30-some. It's not bad, but it's not an HP. I'm about to call HP and I'm about to get me a free printer, but watch me. But I need it now, so I'm gonna tell them. And I've been paying for their ink for years. Every month, my printer's down there. Maybe they can walk me through it. Because
you should get some free stuff. Yeah.
No. Yeah, did y'all know that? They'll give you a printer. They'll give you a printer. I should have called them early in the week. I'm gonna call them and see if they can walk me through fixing this printer. Because it's not feeding right. That's all. It's not, it doesn't, and it could be the paper. Now that I think about it, the paper has been open for a while. I didn't think about that. I haven't used the printer in a while. I'm not understanding why it's not feeding through. I opened it up. I looked.
Blow your rollers off?
Yeah, well, what you mean? Like you could pull the rollers out? I know I pulled the back off, that part in the back, and then I pulled. I don't know what that part in the back is. I think that is the roller, but it's getting stuck before it get to that, right to that.
One of those gears got something happening.
Yeah, that's what's happening. That gear part right there, and it's getting caught up. So as soon as it goes, it gets caught up, and then it turns, and then I have to pull it out. Man,
I remember those days dealing with that bullshit.
Yeah, and I ain't used that printer that long. We had that printer. We moved here. I bought it probably. So it's been, see, I be forgetting them COVID years, y'all. Them COVID years. So it's been about 8 years, right? So that's a while for a printer. But the truth is, how often have we really printed on that shit? And I could probably say 15 times. It don't matter. It's 10 years or not. It scans, it prints, it
Covered up?
faxes, huh?
It's covered up?
No, it was never covered up. But it need to be covered up?
It's got all types of dust in there.
Maybe some.
After 8 years, yeah.
Well, you mean it inside?
Yeah, if you had
that makes
the
sense.
printer and blew it out in 8 years,
Yeah. That makes sense too. That makes sense. Maybe I need to go. I'm gonna go down there. I mean, I think we got some canned air around here, which I know we do, because that's something we keep. I'm gonna go blow it out. Because I was gonna let the neighbor print it. I was gonna ask her to print it for me. But suppose her printer don't print this size. It's 11 by 17. It should, all printers should print this size though.
Stop doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you go break it.
I'm gonna break it.
Yeah.
Y'all heard him? He told me not to do that. I hit the paper like this. He told me not to do that because I'm gonna break it.
You don't feel like taking it to Kinko's or FedEx print shop?
I might Staples or something like that. I don't know what.
Yeah, just knock it out real quick, and then you can fuck with it later if you have time. It's Friday and shit.
Do they so they will print on my paper for me?
It probably would have been better if you would have set it up a day before instead of just walking in off the street on a Friday. I'm not sure.
Oh, I think I can walk in. That's right. They do have a do-it-yourself section.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I live near a college club, but the ones over here are always, you know, intact and shit.
Yeah, they got a Kinko's. They got Staples right there. Not Kinko's, I'm sorry, Staples. They got two of them close by.
Yeah.
And they're not far. Yeah, one that way, one that way. And they do have a do-it-yourself. So I go there and I put my own paper in if I wanted to. And
Or they
print it.
got exactly what you need, whatever paper.
Huh?
Or they can supply the paper themselves, whatever size you need.
No, this is not regular paper though. This is
Oh,
for
okay.
t-shirts. Yeah, this is transfer paper to put on a t-shirt.
Oh yeah.
Yes. I really could just go to a library too. But I got neighbors, y'all. Every neighbor around me got the machines that I have. That's what's weird. You know, one of my neighbors right across from me, like right there, her door, I can see her door. She has the Cricut. They do everything I do except sew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why you do that, Leak? Let me see. Oh, okay, here you go. That was Pop's check off his Nike shoe. And we just broke it. Don't tell him. Yeah, so that's why I ended up leaving the t-shirts as far as regular t-shirts alone and doing the embroidery t-shirts.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? But the embroidery t-shirts cost more. They do, but they last forever, you know. An embroidered shirt never. Y'all, you could go into Goodwill, an embroidered shirt that was embroidered 100 years ago is still, you know what I mean? It's still in that damn store. That shit don't go away. The embroidery don't fall apart and crack and shit. So it lasts forever. And so, but yeah, my neighbor next door, when I found out he was doing t-shirts, you know, because I'm thinking, okay, I could sell locally. And then not even locally, but locally, like in my neighborhood too. And then the neighbor next door, I would see him in the Joann's buying his t-shirts. And then the neighbor across, when she moved in, then the neighbor on the side, she make things. I was like, but damn, everybody crafting these days, huh?
Oh, yeah, borrow from each other. Like, can I borrow your printer can I use your printer?
Yeah, no, I know. I have a neighbor. I know they'll print it out for me. They won't be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to put on clothes out there and that's.
You said I gotta put on clothes.
Oh no, we putting on clothes, baby. Look, I change from robe to robe daily. I get up in the tub. I change my robe. That's it.
That's one thing that I'm surprised I haven't practiced is walking around naked. I don't know why.
It's freeing, girls, freeing.
Free ball Friday. Yeah.
I could just take it all off and just walk around free as the day as I was born. And for whatever reason, I guess I was just trained to always have clothes on. I don't know.
And you know what? I get it. Even my husband.
I got friends that walk around their house naked, you know, since their kids have left and everything. And that's just not my thing. I don't know.
Girl,
why.
You ain't gotta wash clothes. Like I have no piece of clothing except my robe washed in years. All that get washed of mine is my robes, my nightgowns, you know, my bras and underwear. That's it. I don't wear no underwear, so it's just my bras. And they get washed and that's it. No clothing. But y'all do know I go out at least once a month.
I always wear underwear too. I don't know why. It's like I have the.
You don't know why.
No, I'm serious. I've tried it. I've tried, you know, walking out butt naked. Well, not, you know, like no underwear. You mean
commando?
Okay. I've tried it and it just wasn't me.
Yeah, it's me. Well, you know, so we're different, right? It depends on your body shape. So I've never been able to wear just regular underwear.
Body, child.
Yeah, I've never been able to wear just regular underwear. So I'm
I guess I'm just scary like that. I just don't want to walk around without underwear. I don't know. I'm just scary.
I mean, the only person who's gonna know is you. Who else know?
God
It's
knows.
not like people. Oh well, God knows. Okay, well, it's not like I go around and people can tell. Oh, she got on underwear. The only thing they see is that I don't have on no panty lines, right? I don't have on no panty lines.
Nobody could tell. It's just, you know what? I was raised, you know, my grandmother ruled our sense of spirituality with an iron fist. And I guess I'm still hypnotized by her rulership. You know, I guess that's what it is. Cause I know that don't nobody know. Okay. Ain't nobody got no x-ray eyeglasses and no shit like that. You know, I don't know what it is. I think, and somebody told me, they said, well, you know, your grandmother probably infiltrated your consciousness into thinking that God knows. And that's probably what it is. But that's my problem.
Why would God care?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I need to work
God
that
knows
out.
everything. He already know what you look like. He already know.
Come as you are, right? Come as you are. So if I don't want to wear underwear, what's the problem?
That's right.
But I hear my grandmother's voice, like, you know, God's watching.
I think a lot of people should wear no underwear, especially if they got streaks in their drawers. They well to just be.
Well, we're not talking about the untidy people.
Yeah, the untidy need to stay. They need to either get tidy or just not have.
Remember the guy that was on your panel talking about he used deodorant, butt crack?
Oh yeah, deodorant. He was so proud of that shit too.
He was proud of it.
He said, "I use deodorant on my butt crack," and everybody was like, "Sir." I remember Taylor. Taylor was like, "Sir, you joking, right?" No, and I don't care what y'all think. I'm like, you put deodorant on your butt crack? What kind of butt you got? Look, I got a big butt, and I ain't thinking about putting no deodorant between my butt crack. What the hell?
And I'm trying to ask, like, is separate deodorant or the same deodorant? Like, are you using the same deodorant for your butt crack as you do for your underarms, or are they two different deodorants? Like, what the fuck is you doing?
So, you know, suppose it's a deodorant that burn and he puts it, like we wanted to know, do we put it all the way in his butt crack or he just meant his cheeks, between his cheeks? Like I had so many questions, you know?
Well, apparently there's a product out there. There is a product. I'm going to look it up for you.
It's called Noom.
Oh, I think that's it. Yeah. There's a product up there on a video, like, you know how you watch a movie free with ads, and then there's this advertisement of personal hygiene products, and one of them is putting like a deodorant product in between your butt crack. And she was just real gung-ho about advertisement shit. I was like, wow. It reminded me of that guy that was on your panel. I was like, damn, there's a product for that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, just because it's in a stick that rolls like a deodorant stick doesn't mean it's deodorant though, right?
That chick was talking about a cream that you rub with your hands. That was like, what?
Yeah, well, why when you so you don't put people put lotion between their booty cheeks. I mean, you know, you want everything to be.
If your butt crack is that odorous, that's a whole nother issue.
Huh?
Like maybe somebody don't know how to wipe their ass, you know.
Yeah,
but I don't know. He was interesting. He was interesting.
That nigga was putting what's the name of this deodorant my husband used? Let me see, man. That nigga was using speed stick between his booty cheeks. That's what he was doing. And I'm just saying this stuff smells strong. I wouldn't want to get near no man's booty cheeks. Anywhere near him down there, and it smelled like speed stick, okay? And what else? Degree. That nigga needs some Degree too. Okay, that Degree, I use Degree. Let me see what else.
Yeah, what is happening that your booty crack was targeted for deodorant? Like you just
what woman went down there?
Yeah.
messing with his booty, and she needed to smell it, need to know that it
That's
smelled
what I'm
like deodorant.
saying.
Well, look, he told on himself that day. Y'all didn't know?
Yeah, we were trying to figure out why. That's not some information I need to, for somebody else to know if that's the issue. Like, the top of your ass is stinking, but all the other places of your body is cool. Like, the only place that ain't real cool is the top of your booty. Okay, cool.
I think he said he lifted up his nutsack and put some deodorant with that too.
Yeah. If it get that bad, man, I don't know, man.
He need to stay out the sun or something, whatever making his balls sweat and his booty cheeks sweat.
Balls.
People be tripping, man. Like, you can't just be putting all them chemicals in places where people gonna taste you. Like,
Oh Lord.
like women, right? Like, women are using these commercial products. I just be natural. Like, if something is not right, then you gotta see to that. That it's like there are people that are buying these products when you're supposed to already be so fresh and so clean.
We are messing up our society, our children, because we don't want to. Did y'all notice kids can't be outside in the rain no more? They can't play in the dirt and the mud no more without somebody calling social services on you. I'm thinking, what the hell is you worrying about my son?
They don't want children playing in the grass because it has those what's that chemical that they spray on the grass now?
They worried about chemicals in the grass now?
Yeah,
I never heard that
are sprayed on grass is preventing children from playing outside.
Yeah, some of that stuff is cancerous, but so we know it's out there in the grass, which gonna eventually get in our rainwater, get in the rain and get in our water, right? But they care about kids playing outside the grass. I never heard what you just said, but I do know that the places that do take care of the lawn and stuff like that, that shit is dangerous for kids. They use that weed.
They normally don't have kids in the area either.
Yeah.
Like
well, they didn't know at first. They didn't know. Right. And since we created that shit, they didn't know how dangerous that stuff, creating cancer.
Yeah.
It also creates cancer for those of us who walk in the grass or even touch the grass and inhale that stuff.
Yeah, I've been following the situation in Maui, Hawaii.
Oh yeah, that's so bad.
Yeah. I'm used to seeing volcanoes and the fire, but this is the first time I've seen. They just like California. They ain't got nowhere to go. I finally seen the video of them motherfuckers literally ran to the ocean and jumped in while the shit was on their head. I'm like, yeah, this ain't no fucking movie. You know what?
Yeah, because they on an island, so it's not like they could go inwards like the people in California could just go to another state or drive.
Yeah, just drive off. Yeah,
they on the island. If that whole island set the fire,
trap.
Yeah, they trapped, and some of them people did jump in the water. I guess they didn't think it was gonna happen.
Yeah, the way the weather system was set up, it happened. They didn't have enough time for warning, and it take a long time to get out there. So
I think people were saying they were gonna stay near their homes. I think maybe because they ain't never have nothing like this before.
Yeah, they didn't know it was gonna kick off like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but they said it was a perfect the fire and the wind.
Yeah.
That is what made that. Yeah. So wow, I was like, damn. And people not paying attention. See, you can easily miss that type of stuff if you don't look at the news, if you don't keep up what's going on with current events. You miss these important events. So then people claiming there's no climate change. But I'm not, as long as I lived in Louisiana for the 50-something years that I've been there, even though I lived there the whole time, but I ain't never been 111 degrees.
111.
This is some new shit that's going on. And I guess the people, they climate change deniers, while at the same time I'm not sure what their argument is. Are they saying that the climate has changed, but it was going to change naturally anyway? Or are they saying climate isn't changing? And so that, because they don't express themselves, the Trumpsters are the worst. And those are usually the ones who, didn't somebody say where the air in another country moved in the air over his city? It wasn't that black man in Georgia who was running. That's why he lost. Like, how can you be so stupid? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that dude really would have won if he wasn't so stupid. Because black people would have supported for him just by being black. Then white people, because he was a Republican. You know what I'm saying? But shit, even Republicans didn't vote for his dumb ass. Republicans were like, did this dude just say the air from China moved over the air in Georgia?
And stood still.
And it's, yeah, it was like they sent their bad air to us.
Yeah.
Or was it we sending our bad air to them? I forget which one. I thought he said they sent their bad air to us. And we're like, we in the world together, dude.
Yeah, they're trying to make it seem like China got pollution and America don't.
Yeah, ain't that some shit? Not to mention the food wasn't for Georgia anyway, right? Wasn't he really from like Texas or some shit?
Yeah.
But just because he had an address there, so then look, we got another congressman. Man, they won't get rid of him, but he's under indictment or some shit for lying everything about himself, which is a straight
I thought his court date was coming up or something.
It should be, yeah. I think it's next month, huh? Is it August or September?
I kind of missed it because there was a lot of shit happening at the same time when that story came out.
Yeah.
Like,
George Santos is his name. And they don't know if that's his real name.
Right.
Okay.
You on that.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know. This dude been scamming for years. And it's weird that it's illegal. And they're not gonna make it illegal, y'all. It's not illegal. They're not gonna make it illegal, which means the only time they're gonna make it illegal when somebody of another race and another group decide to take advantage of it. Just like we're gonna have a president, somebody running for president who's indicted, who may be in jail while he's running. Which is gonna be good for us. It's not good for the country though.
Oh yeah, they going to war in Nigeria over the previous election, the coup of the president.
What happened there? That's the one I don't know nothing about.
Yeah, looked like France was over in there calling shots, and the people were. I mean, they just pulled like an Alabama, except they did the shit for real. Shit.
What you mean?
Like they stormed the goddamn the Capitol and took that motherfucker over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's something in different places. As I think it should, right? I heard that France or whomever is ruling over these African countries, which I think is the Queen, right? Wasn't the Queen? Aren't they still like?
It was Great Britain until 1960, and then officially they've been independent since October 1st, 1960. But they've been making deals. So when you make deals with the whatever. Yeah. So that's what happened.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So they wasn't necessarily ruling, but you ain't got nowhere else to turn. You letting them take your uranium out there like they did, like America is doing, taking their uranium out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened.
I don't understand how the richest continent of the world could be so poor.
Allowing other people to come from foreign lands to take your resources. I mean, that's
Yeah.
about as simple as I can put it.
No, that's right.
Somebody
thing
coming
is-
in your yard to take your tomatoes out your garden, and
But
you,
they let,
you're not gonna do nothing.
but they should be doing something, but they allow people to rule over them who didn't look like them, who didn't care. So there should have been an uprising long time ago on over there, you know. Okay, so when I saw the last Black Panther, remember the last Black Panther, the mother, the queen, had to go before the UN.
Yeah.
And remember, they was trying to, while she was there, I think they had made a plan to sneak in and steal something, right? But anyway, they held true. They had an army in place, ready at all times, and they're like, we're gonna give you access, but only as much as we want to give you. And you saw them Americans went over there to try to take it.
Yeah.
They're thinking, oh, you want to give it to us how you want to give it to us? Nah, we come and take it.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm not saying that's a necessarily bad or good thing, but what I am saying, Black people, we need to understand the world in which we live in, and we have to deal with it accordingly. You could be a part of it, or you can stand back and just do nothing and let them run over you.
Yeah,
These companies,
yeah, that's why I was kind of confused on where this play fair, everybody equal opportunity. Where did that come from if society has never seen it? Like, ain't no place on earth where you seen where not everybody, but at least the majority, you know what I'm saying, on some equal level. Not
But-
here, no, you know.
but do you agree, and maybe you don't, but do you agree that our parents, and especially in our community, taught us this shit about and brainwashed that fairness bullshit in us? Because
Yeah.
but like you just said, as adults, we know there is no fair. Because even if you earned it, let's say you go work for it, you get it, somebody could come and take it, or you can earn it and the person who's supposed to give it to you make a law where they don't have to give it to you.
Change your mind.
And so that's what they've been doing this whole time. Right now, this week I had to call. Let me tell y'all. So I told y'all that they're trying to take our property in our family. They have already taken property from us. You see, and I could prove it because the people who they claim sold it over, signed it over, my grandmother couldn't read nor write. They won't be able to show nothing with her signature on it. She was scared of white people and she was against giving them anything. You understand? She said what's ours is ours. Right? And then somewhere when she passed away, they waited for all of them to pass away. And then people start building. There's $1 million houses on our property. Okay, cool. We got the other property. I walked around it. It looked like it ain't nothing, but it's really something, y'all. It's in a good area, quiet area, where they would love to develop big, large ass homes on it. It's a lot of land. And remember, I think 2 years ago, y'all, some of y'all seen me when I had to go to Louisiana to clean up a spot. Because now they telling us how to deal with our own property. I ain't never heard that shit in no other area. And then when my sister went to build a house, they told her she couldn't build a house. They said, well, you had to build after, you had 6 months to build. And they said that we're grandfathered in, but then they told us, well, since you're grandfathered in, you had 6 months. Once you tore the place down, you had 6 months to build another place. And since you didn't, now you can't build shit here. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Right? What is going on? So my sister couldn't put a trailer back there and she couldn't put a house back there. So, but come to find out, just this week, I get a call where one of my cousins put a trailer back there. So I called, this man told me they wasn't going to allow none of that shit, right? And I told him I'll deal with it. We're going to figure it out. They letting them people, when I called him to ask him what's going on, he denied it. I said, I got video of it. He says, well, maybe they did it in the middle of the night. They didn't put no trailer in no area in the middle of no motherfucking night.
Hmm?
I could promise you that. The people, you can't go buy a trailer, right? Like if I bought a trailer from you, like let's say it's just a regular old shit from way back in the 70s or whatever. I could buy it from you and yeah, I could get somebody to tow it back there or somewhere. Yes, that's true. This was through a whole mobile business where they installed this shit. You see what I'm saying? Because they can't just come and just throw something down, right? They got to go through the planning and zoning. And that motherfucker was the planning and zoning who told me they couldn't do it. We couldn't do it. And then he let them do it. So it all hell about to break loose in Louisiana, and all this hell gonna come from Delaware, and it's crazy. It's crazy. My sister and my brother, they didn't want me to get involved because they know, right? I'm gonna do things right, but I'm gonna do it right, and I'm not gonna play with them. They told me since I don't live there that they didn't want no trouble, and I'm thinking, what
Trouble?
Yeah, that's what they use against me. It's almost like they know. It's like, well, you don't live here, so you know, we're not. And now everything crumbling, and now they calling me. I'm like, when I was on this to make sure this didn't happen, y'all told me to back up. Now the truth is, and the honest truth is, my sister and brother can't tell me what to do. I control this shit. But out of respect, right? Out of respect that I've been gone and they are there, I said, huh?
You gave them the benefit of the doubt. They there, yes. They know what's going on. Yeah.
That's right. That's what they used to give me. You don't live here, you don't know what's going on. Them people that stole my daddy's gun, they broke in the shed and took everything. And when I was ready to call the police and because we know who got it, I know who got the shit. They told me, well, you don't live here, you don't want a problem. I'm thinking, what kind of problem? So they used that against me. So I said, cool. But the whole family gonna regret if somebody who don't know what to do, don't do it. Because them people is doing some undermined shit. I'm talking about the white people. I'm not, see, my family, they just doing what they doing, and I don't care. They my family. If my family need a place to stay and nobody living there, and they say, hey, can we put something there? Nobody, I wouldn't care. That's my family, right? That's the family. I'm talking about the undermined shit that one of them is doing. He don't know how to read or write. He done married this chick who knows that when he dies, she got to go. And I'm not even joking about that. When he died, she gonna pack her bag, she get the fuck up out there. So she listening now, because I know some of them listen to me. Just know that when my cousin died, you're lucky I ain't evicted his ass. Okay, why he living? He's so slow, can't read work or write worth the shit, but trying to do some undermining shit to where they had the people coming our property. Them people didn't even know that shit exists back there, y'all. If like it's in an area that nobody knows exists, nobody wanted, them people was never bothered us or nothing. And then he started doing some shit, right? He didn't even wait for my dad's body to be cold when he ran to the courthouse. So I'm gonna go back to I'm planning to go there before the end of the year, and I'm gonna go to the courthouse and I'm gonna change his name off and then put mine on it. Back where it should have been. And then it's a shame that I shouldn't have to go to war with my own family. That's crazy. Just to protect them. Yes, it don't make sense. I go to war with them for what? I gotta go to war with them so they don't lose it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Nobody cares if somebody in the family put the trailer back there. But when white people start telling us what we could do on our own shit, then something is not right. Because that doesn't happen everywhere. Like, we don't live in no community where there's a, that people taking votes. They're not even letting us build nothing like that. Like, if everybody in the family or in the neighborhood, in that neighborhood, right, which is all family, if we all just made a home association, right, and we all start voting on stuff, okay, that's cool too. But they letting the white people telling us what we could do, because they're setting up shit where they can start taking it from them. That's what they do. They're like, if you don't fix this in so many times, we come and take it from you.
Yeah, they count on that minimal education shit.
Yes.
They do that in Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri. I didn't see real life cases, the people that I know.
Black people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we look, if the one thing we should all do, I'm talking about all of us, everybody who's Black, you get with a group of people, and when you see property, you buy it up. If you can't buy it yourself, get with a group of people and y'all buy it together, right? Because if we don't, I'm not sure if y'all notice what's going on. It's even, they have white people starting businesses and they going and buying up property. Before long, everybody's going to be renters. They're going to control everything. Because, if they control where you live, how you live, they control everything, right? You either going to agree with these terms, or you're going to be out in the street having to figure it out. Y'all don't see they even changing it where they could they're not calling it a security deposit no more. It looks like it's cool. It looks like it's better, but it's way worse. So with a security deposit, you give them money, and on the back end, you get it back as long as you don't destroy nothing, right? And in most cases, they require it up front, just like when you first move in. But now they're making it, and they're saying, okay, you're going to give us this amount of money with the rent, but we're going to let you do it in payments. So instead, like, let's say when we moved here, we needed $2,000, right? $2,000 a month. Then they want the $2,000 security deposit. That's $4,000 we gave them. But with this new thing, they're saying, okay, $2,000 for the first month's rent. We're gonna take the what would have been called security deposit. We're gonna make it pay it, but it's gonna be in payments, in over whether it's a year or 2 years, however they do it. Now, so that means that $2,000 up front, and then the $2,000 goes in payments. It's still gonna be $4,000, but you're gonna pay $2,000 of it in payments, and it looks like it's easier. But because it's no longer called security deposit, they're calling it something else. And so when you finish paying that second $2,000 in payments, you don't get that back ever. And that is, so they doing this, they passing this in many cities across our country, and eventually it will be at everybody's doorstep. And
are they using the word escrow?
No. They're using it something like, it's something like security deposit, but
so like if you split the $2,000 up in a year, that's like an extra $120 on top of the regular rent amount.
Something like that. But okay. Yeah, so they put it into the rent, but because it's not security deposit, you don't get it back.
Yeah, there's no reason.
You don't get it back. See, security deposit is there for you to get back, unless, right? It's a security. It's there to say that you're not going to destroy nothing. Okay, so but this, they gave it another term. I think it's, let me see if I can look it up. They gave it another term. They still requiring it. They'll let you do it in payments, of course, but you're not getting that shit back in the end. So, and I'm thinking, so yeah, they letting people know about it. People think it's easier though. If somebody said, well, look, you got a security deposit, but we're going to allow you to pay the months. You need to make sure how they term it, and you need to see about if you're getting it back or not. a lot of us, you know, if you getting in a place and you need a place, you might want to hop on that, jump on that. But why did you get them people $2,000? Like, what was the $2,000 for? You see, so yeah, they're taking over, and I say a lot of I'm thinking about making some groups in different areas. I know some people I know here on YouTube. I think Mew mentioned buying. I think Koja says she bought. I think
Yeah, it's
there's a
easy
few
to
people.
do it in the South.
Yeah, and see that, but you can live in an area and still buy in the South.
Somewhere else, yeah.
Yes, and in the areas where nobody think is valuable right now.
Yeah.
But and it might be land where you could grow on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe you don't do because I'm thinking we're gonna need something. Man, this country is about to go up in flames. It's around that time. It's been how long it's been since the last war. And people are fed up with the government. The honest truth is, if we even look at it, like I'm fed up with the government too.
I don't
Who
think
is
it's
it?
ever been on this level, like I would say like a damn near a 70% national average.
Yes, I think most of us are fed up with the government. Like, so I understand when like Republicans are saying less government involvement. I think we all want that, but at the same time, we want the states to be fair. So if you don't live in certain type of states where they're fair and care about their people, then that's when you require the federal government to come in and put some balance and fairness or something, you know, that's at least just for most of the people. So I like, you know, I used to believe in less government involvement. But see, the Republicans do not believe in less government involvement. They believe in less federal government involvement. And then that's not even the people. The people want, they know why the federal government is there. You know, because if you live in most of these states where it's ran by white people, don't you think they fair to us? They're gonna be fair to other races of the group of people? Why? And like you said, why would they be fair, right? They want to be on top. And that's when war breaks out, though. Don't we agree that war will break out eventually if people feel like they are not getting a fair shake? So they make it look like we're getting a fair shake, right? The appearance is a fair shake. When you find out the truth, though, like when you find out that if you know a white person could go and buy a house at 18 years of age with no credit score. And then what they tell other people, they tell us, oh, we don't have a credit score. I'm like, how did they got a credit score and I ain't got no credit score? We the same age. How is it that they can buy the house and I can't? How they got a credit score at 18? Like I'm talking about, let's say they turned 18 yesterday. I turned 18 yesterday. How was they able to get the house and I couldn't? How is it that you working with people and when they leave the same job, they go into a whole different type of community and than ours, and we work the same job? Now, I'm talking about everybody. Let's say my husband, their husband work at the same company, and me and her, we work at the same company. We got everything the same. I got the same amount of children. They got the same amount of children. How is it that they live in that neighborhood and I live in this neighborhood, and the neighborhood themselves look completely different? And I'm saying that they paying what I'm paying, right? We are paying the same thing, except my neighborhood is nowhere as nice as theirs. That's as simple as they can make it. Like we work in the same job, everything's the same. I pay my bills, they pay their bills. You know what I'm saying? Everything's the same, except our communities. And that's how the government could control everything, because they control where you can move. And then they control, let's say you did move in a nice neighborhood. This happened, and this is no lie, y'all, for those of you who are younger. In the 60s, this is what happened. Black people was able to move in certain neighborhoods. And so they did. They were nice neighborhoods, right? And them white people who lived there moved out of the neighborhood.
Compton,
And then
Charleston.
they all over this, all over.
Yeah.
And then so white people flee. They call it the flee, right? They left. What they called it?
Yeah, they
You know, they
did
left.
flee. They ran.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they ran. They left the area. Some of them even leaving their mortgages, like they just shitted on the mortgage, didn't pay.
Oh,
They just left. And so now imagine how this neighborhood is a nice neighborhood, but then you give it 10 years, now it's no longer a nice neighborhood. Now I know most people saying, well, yeah, because black people moved there. That's why I got that way. Nope. See, those of you who wasn't born back then, you don't know. But back then, our grandparents, man, do y'all know? Y'all do know, right? If you pay attention, our grandparents had plastic on the motherfucker furniture. You couldn't touch shit. You better not break shit. When you walk in, you took off your shoes. You wasn't running in and out no house. You wasn't doing that.
yeah. Why are you even in the same room looking at the damn couch, knowing you ain't gonna be able to sit on it?
Right. That was rooms you couldn't go. Like the living room was not, you wasn't allowed in the living room. That was for special people doing special time. So how is it that these people and the people who grew up with these people, how is it that the neighborhood falling apart? Well, the neighborhood falling apart because the government not paying attention to the streets no more. The homes that were left, they wouldn't tear them down, or they wouldn't even, you know what I mean? They letting these homes fall apart. The neighborhood falling apart around decent people. And ain't nothing the decent people could do. And then once my house in the neighborhood, once my house start falling apart, when I go to my bank to get a loan so I can repair it, they tell me no. They done red line my area. Red lining just simply isn't saying this is a red line on a map. It means a lot. Red line means they not giving you no money. They ain't not putting money in this area at all, not for nothing. They don't care about your streets, your roads, your lights. They don't care about you having no busing coming in so people could go to work if they don't have cars. They don't care. And the banks saying that you're high risk, and they not giving you no money to repair your house. And by the way, houses do fall apart on their own through time. You're gonna need a new roof. You're gonna need fresh coat of paint. You're gonna need to replace things. You're gonna need some new carpet. So if you don't keep things up, just weather the sun beating on the deck. So it seems like black people today, they really think that black people was just nasty, tearing shit up. Now, the group of people who you talking about, where they live in the areas, their houses are shit, they don't care, dirty as fuck. Those are 80s. That's another generation. They wasn't raised with their
Generation Z.
grandparents. Yeah, no, I'm talking about they're our age, but
Yeah.
a little younger. I'm talking about how they was raised. It's not
Oh
about
yeah.
generation.
Yeah.
They wasn't raised with the grandparents who was strict with the cleanliness.
Yeah, the generation after me was the first generation I heard where the children were calling their mother by the first name in front of them.
That's right.
Like I had never seen that before.
Right. So they got the 40-year-olds and who their parents was on drugs.
Yeah.
And they may have been in the system because the grandparents wasn't there to get them. Or wasn't there. This is a different type of generation X and early millennials.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why they when they wake up, they're not making up their bed.
Oh.
When they take off their clothes, it could be on the floor and that shit could pile up in large piles.
Yeah, they're throwing shit. They're throwing shit in the middle of the floor in front of you.
Yeah, like it ain't nothing. and you see, they think that and I don't, I don't want to call them out and make it seem like it's something so bad, but
No, it's cool.
what I am saying is that is not how Black people back then, even if you ain't have shit, like my grandparents, y'all lived in a shack from the outside. It looked like it was leaning to the right or the left, depending on the wind,
It
right?
probably was leaning, hell.
Yeah.
Mine was, my granddad's house was.
Yeah, and I'm saying because they built that with their own hands, right?
Yeah.
The kids and men. And they wasn't carpenters for real, but that's how it was back then. But what I will tell you though, when you walked in there wasn't no shit all over the place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The kitchen may have had, I remember my grandmother, when you walked in the kitchen, there was a hole that you had to step because it was right in front of the refrigerator. There was a hole right there in the floor that they were just waiting till one of my uncles repaired it, right? But her house was clean though. Today we got people in nice structured homes and the house is dirty though. There's a difference. See, there's my mom taught us a couple of things. You could clean up and you can straighten up. That's like, so every day it was a straighten up. Like you better not have shit just laying around nowhere.
The unmade bed part.
Right. And even, we couldn't get out of bed without making our bed. Or, that bed better not be just not made up all day. Now, I'm not saying that's how it should be today. But if you can't simply make up your bed for real, though, like that's the easiest thing to do, isn't it? Like I think I showed people, I get up and I just pull you pull the bottom sheet, because sometimes on this mattress that me and my hubby got, the mattress is pretty thick. So the sheet, while we sleeping on it, the bottom sheet, the fitted sheet might come off. So I pull that, put it back in place. I grab the sheet that goes on top of it and straighten it out and just straighten it, and boom, bed is made within less than a minute. That's how quick it takes to make up a bed. It's really quick. It really changes everything about you in your room when it's time to go to bed. Time to go to bed, your bed is already made. But if you can't simply make up a bed, but how about this? You took off some clothes and you left it right there. Okay, cool. When you get up, pick that shit up and find a spot to pile this shit at. Why this shit is piled up everywhere? I was so embarrassed for this one woman. This guy, he met her. This is based on him. I believe it. I kind of do the way these people work in the day. This dude, he woke up. It was like Monday morning, right? She was already going to work, and he started talking about how he met her, like on Friday night, and he went back to her place. He stayed the whole weekend. But when he got up, right, when she was going to work, he started telling the story of how he met her. He was like, look how nasty this bitch is. He walked through her house showing all this dirt. They like dirty dishes, look like they've been there forever. Clothes all over the place. The way he slept with her the bed was on the floor, right? And clothes all around it. And he's talking about her, right? I felt bad for her. Because I'm thinking, but he was trying to embarrass her. And this is the weird thing. He slept with her.
Yeah. Wasn't that damn bad?
That's right. He met her and stayed the whole weekend. She got up and went to work, and his ass still in her house filming it. I be thinking, what kind of motherfuckers we done raised? Who raised these people? Because he didn't, like you said, she wasn't that too nasty for him to be there all in her.
Yeah, he knew all that when he came.
That's right. When he came there, he didn't care about that. And then not only that, they came back like, Friday night, late night, or maybe Saturday, early morning. Then he stayed there all Saturday.
That's what I'm saying. He went like,
Sunday.
Let me just hit this real quick and then get out of here. No.
Right.
Yeah.
Nah, he chilled, which means her place probably more comfortable than his. Because ain't no way I could go to somebody's house and be staying. I feel uncomfortable being in people's house if there's dirt around. You know, I'd be embarrassed for them. I'm embarrassed for me. And even if it's a friend, I might sit there. Like I used to go, one of my friends, I think I told you about, she was dirty. And when I would go to her house, I would be straightening up her shit. You know what I mean? I done brought her some large trash bags because I never understood why she had rooms. She had 3 bedrooms upstairs and she had this downstairs. I never understood why she would just keep this shit right there in the middle of the downstairs. I'm like, bitch, you got 3 rooms upstairs. You could go hide that shit. Nobody even had to know. But if they don't think that it's abnormal, then they don't want to even hide it. It's one thing to live in a house, right? Over there in my sewing machine area, over there, y'all. I got my sewing machine over there. You see all the things that I sew with. I got a little thing with the scissors and shit in it, right? I got the chair over there and things around it. The stuff y'all see, right? And I got an area where the sewing stuff is, the pillow making stuff that I'm always reaching for. That's that area over there. And when I'm done, like when I'm done with everything, I clean that area up. But as I'm over there, it's getting a little messy. Y'all see what I'm doing? I grab this, I sew it together. Yeah, I put that over there. So that's my sewing area. Even if you got a little corner where you got shit at, okay, cool. But why is it in the middle of the floor? Where you got to step over it? You don't feel bad about stepping over it? And so somebody mentioned the other day, it's weird when I hear young people talk. They so stupid. I ain't gonna lie. Smart and stupid at the same time. It's really confusing to me. Because somebody said they don't understand why there was a class called home economics. That's what she said.
Woman?
A woman said that. And I was thinking to myself, what is she saying?
I took home economics in the 7th grade.
Yeah, she said she don't understand it because everything that you learn in class, you should have learned at home. I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. You know, it's everybody don't live in certain areas, right? Let's say you live in the city all your life, but when you took home ec though, you may have learned how to grow some plants.
Yeah. In fact, we did.
Yeah.
I think it was tomatoes, actually.
Yeah. You may have learned how to there's a lot of things you learned at home that you may not have learned. In fact, my grandma, all kinds of things I've learned through school. The idea that she says, why would they have a class? Because you should have learned that at home is ridiculous. You could say that about anything, right? You could say your parents should have taught you how to read and write. You could say your parents should have taught you how to, eat mathematics. You could say that. So that was ridiculous when she says that. It's like they say things and they think it makes sense. It really makes no sense. Like if this is the case, why are grown people going to university? You could, by a certain age, you could learn that shit yourself, or your parents could teach it to you. But when she made it seem like home ec was something that your parents should have taught you. But if your parents didn't know how to do certain things, I guess that means you wasn't going to learn it based on the silly shit that came out of her mouth. And I know what's going on in the world right now. We got younger people who claim to be logical, and they think everything in life is this logical thing. Like, you know what I mean? And if everything is logical, that means there's no emotion. And they're making it seem like we are robots. And see, a robot can teach you how to do everything, right? It's programmed.
Alexa.
Huh?
Alexa and Google are the Bible.
Yeah. If our parents were robots, we can answer the question and it'll give us the answer. It can have something that it's supposed to teach us. And while we're growing up, it just constantly teaches. But they never take an account for a parent or parents who working. And so if your parents working, 8-hour shift days, and and then when they get home, they got to deal with the kids. Well, where is this education that your parents supposed to be giving you? Like they say stupid shit. So your mom and your dad just went to work 8 hours,
Busting
right?
their ass.
Busting their ass. And then they gotta come home and then they gotta teach
Deal with you.
you. Right. And then they gotta cook dinner, right? Make sure you get your bath or your shower and everything. And then everybody gotta go to sleep.
Yeah.
And then they gotta start all over again. And people are not taking account of the realities. Everybody want to be logical, but they're not taking into account a lot of things. Somebody said on a panel, on that same panel, this guy said, if you ain't working, he believed in what Kevin Samuel said, 80 hours a week. And when I broke that down, I said, dude, 80 hours a week is 2 full-time jobs. That would be 16-hour days. He said, yeah, that's what we should be doing. I said, dude, that don't make no goddamn sense. There's only 24 hours in a day. Yeah, he said, yeah, that's enough. You got 8 hours. I said,
No.
So you're going to do 8 hours at each job, but you're not going to count the time it takes to get to and from those jobs, right? Depending on how far away you live, or even depending on how far one job is to the next. That may take you an hour just in travel one way. And so that's 2 hours. So from that 8 hours you had left, you got to subtract 2. Now you got 6 hours. Then you have to cook. That may take you an hour. Then you have to take the time to eat. We give that another hour, depending on how many people you feed. Now, how many hours are we down to? 4? Then you might have to help the kids or yourself take a bath. We're going to another hour, so that's 3 hours. And then you have to sleep. You got to take into account it takes for you to sleep, and the account it takes for you to get up and get dressed to start this day all over again. This is impossible for anybody to do 16-hour days. And they swear by Kevin Samuels. It's impossible. You might be able to do 16 hours today. You may even be able to do 16 hours today and tomorrow. Right? And then now you're going to need a couple of days to catch up on your sleep. But this idea of 80-hour weeks is ridiculous. And that's what he said. He said, if you ain't working 80 hours a week, then you lazy. I'm like, that's what even Kevin Samuels said. These niggas, listen, the illogical motherfuckers who think they're logical is ridiculous. Because if you didn't think the government and these companies would make you do 18 hours, if they could, they would. They want to get the most out of you. But they want you to survive at the same time. What you playing with me? You hungry? What's that is in your mouth? You want a spanking? Huh? Okay. So you stop chewing on things. You want some gum? I don't have no gum. Go ask your daddy for some gum if you want to chew on some gum. You want me to go get you a piece of gum? What color you want? Then my mom told you not to put nothing in your mouth, didn't you? Nothing but things that you can eat. If you want to chew, you got gum. You got a gumball machine. Okay? Huh? Yeah, you can have a gum. You know what color you want? You gonna go get it, or you want me to go get it? You want me to get it? Mm-hmm. Okay, what you gotta give me? You gotta give me a kiss right here if you want me to go get it. Thank you. What color you want?
I want red.
You want red?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mom will go get your red. Okay. Look, I bribe him for a little kiss, you know? Tell him that, so we know that children like putting things in the mouth. So we keep things for him that he can't put in his mouth since he was little. Bubble gum, because kids like to chew. And I eat candy. Y'all know that. Okay, he can't get my candy all the time, but he was chewing on that plastic. Instead of whipping him, because they got some parents who just whip. Want to hit the goddamn kid. And so I don't do that. If I ever have to tap his butt, it's gonna be something serious. It's not gonna be just because I'm the grown up and he doing something wrong. You know, I think that our kids, when they get hit too much, it don't mean nothing. Like to get a spanking for everything, you start realizing that whoever was hitting you, they just didn't like you. You know what I'm saying? Like your parents ain't talk to you at all. They just went to hit you.
Plays into the psyche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
What was so goddamn bad that you had to, fire off on me and shit.
Right. And you know what's weird is that when they get adults and they realize their parents wouldn't take out their anger on their boss or the neighbor who messed them up. But soon as you did one little mistake, they was ready to, abuse you. I watched that happen. I watched this happen, when I'm raised, huh?
Yeah, I came up in the South.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about here in Delaware. Watch it. I watched this happen with neighbors who popping their kids for nothing. The kid touch something, bam. I'm talking about a toddler. Like babies touch things, kids touch things, adults touch things.
Like 1 year old.
Yeah, 1, 2, and I'm not talking about on the pop them on the bottom, like on their diaper neither. I'm talking about smack them right in their face.
Yeah.
Man, look at these motherfucking. They got a lot of adults out here who ain't shit, yo.
Yeah, it's a gap. Like you said, that group that came out, 81, 82, maybe 83 in the cities.
Man, I think even in our generation they had some ancient parents, because they, that remember we heard they was the adults, don't ask no questions, don't talk back. And
some of our dads came back on heroin. Some of our uncles, I know my uncle did. He came back. He was doped up pretty good.
Yeah, but everybody wasn't on drugs. Some of these people are just evil people.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying though is that in our community, it was almost. I watched and listened. It didn't happen with my parents, but I did see people just get smacked. Like I never in my household, I did get a whipping, right? I got a few whippings. The last whipping I remember, I was 11. What was I 11? I was 11 years old. I was 9 or 11. I had to think about it, but anyway, I remember the spanking, right? But this is the thing: nobody in my entire family ever hit me in my face like they was, you know what I mean? Like when you got a spanking, my grandmother used to whip me with a pissy slipper, you know what I mean? And really, did that slipper hurt? No, it was the idea of her slinging that pissy slipper and it touching us. You know what I mean? And so we run in and she'll grab us and it was always on our legs, you know what I mean? Legs, butt kind of thing. But I watch people get hit all over. And that's not a spanking. Even when they was whipping slaves doing slavery, they wasn't, doing the shit that I watch some of these parents do, who claim they doing it to somebody they love, who is a child. Just because they said so. The kid asks why, and they hit him. And so when you have children who don't know information, they just know that the kids shouldn't be doing it because they got punished for doing it. And then when somebody asks them, well, why can't they do it? They don't have no reason. They don't know. Instead of saying, hey, don't touch this because you might burn yourself. I'm not talking to you, man. Here you go. You got it? Instead of saying, hey, this is hot, you'll burn yourself. They let the kid touches it, The kid is already hurt, and then they smack the kid to hurt the kid worse. What's the sense of spanking a kid who just got hurt? Like the kid just touched the stove. They have a burn. They're crying because of that. Why would a parent come in, see what they did, and spank the kid? What's the purpose of that? You don't know?
That's some old Nazi shit there.
Yeah, that's no, because this child just learned a lesson without you having to hit them. And so you take care, they burn, and then you explain to them why they shouldn't. Hey, this is hot, it burns, you shouldn't do this. The kid won't do it again. But some parents think that they're like, he shouldn't have touched that stove, you stupid mo, and da da da, and then they go to hitting the kid already hurt. This is not parenting what some of these adults are doing. This is torture, and that's why they ended up with some of these kids out here who hate their mothers and or their fathers or parents or adults, period. They got some kids who just hate adults, period. Because they realized they had never had an adult to really stand up for them. There was no adult to really protect them. Right when they thought another adult may protect them, they turned their head and act like they didn't see something.
Mhm.
You know, so but we have some dirty people out here, and I can't act like, and I'm not gonna act like it was all men, and I'm not gonna act like it was all the women. But I've seen some crazy shit happen to children. And then when we hear the stories, it's even far worse than anything I could have imagined.
Well, they wouldn't have done it if they didn't think they can get away with it.
Right.
Once they figure out, hey, I can get away with this without nothing going down.
Man, I want everybody at the sound of my voice, nobody getting away with shit. Listen, I'm overprotective, and in the fact that I'm watching, I'm paying attention. You got a little mark on him, there got to be an explanation.
Yeah.
And I feel the same, and I think it should go both ways. I think if he get hurt here, then his mother deserves an explanation. You see, especially at the age he is now, he's at an age where he can't really talk, and you know what I mean. Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he's at that age where he might not be able to explain exactly what happened. So yes, this is where everybody adults who around him should be okay with sharing what took place. Okay. What took place. Now, once they get a certain age where they can voice, then you got to know how to talk to them. Let them know that you there, you love them, and that you would never hurt them, and nobody should be hurting them. Because if I love him and I don't hurt him, nobody who loves him should be hurting him. You see? They got kids who was really abused. Slicky, are you chewing on that?
Mm.
Yes, you are. I'm going to go get your gun. It's my fault. I'll be right back.
It's my fault.
It's not your fault.
He said it's his fault. At least he owned up to a confession out. What's up, Lana?
Okay. He hiding.
Yeah.
You must have said something. He hiding under the cover. What happened, Legally?
He said it's my fault.
Yeah, he said. I said, look, I was ready to take
the. I would have never said that. He's like, no, it's my fault.
Yeah. See how smart he is, man? Because I said it's my fault. He said, nah, it's my fault. Said, nah, I'm the adult. It's my fault, man. I should have got your gum.
He was saying whatever he had in his mouth, he must have had some plastic or something in there.
He did, yeah.
Oh,
He had a
okay.
piece of plastic that he was chewing on. Remember, I told him I was going to go get him gum, though.
Yeah. So that's why he just said, okay.
Yeah.
I know I'm not supposed to have the plastic in my mouth, so I guess it's his
So he
fault.
started chewing on my charger. That's the last thing when I told him to stop chewing on. I'm not telling on you. You okay, man? You mad? Why you mad?
It's okay, little man.
You good? You ain't doing nothing wrong. It's my mom's fault. It's okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Yeah, he's real sensitive to a degree. when he, like if I spank him, like I spanked him last week. And when I say spank, I just tapped him like that, and he wasn't hurt. He was crying though. It wasn't no. I promise you, it wasn't. He wasn't hurt. I barely touched him. But you know what did hurt him though? His feelings was hurt.
That's the principle.
Yeah, his feelings were hurt, which is a good thing and a bad. It's a good thing that that because they got some kids who have no feelings. I think what they call them sociopath. You could tell they like that. Huh?
Oh, the wildfire done closed I-10.
What did?
Wildfire. Same thing in Hawaii. In Mississippi. Yeah, I-10 through
damn.
what's that, Biloxi?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I-10 run all the way across.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So right now it's just happening. Same thing. Yeah. Like you said, it's not just in Hawaii. Armageddon is everywhere.
Wildfires in Mississippi. I never heard of that.
He says he never heard of it. Good.
God.
I'm trying
And
to
I-10 way too, especially that's running the perpendicular with the Gulf of Mexico, right?
That's the main line.
Yeah. Wow. We might be in Armageddon.
Shit, Maui looking like fucking Mad Max. Shit.
I saw a movie. What was the movie called? Let me see if I can think. I know what it was about, but it was a good movie, right? It was about what they call it. I think at the end of days, God is supposed to take all the good people, huh?
My Revelation.
Yeah. What is it called again when he take all the good people? They call it something. And so all the good.
Come on, some Christian stuff.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
So the movie was with what is his name that I like?
Charleston Heston.
No, this was new.
Oh.
This is new.
Excuse me.
This guy, this guy is what he played in that I know that you might know. Damn. Jeez. What is I'm picturing his face. Okay, he was, remember they had I know you've seen this movie, The Lord of War. Is that what's that
Nicolas
guy?
Cage?
Yeah, Nicolas Cage. Okay, yeah. Lord of War. So Nicolas Cage is in this movie and he's an airplane pilot. And his wife, ended up becoming religious and trying to, get him and her and their daughter and stuff like that into it. And the daughter says that, the mother is she changed when she became. But anyway, he's on the airplane flying when this thing happened, when all these people just disappeared. It's a lot of people, but not everybody, right? Like the kids all disappeared, the babies all disappeared. And the people who were Christian and believed in certain things, they just disappeared. Boom. So while he's flying the plane, his co-pilot disappeared. And a few people on the plane disappeared. And so they think that something must have happened. At first, they think it's some abduction by aliens. But then it took them a while to contact anybody. And then they find out, well, it's everywhere. It's not even just on this plane. Armageddon, I think that's what it's called. Armageddon. Not the movie. I'm talking about, no, is that what it's called? When the people gonna disappear. But anyway, this movie is about him being able to land this plane and where he gonna land it, who gonna be there and stuff like that. He ends up landing it, that shit. But I guess, what was I talking about to bring that up? Yeah, that where people supposed to be disappearing. Like God gonna come and all of his chosen gonna just disappear. And the rest of us gonna be stuck here. Now, I've always heard this through Christians, they're saying they're gonna be this time where people gonna just disappear. And I always thought, well, damn, they're gonna leave people here. Why would that be a bad thing? Like, why is it a good thing to be ones to disappear? You know what I mean? I'm thinking that sounds more scary than being here, but I guess they're saying that after the disappearance and all of the people go, that's when the real war, that's when real bullshit gonna happen here on earth. You know, hell on earth.
So,
And
so somebody that's been there, survived it, came back and told somebody that all this was going down.
huh?
How are they saying that they know this,
How they know what?
that all this is gonna happen,
That what's gonna happen?
all this destruction?
No, what I'm saying is that's what's in the Bible, the end of time.
Yeah,
They gonna take away God's chosen gonna be gone.
yeah.
That's in the Bible. And then so in this movie, that's what happened. But they didn't know that that's what happened at first. Like I said, they thought it was an abduction. Then they start piecing together that the people who were gone were religious people, right? Good people, religious people who believed in certain things. And there's another one where I saw, I didn't see the movie, but I saw the preview of it, where I guess that's your gum you got in your mouth? Oh, okay. Yeah, where it's another movie and it's Armageddon or whatever, and the people who left here gonna go through hell, like just they're gonna be zapped and gonna be frozen or burned in place, and you're gonna be running for their life, I guess. So after you gone, that's the peaceful gone, right? You ain't suffer, you just gone. But not everybody who left gotta fight for survival. I don't. Let me see if I can find that movie. But it was a good movie. You know, it was crazy because you're thinking, hey, what's so evil about these people where they wasn't chosen? And I guess in the movie
Yeah,
that
like you're supposed to do everything right. Like, okay, I did everything right. I didn't get in trouble. I stayed out of jail. Yeah,
no, I don't
told
think
you.
that's it. I think they said just those who believe and accept him as Jesus Christ. And I think everybody who does that, you will be amongst those who get saved.
Yeah, the Bible is something else in that regard. I think you're referring to the rapture.
Yeah, the
And
rapture. There you
and
go.
then and
Okay,
then how there's like 144,000.
the exact number.
Yeah, they gave an exact number in the book of Revelations, about
That is gonna be what?
144,000. 144,000.
What? That's how many gonna be saved?
Mm.
Yeah.
Just 144?
I can look it up. I do believe I have that
No,
number.
this was
correct.
in the 70s. Third
in the
grade.
book of Revelations. I believe they're mentioning specific
Number.
a specific number of 144,
Yeah.
comma 000.
Yeah, they spell it out. King James version.
Just like
God
they
damn.
say the mark of the
You ain't
beast
never
is
know
a
that?
man
I know the
with
number.
666.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I did
There's-
see them. I saw a movie called The Rapture, and it was good too. I tend to like those movies when they look more real,
Okay.
but I didn't.
when they got good special effects and stuff. Yeah.
No, when it looks like it could be up to date, and it doesn't look like it's a biblical movie. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like they're trying to indoctrinate you, but they just ain't a movie about it. So I did see a movie called The Rapture where this woman was supposed to go to the desert or some shit.
Those movies be scary, man.
She was supposed to go to the desert. I think she ended up killing her family. Or something happened with her family. Or maybe they thought she killed her family. I'm not sure exactly because it was a while when I saw the movie The Rapture. But yeah, that's what this was too. But if only 144 is getting, that's a small. We got millions, billions of people on Earth.
That's what I was saying.
Billions of people on Earth, and they talking about
So they all gonna
144,000.
believe. Yeah. So what's the deciding difference? If you're saying all you got to do is believe, so okay.
Yeah.
Way more than 144,000 going believe, even if they don't really believe. Shit. That's what I thought as a kid.
They saying that I looked it up, the rapture, and they're saying something about the idea of the rapture as it is currently defined is not found in historic Christianity. It looked like in the 1830s they just made this stuff up,
Ain't that a
and it originated here in the U.S. by fundamentalists. How you say it? The
theologians?
yeah, something like that. Yeah, in the United States. So it wasn't always even a thing,
Yeah,
right?
because I never heard of that word until 2009. Like when I was coming up in the Southern Baptist Church, that when nobody talking about no rapture.
Yeah, I saw a movie. Yeah, it was called The Rapture. I remember them getting this woman, and she was saying something about her family was dead. I think they put her in jail, if I'm correct. And then all of a sudden the horn, she was waiting for the horn. I think she was mad because she was supposed to be one of the ones chosen. Now this idea that God, you choose God, God choose you, but he choose you based on not just your belief, but you got to really believe it, which means if he tells you to kill somebody, then you have to do it, right? But what happens in the real world, where they got laws that prevent you from doing it? So just you could believe, but you could not want to do this because you thinking you don't want to kill nobody you love. Like if God, like I heard stories where they said that God told one man to kill his brother, right? Why would God do that? You know what I mean? Why would God ask me to kill my grandson? Just to prove that what? Because if he is all seeing and all knowing, he knows what's already in my heart, right? So if he knows that I believe in my heart, then why do he need to have me commit some atrocity, something so bad, just to prove? So, when it comes to this Christian stuff, man,
It's real flaky and shaky.
Yeah, it's real flaky and shaky. Like it's really like people don't have answers, which they should be. Should be simple answers, right?
Inconsistencies,
no consistency. Yeah,
far-fetched ideology. Some of that stuff is so far-fetched. And it's just beyond reach of accepting in your mind. Like, a decent person is not going to even think that it's cool to sacrifice their son in hopes that God is going to provide a substitute. Like what
is that what
they
God
do
want to
that
do? A
at?
substitute? Yeah, why would I want a substitute?
Abraham thing. Yeah, that whole Abraham thing. He was gonna sacrifice his son. And then his son is like, Dad, what are we doing? What's up? What's going on? Like, you got me tied up. Like, what's going on?
Huh?
You said in the book of the Bible about Abraham was about to sacrifice his son, and a ram came, as a replacement for the sacrifice. Those stories are just spooky, man.
Oh, so he didn't kill his son.
No, he didn't, because just in the nick of time, an animal showed up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what?
There was
one with two brothers, right? So yeah.
Yeah, Cain and Abel. Yeah.
Yeah. So wasn't he told, one of them was told to kill his brother, right?
No, he got Abel was more favored with his I guess they call them presentations or whatever. Abel, he tilled the land, right? And Cain, I guess he herded animals or whatever. What I'm saying, based on my recollection, I might not be completely accurate, but based on my recollection, I believe that Cain was, quote unquote, jealous of the fact that he was favored of God, because what Cain did was he gave a bullshit sacrifice. Like, you're supposed to dedicate your first fruits, quote unquote, the first fruits. But Cain would hold back. He would give a burnt offering that was some bullshit. But Abel, he was given like the first bountiful thing that he had for the
But there-
offering. They called it offering back then in the Bible, I think. So God expects the most wonderful offering for you to sacrifice to him first. And Cain wasn't with that. He was like, look, I need to push this best stuff for myself. But Abel wasn't like that. Abel was like, yeah, I'm gonna give the offering the best I got to give. But Cain wasn't like that. And so Cain was jealous of the fact that Abel seemed to be more blessed in his life. He just seemed to be more blessed in his life. And he just got tired of it. He's like, look, I'm tired of looking at my brother being blessed. So I'm gonna kill him. And
okay.
that came from am I my brother's keeper? Because apparently God came to Cain saying, where's your brother? I hear his blood crying out from the soil. He was like, am I my brother's keeper? How would I know where he is? And he was like,
Mhm.
you know what? Since you fucking with me, I'm gonna cast you out.
Damn.
See the book of Genesis?
Yeah, it says
It's
the
in the
book of
book of
Genesis,
Genesis.
Cain and Abel are the first two sons of
That's me
Adam and Eve.
paraphrasing it.
Yeah. They're the first two sons of Adam and Eve. Cain's, the firstborn, was the farmer, and his brother Abel was a shepherd. The brothers made sacrifices to God, but God favored Abel's sacrifice instead of Cain's. So Cain then murdered Abel, whereupon God punished Cain by condemning him to a life of wandering. What that mean, wandering? What
You on your own. You can't
Cain.
you can't
Oh.
sit with us. You on your own.
Okay. Cain then dwelt in the land of Nod, which means he was wandering, I guess, where he built a city and fathered the line of descendants beginning with Enoch. But now think about this. Lord.
That's a lot,
So
ain't it?
they're the first sons of Adam and Eve.
Where they get the women from?
That's right. When he went to a whole nother city wandering, where did he get the women to start fathering children? And
To
how
build
did
a village, right?
That's right, to build a village. And those are the type of questions that I ask of people, and they have no answers, and then
And the Bible don't talk about dinosaurs either.
They sure don't. They sure don't. So is the dinosaurs pre people? But we know that dinosaurs exist because we found bones.
Exactly.
Right?
There's
Evidence that they existed. That's right. So yeah, it's a lot. I think history, knowing certain things, but I think what they've done is people wrote stories, they put them in a book, and then the stories can tell you how to be a good person and bad person. Just like the kids, that big book that I used to read from when I was a child, with what they had in, I think they had Red Riding Hood in it, the Huff and the Puff and Blow Your House Down.
The Grimm's tales.
Yeah, the tales and those tales were
Hansel
tales
and
that
Gretel.
taught you how to be good, right? They told you how to act, right? They told you that you need to build a sturdier house. They warned you about the witch, who might be in that house that's look like candy, that it looked good, too good to be true. So you gotta beware. Like these stories, these fables had some type of
fables. That's what they were called. Yeah.
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 So I think, to me, and this is just my opinion, that's what the Bible is. The Bible is a book of fables. It's a book of tales and fables in which you could get a message out of it. Okay.
And there's really nothing wrong with looking at it that way. I really resent when people try to jump down the throats of people who believe that the Bible is a book of fables. I think to each his own. Like, if you want to believe what you want to believe, that's up to you. I try not to judge people on what they believe. I try not to.
But I mean, what's the difference between my belief and somebody who believes in the Bible? Like, we still here. I'm not out here committing crimes and harming people, right? Because I feel like that's not what I want to do. But we can have some criminals who murdered behind Christianity. Christianity has started wars. People
The
murdered.
Crusades. Yeah.
Yes, they wanted everybody to believe what they believed, and if they didn't want it, really, they just wanted the king, their king, to be the king, which means for him to be the king, you had to believe what he or she believed, and if you didn't, then they would kill you. Right? The last one that I know of where Christianity murdered a whole lot of people was with Hitler. Right? That Hitler thing. That's the last one that I could think of.
Great Britain held Nigeria to 1960.
To 1960. Yeah, I think that's what you said. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't forget about the jihad. They got some strong beliefs. They will put on bombing vests,
Yes.
believing that they gonna, sacrifice themselves and
get
be in
7
heaven
virgins, right?
with virgins, right?
Now think about that. Somebody promised these men that it's okay for you to die this life, but you're gonna get virgin. They didn't just say women with children. They said you're gonna get virgins. But if you're in heaven, I guess you could become a virgin again. But I guess so.
And
He's not gonna have no children.
That would imply that people are having sex in heaven.
That's right. Or maybe he's still not gonna get sex in heaven, because for them to remain virgins, that means they never get touched, right?
Oh my God.
So he gonna be surrounded around these women just like he is here, not getting.
You never thought about it like that before, Dev?
No.
Whether or not people are having sex in heaven.
The first time all this time. Damn.
In your 50 plus years, you ain't never thought about whether or not people are having sex in heaven.
Well, how they gonna be virgins? So would I die and become a virgin? Like, are they saying that there's a lot of virgins on earth and they dying? And so these men gonna be just surrounded, and do they get to get this virgin? Like, and why they need 7 of them? You know what I mean? And so
they said 70.
Oh, was it 70?
7,
Oh,
70.
Okay, I thought it was 7 all these years, but it don't matter how many.
Ante.
Yeah, they done gave them a large number of virgins, and
they made them an offer they couldn't refuse.
So, but I thought the Bible says if you kill and murder people, that you don't get to go to heaven.
Exactly. So that's the oxymoronic, thing of it. It's like, wait a minute, thou shalt not kill, but you still get to go to heaven and get some virgins.
What is called the jihad? Jihad promise. Let me see.
Okay.
See if I can. I think I spelled it right. I think I. Yeah, not spell it. Let me see. Let me see what they say. Developed by. Let's see. This might be in it. Cause love.
The way they soliciting those bombers, they just make it seem like an orgy is waiting for them in heaven.
No, yeah. Think that's something they say it's a Romeo thing, and hyposexual, barbaric. Let's see, it features. I guess they talking about with the story features. Let's see, is this this might be a bit of movie. I'm not sure what this is. No, it's just a theory. Wait, what did I say? They're gonna get them some virgins, huh? And how is it that we get always to be, because okay, me and my husband, and I'm gonna probably start another stream. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Because we was talking, and I was thinking we were gonna do a stream and talk about the women who these men are bragging about. The Korean women who these black men, when they go over there and end up getting married and things like that. And we're gonna go farther into it. Hubby gonna explain it. more into detail? Because remember that we have a couple of men on YouTube who brag about their Asian wives, right? And remember, I think if you was over there when I was over there with Mew, when I was asking SKC, right? I was asking him how did he meet his wife, and so he said they went to school together. So that's a little different, right? It's that's a lot different. Because she was already over here, possibly, you know, and things like that. But yeah, we're gonna go into detail because it's interesting what you find out about other cultures, the cultures that these men are bragging about. You know, the cultures who don't care about their kids the way we do. And sometimes, like even if we go back into history, we didn't really care about our kids neither like that. And when I say we, I'm talking about America. Because remember, they was allowing 14-year-old boys to go to war. You know?
The
War.
draft. Yeah.
Yeah, they were just, yeah. When the American people could have rose up and said, oh no, like these are little boys. Yeah. And so we've changed that since, but you know what hasn't changed? The desire to be with little girls, though. The desire to be with little girls. I just saw in a paper, no, not in paper because I didn't have no physical paper, so it must have been online, but where these men are fighting. A Republican is fighting to keep it legal where a 12-year-old can get married. That just happened on the Senate floor. Where? In what state?
Missouri.
Is it Missouri? Yep, Missouri. 12 years old. But if we needed, if war broke out, you think people gonna agree to send their 14 years off still today? Or do we admit that shit, we barely got grown up 18, 19-year-olds, right? Still acting like kids playing video games. We know damn well at 14, they're not capable of going to no war. So people will fight against that. But today, you know what these men say? But back in the day, the girls were grown. And we're like, okay, but we're not back in the day, though. Like back in the day, people are right. You know, most of us wouldn't be living today. People wasn't living to be 40, 50, 60, 70 years old like that back in the day. So it's weird that they want to hold on to only certain things. And when it comes to daughters, our value is with our vaginas. And it remains to be that way. Yeah. But anyway, I'm all over the place. Yeah, so the rapture, that's what it was called. It was a good, what happened? I clicked on something. Oh, whiteboard, something changed down there. Okay. Yeah, so what were we talking about again?
No, I'm the one that's watching the news, the Weather Channel. The fires in Hawaii and Mississippi look like.
Yeah, the fires in Mississippi, wild man. So what you think it have to happen for people to realize that if we don't change as far as the climate, they say that it might be too late to change, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to change, unless we just gonna say, look, we know that in 50 years, life will be over. And if we're gonna do that, then we need to stop having children. I would let my sons know, my grandson know, that they shouldn't be having no more children. What y'all think about that?
Well, it seems like
you don't agree with it,
Huh?
Ms. Miller?
no, it seems that as far as climate change and whether or not we should advise our children to just have faith in the future, it is grim. And I say that because even now, the news outlets are indicating this hurricane season that the Atlantic waters are warmer than what they're supposed to be. So there's going to be a really big storm during hurricane season along the Atlantic coast. And it's going to be like El Nino big and all this other kind of shit that they're forecasting. I don't know if they call them wolf tickets or if it's something to it, but there is, you know, all this excessive heat going around. There's this the fires, just stuff that is it's just compacting. It's just like everywhere. It's not like something over here and then 5 years later something over there. It's like everything all at once is happening that is related to climate. And so I don't know what they're doing up there in the skies, but they fucking up. And it does discourage people from thinking that it's safe to have children in the future. So you might have a point, Bomb, about people discouraging others from having faith in the future as to whether or not it's worth bringing children into the world. It's like, what do they have to look forward to if they fucking up the planet? You know?
Exactly. And the thing is, people, we in the US, we are so, first of all, we're so focused on just us, because we don't hear about hurricanes being nowhere else but here. But a hurricane is named something else in other areas. A cyclone and a hurricane is the same thing. A typhoon is the same thing as a hurricane. Their name,
Tsunami.
Huh?
A tsunami.
A tsunami what?
Never heard of a tsunami?
Yeah. Oh, you talking about, you just saying that that's named, is it the same thing as a hurricane? I heard a tsunami. I thought that,
yeah.
What?
That's more like an earthquake, I guess.
Yeah, so what you talking about? I'm confused.
All right,
What?
my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. So hurricanes happen off the Atlantic, and typhoons, what it's just in another area, right? And then we got the cyclone. So these are all the same things. These two things. We got what happens, a cyclone, they say, refers to the winds moving in a circular, I gotta move this out the way. Circle whirling around the central clear eye. And they said that the winds blowing counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Okay. They say something about it goes in the opposite circulation due to some type of effect, which I'm not going to go into. They say every year tropical cyclones affect various regions of the globe, including the Gulf Coast of North America, Australia, India, and Bangladesh. Is it Bangladesh? I think it's Bangladesh. Okay. Yeah, but these are the
Yeah, that's it.
yeah, so when we hear about America, hurricane, yeah, they have what we call hurricanes in other places too. Okay. They're just called something different, but they're the same exact thing. If you look up hurricane, these things will come up, and then we'll go more into it. But here in the US, we are, I get what we worried about our area, but when we start denying climate change, like Mela said, the waters are warmer. Like the things that help us with the hurricanes is dying. It died this summer. They're dying, right? They found that coral helps defend against hurricanes. So in Florida, and they have been placing coral out in the waters, and they say something about it helps with the winds and with the waters, and and something like that would prevent it being so terrible. But because the water is so warm, they're very concerned because they're saying that they were dying. I think they call it, what they called it, bleaching. think it was called bleaching. Let me see. Y'all know my memory's not bad, but I do be reading or looking at certain things. Look, it's bleaching of coral. Let me see. Let me see if that's what it's called. They say, okay, it's called, this is what it says. It says when water is too warm, coral will expel the algae living in its tissues, causing the coral to turn completely white. This is called coral bleaching. When the coral bleaches, it is not dead. They say coral can survive a bleaching event, but they are under more stress and are subject to mortality. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Subject to mortality. Oh, so I was right about so let me see. Coral in the coral helping with hurricanes. You know, because I'm from a hurricane area. That's why, you know, so they said scientists have discovered that reefs themselves can lessen the impact of hurricanes. In fact, coral reefs are even more effective than man-made seawalls and levees. These structures are not only costly, but they can be prone to erosion underwater, which is talking about the hurricane, the levees and stuff like that, right? So let's see. Yeah, so they found that placing corals in certain areas, but they're damn near dying due to the warm waters. So our weather, our weather is affected by climate. Like, so we messing up something, the ozone layer, right? I haven't heard anybody use that term in a while. Is it term something else now?
They just ain't been talking about it.
I wonder if it's, so let me look that up. Have you heard it in a while? Because I haven't heard that term in a while.
They ain't been talking about it.
So what, you think it's gone? or did they find that it's false? Let me see. Did you think they found that it is false, or because something don't just, let's see, they said the ozone layer or ozone shield is a region of Earth's stratosphere. Okay, and it absorbs most of the sun ultraviolet radiation. They say the ozone layer was discovered in 1913 by a French physicist. I haven't heard them use that. Wow. Even as it relates to climate change, depletion. The ozone layer can be depleted by free radical. What is that? Catalysts, including is that OQ or nitric oxide, nitric oxide. Look like they got two. And then they got nitrous oxide. Oh, they got a flea. I'm not reading all this shit, man. When they start look, I'm gonna be talking about, I don't know how to pronounce these words.
You're not gonna be reading all this shit.
Yeah, I'm not reading. I put it bigger so
science shit, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, if you gotta write a report, then you need to know all
That's right. If y'all want to report from me, give me a week and let me practice pronouncing some of these words, then we'll be good. Okay. If I have to get before the teacher and I'm gonna get a grade based on it, I'll practice. Okay, but that's not what we're doing over here. Let me see. But I really haven't heard the term in a while, and we do hear about weather, about climate change. Put in climate change. I get suspicious when I don't hear certain words, terms you know, I start feeling like, well, maybe they
Yeah, they
found,
shoved that shit down our throats. Shit, they rammed us with it, bro.
yeah, man. You remember
Hold
that we
on.
got rid of aerosol
Aerosol can.
cans.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right. Aerosol cans and y'all, there used to be this one deodorant I used to like. It used to spray it. Psh, psh. Now they still have these cans, but they usually at the Dollar Tree. But it was in a brown. Remember that it was in a brown can, if I'm correct, and it was a deodorant.
Right guard?
Is that what it was? Right, God. Okay. And then they were like, "Hey, this is bad on the ozone layer."
Yeah.
You know, they said when we stopped moving during COVID, they said they saw the sky was clear as it's been in many, many years. I think they said like 100 years. You know, we didn't have cars on the road constantly, and said things was clearing up. It looked like it was self-healing. If we know that to be a little true, maybe we need to have an Earth month where everybody on the globe sit their ass at home. You could call it a vacation. You know, and employers want you to stay, and you're willing to stay at the job, or people. How about this? No driving the cars and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, there's some things that we know are actively harming, but the things that really actively harming us is not just no simple cars though. It's these companies.
Yeah.
You can see, I see right here in Delaware. I'm looking at that flame that's burning at the top of that whatever silo or whatever, I think it's called a silo, and I'm looking at the chemicals go in the atmosphere. I'm watching it, and I'm in my mind. I'm thinking, where is that shit going?
Yeah, that's nitrogen oxide.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's the shit that just told us that it hurts in our goddamn ozone layer. That's what I just read. God damn. Man, that's crazy. Anyway, I gotta it's 6 o'clock. Let me ask my son. What you said, Staples, I think self printing.
The print play.
Yeah, let me see. So
Back on Friday, boy. Shit, we ran our fucking credit repair business out of Kinko's first 2 months.
yeah, I thought it'd be packed here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, in 2023, yes. Everybody
Yeah,
has
people got their own printers and
at
shit.
the house, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I died. Staples barely be having people in that motherfucker, man. So I don't even, so I don't think I'm not worried about it being packed. They got Office Depot self printed. Let me see.
Yeah.
I gotta put near me because
business cards printed up the same day. Same day. One time you gave them the order like 10 o'clock, like 6 o'clock, they was ready.
Yeah, that's back then. You print
in the 90s.
You can print your own cards from home.
I don't even think they had printers that good back then.
Shit, they been printing is good today though. I think that's just the line. What the hell am I doing? Let me see what's near me. Staples. Let's see. See, I keep getting that. You don't have permission. What the hell is going on?
Is that a DNS error?
It's just it's telling me I don't have access to go to staples.com. Or any. Wait, something's going on. Let me see. I'm gonna just hit anything.
You on a router?
Okay. No, so it let me go to Office FedEx. Why wouldn't let me go? I don't know. Wait a minute.
Not that. Ooh, Lord.
Let's see.
Let
me just go. Near me. Let me just put near me again. When I go to Staples, let's see. See, that's just when I try to go to Staples. Maybe Staple. Pringle. Let me try. FedEx. It did let me go there. Is that you, Pure Butterfly? Yeah, let me go to FedEx, but it won't let me go anywhere else. Is that you, Butterfly?
Hi, Bomb. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing, sis?
Good. I got a comment. So they're not telling us 100% the truth about global warming. Part of it is fossil fuels, yes. Part of it is what they're talking about, the travels that we do. However, they have the ability to recreate a different structure where we're not running anything off of fossil fuels. But because they still have the monopoly game, they want to still be in control. They don't want to let everybody have solar panels on top of their houses. They don't want to have renewable energy where people aren't killing themselves to go to work, to pay the bills. They're not doing anything to move us in the direction to get out of fossil fuel use.
Right.
So like in California, they had everybody buying electric cars. The problem with that was that they still were using fossil fuels to run the power plants to get them electricity in order to fuel their electric cars at home. So they never changed the format. They got people switching over to electric cars with no way to run the electric cars from their home off of their own solar panels or whatever. And they're still reliant on fossil fuels to run the plant. So tell me, if they really want people to move in that direction, why didn't they start moving in that direction? You there, Bob?
Yeah, see, I think she started back and forth. Yeah, so they use gas to make Tesla.
No, they're using gas in order to run the power plants that fuel the houses with their electricity.
Oh yeah, that too.
So what, I mean, they're not moving in the direction that they're supposed to be doing. So how are they expecting everybody to stay home? This is a thing. Are they going to subsidize people's rent so they can stay home for a month? So they don't have to go to work? You know how many homeless people we have in America right now? Because of the pandemic, when they sent everybody home and made everybody stay home. You know how many families are out there homeless right now? Is the government helping any of those people? No. It was a forced shutdown, but they're not helping anybody. So yeah, people can move in that direction, but they have to have the government on board and the government doing things and putting things into place in order to do that. This is what I wanted to say mainly. So they have these ancient civilizations that they have that scuba divers have found under the ocean in different areas. Like one of them was an ancient Egyptian civilization that's completely underwater, right?
Yeah, it was pretty too. I saw they took pictures.
Right.
Yeah.
So clearly global warming is a thing that happens frequently without fossil fuels. So it's how we're running through the cosmos and the places that we run through the cosmos, because the earth is constantly changing. Its tectonically shifting. Our poles are changing. I don't know if they've even mentioned it on a lot of these government sites, but the poles are actually shifting degrees. Did you know that? That at 1 degree or a certain degree that the North Pole and the South Pole were at, they're no longer at those degrees anymore. When they first initially started to mathematically pinpoint where the poles are, they're not there anymore. So they're not telling people the whole truth about what's going on here. The earth goes through phases where it freezes and it melts. It freezes and it melts. And I know this because of all these different underwater ancient civilizations that now they can only reach through scuba divers. At one time, these civilizations, you could walk on land to get to them. So they're not telling the 100% truth about what's going on. And they weren't running off of fossil fuels back then in those ancient years. So they're just not telling everybody the truth. That's my point.
Because they have a lot to lose. Like, you know, these oil barons, they have a net worth of minimum 14 million, maximum 14 billion. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, they're not trying to lose that. So, you know, they can afford representation in the House and Senate, and they can influence votes as to whether or not their products remain in use as a dependent source of fuel.
Right.
So they have a lot to lose if people start becoming naturalist. Okay.
Right.
If people, you know, it brings, and I'm not trying to change the subject, I promise you. I'm just giving an example. This is how greedy these companies can get. When there was an invention, as we all know, they hide, you know, they hide engineers' brilliant ideas, and sometimes they kill them off. God bless them. You know, they kill them off. There was this inventor that created a product where a tire never goes flat. He's never to be heard from again. There's a guy that invented a car that can run on, you know, with water. He's not to be heard from again. There's a guy that invented stockings, otherwise known as pantyhose, that will never tear. Haynes made sure he disappeared. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get it.
Yeah. So when you ask why aren't they telling people stuff, there is a systematic effort to keep, you know, I think some of these forest fires are started on purpose to distract us to distract the so-called geniuses from investigating further. Like, you know, if like too many people in a concentrated area of California are so brilliant that they're starting to, you know, get tuned into things that are happening, then next thing you know, they got to worry about their house being on fire.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, so
I find it really crazy that they've had all this information on aliens coming to this earth since probably the 1940s and 50s.
Forever, and now all of a sudden it's front page news
again. Now it's
again.
front page news, but you've held all this information since the 1950s. We're working on like 75 years of you holding this information. All of a sudden now it's okay for you to put it out there.
It's the Wizard of Oz distraction on a billionaire, trillionaire level scale. That's my short sentence.
Well, I feel like if they were really about the life of changing global warming, they could actually go about doing that instead of making it a monopoly play for politicians to be able to get these gas companies in their pocket, because that's what they're doing. They're playing the American public and they're playing the gas companies in order to get rich, because they want to make money in order to lobby in Congress and do all these different things. They're trying to monopolize, right? They're using both sides of the coin. They're using the American public and these big oil companies in order to get rich.
Pure, why do you think they're trying to go to the moon and Mars? They want to leave their mistakes behind. You know, they want to, you know, pillage the earth and extract whatever it is they can pillage from it.
Well, if anybody believes in the divine creator is going to explode all of those ships when they go out into the cosmos.
Oh yeah.
So it ain't happening. You don't play in the playground of God, and God not do anything about it.
There you go. Fate will have its day. Yeah, FAT, fate. It is not. Nobody can outsmart the universe. No. Okay, the universe does what it does. You know, for those that question, you know, biblical this, that, and the other, I understand that, and that's why I use the term universe. The universe has an order to it that you cannot outsmart. The universe is
Definitely.
bigger than all of us. So there's no outsmarting the universe. So if they think they're gonna pillage the earth, extract all its resources to the point where they're trillionaires, and then think they're gonna escape, or their offspring is gonna, their children and grandchildren are gonna escape to another, solar system
Yeah,
because their money can buy this technology, they're sadly mistaken. The
divine,
universe doesn't work like that.
no, divine intelligence doesn't allow that. You break karmic laws or laws of the universe, and you pay for that. You
That's
can't
right.
break you can't
Cause
break the
and
laws
effect.
here. Yes, you can't break the laws here and then go out there and feel like there's no repercussion. The repercussion is your ship is going to explode once it gets out there.
The universal law of cause and effect is a real thing. Now, a lot of people, they want to produce works like the Bible. They want to produce other scriptures and all this other kind of stuff, but it's all in an effort to control groups of people.
Yes.
But the universe exists in and of itself, and there is a law of cause and effect that no
Mhm.
one can escape. What
No,
you do comes back to you one way or another,
that is true.
always.
Yeah. So
You know?
I stepped up here just to be pointing that out, that they're feeding us a line
Yeah.
of bullshit. They're
Mhm.
feeding us a line of bullshit, thinking we're too dumb to know what the hell life is all about. Most of the people that I have spoken to on social media, I know have reincarnated several times. So you're not talking to a willy-nilly one-timer on this earth. You're not talking to those people. So people, I see how much people speak out, and they can't pull the wool like they used to do in the 1940s and 50s over people's eyes.
Right.
Those people were first timers on this earth. You got beings coming onto this globe right now to save this globe, and they've been here many, many times before. You can't fuck with their intelligence. So we don't buy that shit.
Mm.
You know what I'm
I'm good.
saying?
Yeah, I'm glad
Right.
to hear you speak on it.
Yeah, I think yeah, we know that they, you can't even get, I know here in Delaware, if you get the solar panels, they still want you to have the electric company, which made no sense to me. I was like, wait, I thought I was gonna clip ties with them. And they were like, no, but you can sell your electric to the electric company. I was like, that don't make sense.
Can I tell you why?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the reason why they want you to tie into it and they don't want you to be exclusively on your own is when they want to shut the grid down for control mechanisms, they can still shut the grid down. So that means that if they need to explode or annihilate your whole solar panel system in your home, which is producing the solar panel, in order to control you, they can still control you. That's why.
Yeah, and they want to still continue to get your money.
Oh, they
right?
want them. Well,
Yeah.
you're not going to pay anything if you have enough solar panels on your house. You can especially here in Nevada, we have sun all the time. We rarely have rain. Okay, we rarely have gloomy days. We have the ability to have renewable energy for each household to never ever pay a penny to the power company ever. But the reason why you have to tie into the grid is control system. They want to make sure that you can be controlled. If you get out of order, if you get a class of people or a group of people together and you uprise against a bogus government or a rogue government, they want to be able to shut you down if that happens. That's why you have to be on the grid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they just kept mentioning that, well, yeah, you can sell us some of the power. And I was like, well, why would I sell you power if I need the power? And if you're telling me I need the power that I need to stay stuck to you because I need the power, that
It's all
really makes no
control.
sense.
It's all
Yeah,
for
so
control.
and I think they have some type of contracts with the city that says, because you can't even capture rainwater in a lot of places.
No, it's illegal. Even Portland, Oregon, and Washington, two of the states that have the most rainwater, it's pretty much illegal to catch your own water. Did you know that?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's illegal.
The states that it rains the most.
Yeah, but it shouldn't matter whether it rains a lot or a little. Water is water. So I'm not understanding why they don't want people to capture rainwater.
I wanted to get into a topic with you one day, Bomb. Nyla's touching on it about what is going on about the control mechanism over women's bodies and things like that.
Mhm.
Because what and young girls. So what is happening right now? I want to get into it, but I don't want to do it right now because this is a better topic right now for this. But I want to one day get into that topic with you because there's a design going on that's against the woman's nature or the natural woman.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, so I want to get on that topic too. But yeah,
okay, yeah.
it's all control. If they want to control, they want to make sure that if they have to shut you down, you can be shut down. That's why all your utilities and everything it's on a grid. Everything you have is on a grid. So when they need to, they can shut you down.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, you know. But if like that control bull crap, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like they have the ability. There's in the Western states where we have a lot of like we don't have enough rain going on, like California and Nevada. When California gets oversaturated, then their hillsides start to deteriorate, and then they have landslides and all kinds of stuff, right? So they don't want to salinization the ocean. The ocean is melting, which it's meant to do, and then it'll freeze back up once we change poles and positions of the Earth and the globe. They'll freeze back up, right? They don't want to do that. The reason they don't want to do a lot of things they should do. So when they start preaching this global warming shit, unless they show and prove how they're really about that life, which is creating a renewable energy that goes through everybody's households, and they start lowering the prices of utilities, and they're about trying to keep people from going to work every day. Until they do that, I don't believe a word they say.
Right.
They force people to have to work 40 plus hours a week in order to survive, and sometimes more than that, where you have people that are renting homes with 9 and 10 and 11 people in the houses because they can't afford to live by themselves. So until they create an environment where people don't have to have struggle life like that, I don't believe a word they say.
Yeah, you know, they're not believable. You know that already.
No.
So, you know, when they control and it has to do with money. Control, money, control.
But this, you know, like Mela was saying about the money, about them being trillionaires, gazillionaires, or whatever you want to call it, because where's the label at it for it now? Back in the day, in the 1940s and 50s, being a millionaire was like being a billionaire, you know, or a trillionaire. Now it's not that way. So how much ever money they have, it's like monopoly money, because you can't take that money out in outer space and go trade with another civilization and them value whatever you're coming with. They don't value any of that garbage.
Right.
So until they do right by people and civilizations on this earth and make sure this earth and the animals and everything that's on this earth are not harmed by their inventions, they still got a price to pay. A karmic law price. I mean, things can be changed. I know that there are beings coming from other civilizations. This isn't the only earth in this world. This isn't the only earth. So when people are coming and incarnating in these physical bodies, the 666 physical body that they talk about the Bible being, right? Which is really the 6 elements that everything is made up on. Every human being, every animal is a sixth element creature, because that's what this globe is a sixth element creature of elements. Until they do right by every being that's on this globe and stuff, and make sure that this globe thrives and continues, they can't go out into the cosmos and try to find new places and new planets to live. It's not going to happen for them because they didn't do right by this planet.
Right.
So I don't worry about them when I hear about them. Oh, they're going to go to wherever. Good luck. Bye-bye. See you later. Because you ain't coming back.
Oh yeah, no, they're not coming back.
They're not coming back. You can't go play in God's cosmos, the brains of the universe, and go play in that playground and think that you're going to be allowable to be there when you've contaminated this earth. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. So it might look like they're winning right now.
Your
Go ahead,
nose?
please.
No, I was talking about grandson. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It might look like they're winning right now because they've got people downtrodden and people are panicked and stressed out about how life is, but they don't win. This is just a short period of time. Yeah, they're putting people through a lot of havoc, chaos, and harm right now, but the eventuality is they got to pay the price. If you are the gatekeepers of this realm or this world, then you're going to pay the price for it if you don't do right by it.
And they don't have a conscience about what they're doing. It reminds me of a movie. I know movie references are not necessarily welcomed in these conversations. What I'm saying, hear me out, is that this movie Ghost, right? The guy in the movie, he deceived his best friend in the interest of money, right? To the point where he had him killed just to get access to money. And as the Dark Ones came to claim him just before that happened, and he realized he was dead, he looked at his friend who he had killed. He was like, "Hey, how you doing?" You know, like he ain't did nothing to him. You know what I mean? That's the sickness of greed. Greed makes you think you're righteous. And that's what's really poisoning the land, is that everybody that has access to unimaginable amounts of money, they think they're righteous in what they're doing. It is like, what would they do without us being wealthy? Of course they need us. And, you know, all that talk about the climate. Well, you know, maybe they don't deserve to exist any longer. Maybe we are the chosen ones. We have to find another planet to live on, you know, because we have the money to make that happen. And as you said, the universe is not going to allow these arrogant sons of bitches to do it.
No. I don't worry when I hear about that, and I'm like, and they're like, you think they're going to tear up other planets? I said, hell no. I know how the God mind works. I know the intelligence of the divine, and that's not going to be allowable.
The intelligence of the divine. Yes. Yes.
So it's not going to happen. I don't worry about them going somewhere else. What I worry about is how long it's going to take them to get that shit right here. That's what I worry about.
You think they're going to fuck around and kill all of us?
No.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Because some people are worried that they're so greedy that they're willing to destroy everybody.
They will kill enough people to put enough people in fear of being killed. But if you don't fear dying, if you are a person that's reincarnated and you know you died a lifetime before, you don't fear that shit. You don't fear it.
You believe in reincarnation, huh?
I believe in it big time. Yes, I do.
Yeah. That's a subject that interests me.
Yeah, I believe in that, definitely.
That's an interesting
People
subject.
talk about heaven and hell. Heaven is what you make it, and hell is what you make it. If you leave this earth a trash pit, you come back to that trash pit and you pay the price. If you leave the earth as what it's intended to be, healthy, thriving, you come back to that paradise or that heaven on earth.
The spookiest thing I heard about reincarnation is that a birthmark that you have is your injury in a previous life. I got a birthmark. And somebody said you must have been stabbed there in your previous life.
I mean, they said this one little boy who told his mom he was murdered when he came into the world, and he was in Scotland or something like that. And he told his mom, I can't remember what place, but I think it was somewhere in Europe. And he told his mother when he came in, he was 3 years old, and he goes, yeah, I lived here before, and such, this person murdered me. And then they went and confronted the guy that he said murdered him. And he had, wherever the guy bludgeoned him on his head is where he had a birthmark. And the guy,
The birthmark.
yes, he had a birthmark where his head was bludgeoned in.
Perfectly.
Yeah. And so he confronted the man that murdered him as another person. So yes, I feel like they think that they can get away with it, but people will reincarnate. And if it's intended for the divine for you to remember what happened to you, you come back, then you get to avenge your own death. Point blank, period. I believe in a lot of different spiritual concepts.
Bottom line, is it worth reproducing at this point? Knowing what we suspect will come in the future, is it worth reproducing? Is it worth it? Like, is it worth exposing our children to this mayhem?
I'm going to be honest with you. I have 3 grandbabies, and I hope to have a lot more. And I hope that I would put my life on the line before anything like that ever happens to my grandbabies. I think that unless you reproduce, you can't have another better future, because any being that's coming from another place in the whole cosmos that we live in with other planets, they have to have a way to incarnate on this earth. Point blank, period. And if you're not producing or you're not having children, those beings can't come here to fix the problem.
You're saying in the future people are going to reproduce with aliens?
No, I'm saying that there's an order. How you were talking about everything's in an orderly fashion. Our orderly fashion when it comes to this earth and beings from other planets, whatever bodies they come from their other planets, when they pass away or they're supposed to come here, they incarnate in this physical body, these human bodies that we have right now. So unless you don't produce a child at all, they can't incarnate. They can't come here with the intelligence to correct the problems that are that humanity is facing right now. So people need to be able to have children, and the powers that be know that certain divine beings are coming. The so-called story of Jesus Christ, they knew that divine being was coming. That's why they tried to kill that child when that child was born.
Oh yeah, the 3 wise men. Yeah.
So he came, or whatever whatever people want to believe. It's the story that I talk about, not really the essence of the being. But that being, it's a story that being came, and they knew that being was coming, and they wanted to kill it, and they tried. The same thing with the powers that be now. They want to make sure that women's bodies are defiled, men's bodies to produce a really divine seed, to create that being to come into this world, doesn't exist anymore. That's why we live in a world of toxins. Food is toxic, the air is toxic, the water is toxic, because it makes it hard for those divine beings to be able to come into these defiled bodies.
And then there's not a lot of talk about astronomy when I think about it. What stars are aligning, what's unusual, and that's not really news. For some reason, astronomy is not news.
Nope. All ancient civilizations knew this information. And because they were in accord with divine intelligence, they didn't break source. You know what I'm saying? So they continued to follow what they were supposed to follow. And when you talk about ancient civilizations and they were like, oh, all they did was built with rocks. They built with crystals and rocks because that's what they were told to do, because it was not out of alignment with source here on this earth. It doesn't mean that their intelligence was any less than the intelligence we see from scientists and inventors today. Is that they were still in accord and didn't break that cord with the divine creator. So yeah, they were able to communicate and do whatever, but they did it on a natural way, in a natural way. We aren't doing that.
That's deep.
So all
When
of
I
those
think about the
ancient
minerals that are in the earth from ancient times, it had a electricity, like a, I don't know if electricity is the right term, but there was there's something living about the minerals of the earth.
Mhm.
And if there are beings that can instruct people who can't think like them how to make those minerals have rocks move, you know, like
Mhm.
kinetic energy is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like,
Yes.
you know, like kinetic energy is more likely to come out of the minerals of the earth.
Right.
And they might have taught them how to use kinetic energy to make things move into different shapes, but that information was lost. Let's not forget they burned down the library of what, Alexandria or whatever it was called. That there was a time that there were a lot of uh scrolls and texts and knowledge that was just destroyed, you know.
So I
But
wanted
you
to point,
you best believe they kept some of that shit to themselves.
the
Somebody
Roman,
knows something.
the Roman Catholic Church has taken all that information. They have it all.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody
The
knows something.
Vatican, the Vatican has all that information. They have a you know,
And
the
it's no
scepter.
accident that they have all the money too.
It is not, it's not an accident. You know, the scepter that the Pope carries with the little acorn type thing on the top that looks like the pineal gland of the brain. They know what the hell is going on. They know what they're
Mhm.
controlling. When they started, like, I want to get back to this, but remind me to talk about the fluoride in toothpaste and things like that, but I'll get back to that. So there is a scientist that literally says that if people walked barefoot on the ground, no matter where they live, for at least 15 minutes a day, it realigns their cells. It changes their cells to where their cells can actually fight off cancers and things. Did you know that? You there, Mela?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I heard of that. I heard of that.
Just stepping on the ground barefoot. Have you ever seen people in these tribal lands that don't ever wear shoes, ever have problems with cancer and things like that?
I heard of it. I
Have you?
just, you know, I heard of the, and they have a good teeth and good bone structure and all that stuff.
Right, because the
Can you
cell,
hear
their
me?
cell. Say that
I
again.
have to take my headphones off. I'm sorry. I can't talk right now.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
So the scientists are saying that it repositions the cells, and what it does, it takes the toxins or whatever's in your body, and it starts to kick the toxins out of your body because your cells are rejuvenated. Stepping on the ground is like the battery. The earth is a battery to human beings. And so when they step barefoot onto the earth for at least 15 minutes a day, it realigns their cells. It reconfigures their cells. How come we aren't hearing any of that stuff? How come we aren't, when we talk about big pharmaceuticals and things like that, why aren't they saying anything like that?
They don't want us to know any of these things.
I find that crazy. So I wanted to get back to the pineal thing, the fluoride. They put fluoride in toothpaste for how many decades now have they been putting fluoride in toothpaste? Since the 1930s or 40s?
Yeah, too many.
At least since the 1930s and 40s. Did you know that fluoride, or 50s, maybe it's the 50s, that fluoride calcifies the pineal gland. The pineal gland is where you communicate with the divine creator. They don't want anybody to be able to reconnect with the divine creator.
Didn't they find that fluoride was bad, right, for the teeth?
Yeah, fluoride is bad for you. Why are they
Yeah.
giving it? Why are they putting it in people's water? Because it's in everybody's water in cities, right? Why
Yeah.
are they putting it in the water, and why are they putting it in people's toothpaste if that's the case? So these are the kind of questions people need to ask our government. And this is when people do start asking and they understand that they haven't been taken care of by the government that claims that they care about us, right? The reason why you have to connect with the solar panels is because when everybody uprises, and they will uprise, they'll get tired of it. It's going to happen. It's a way to control you. They have to have places and things in plan to control you. I mean, I could go into a lot of details of what's already taken place about how they're going to control us, but it's kind of depressing.
Yeah, no, I've heard you speak on this before, but yeah, they want to control everything that's being done.
Mm-hmm.
And they definitely, now that information is more readily for people to find, they definitely want to be able to control that and control you. So if they can't control the information, sounds like they can give us things that will affect us where we can't do the things that you're saying,
Right. They're going to affect us physically. Right. Biochemical warfare. That's already the stages of biochemical warfare on the populations, especially American populations. Yeah. We're very worried about the American people completely, because this kind of stuff they haven't put on anybody in Europe. They haven't put in these kind of biochemical warfare type of mechanisms on anybody in Europe. The Europeans don't have a weight problem, and the reason why they don't have a weight problem because they don't eat GMO foods, and they don't have the type of biochemical warfare that's like a ticking time bomb in our bodies in America. They don't have that. So when they talk about Americans with weight problems, the reason why they have weight problems, why we have weight problems in America, is because of this biochemical warfare that's already in our bodies. It's a ticking time bomb.
Yeah. It's almost like it's like to me, it's all about capitalism. A company knows that they are putting something out that's dangerous, but they don't care.
No, they don't care.
Yeah, so they don't care. It's all about money. They will know that some things need to be recalled, but how you gonna recall something if the people already consumed it? So by the time they put out a letter about something being recalled, we're like a month in. So,
right.
If I go buy a bag, let's say I buy a bag of French fries to fry for the family. I purchased that, and we've already used that by the time they put out a notice of recall.
Right. And some people don't have the money to repurchase because this is what I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, if they really were about trying to fix the problems and let people stay home so that they could correct fossil fuel global warming, if they really wanted to do that, it could be done.
Oh, yeah.
But they would have to put money out and support the people, the public, in order to do so. The reason why people are going to work is because they don't want to be homeless. They don't want to lose that type of security, so they go every day. You get what I'm trying to say? And they know that they're going to do that. Right. We in America, when Europe and every other country was getting help during the shutdown, we never got anything.
Right.
People were becoming homeless, right?
That's
what was the total amount everybody got for those 2 years? What, $2,400 or something like that?
Yeah.
What the
It was
fuck
it was
can you do with $2,400 in 2 years?
in 2 years, nothing. And then they now complain about it. You don't see that? Republicans are saying, yeah, they gave money and they shut down this. It's crazy.
Meanwhile, every European country got like $2,400 every month for 2 years.
Right.
They don't have any problems. Do they got problems?
Nope. Homelessness didn't go up. In fact, it went down. You know what I mean? In other countries.
Right. They don't have
They-
any problems in Europe and Asia and the countries where they subsidized and gave people money. They don't have that kind of homeless problem.
Mm-mm.
We do, because $2,400 wasn't going to pay the bills for 2 years, and whole families are sitting out on curbs homeless.
Right. I agree with you 100%. And they still complain about that money. You know, they complain about giving that little money. While they gave corporations, though, I'm not sure if you know.
Oh, I know. I
Millions.
know. I know.
Yeah, they was able to get millions to continue their businesses, even though they didn't have a lot of employers working because
That's you know, that's that monopoly. That's that you know, that capitalistic mindset. You know, it's like F everybody else. Just make sure you're the CEO of a corporation.
right. Even if you're not using the money to help people, because like if people not at work, well, what are they getting that money for? Who would they
Right.
continue to pay?
Right.
Shit
I
was
mean,
shut down.
this is a thing too. If they're really really concerned about fossil fuels, and they were like in the state of Nevada, we do have a few solar farms. We have a few wind chime or wind renewable energy things, you know, in Nevada. If they really wanted to help people, they could actually pick people up, take them to work, and control the use of fossil fuels. Let people take a break from their cars until they can, or whatever. There's so many different ways that you can fix problems, right? If you're a politician and you really, really, really want to fix some problems, there's a lot of different ways to go about that. Do they really want to fix the problem? That's why I don't believe anything they say, because I know I'm just a regular person. I have a million ways you can fix some problems, and they don't cost a lot.
Right.
They have electric run buses. Are they using them?
Nope.
They literally, I watched a helicopter be a new helicopter that runs completely off of electricity. No fossil fuels. And if I'm not mistaken, there's a jet as well. I got to research it again, but I like when I'm home, just minding my business, I read up on a lot of this stuff, this science, because I'm really interested in it. But we don't utilize any of that. Back in the 1970s, I think I've talked to you, we've had conversations before when it was me and you and a Black Woman Sphere, when we were talking about stuff, how they had hydrolyzed or water cars that ran on water, right? From the 1960s, there was like a Monte Carlo, I forget what the Jack Nicholson had an actual hydrolyzed car in the 1968 or 1967. Did we see any of those cars being produced?
No, remember they wouldn't even let the electric car be produced when it came out in the 60s or 70s. Was
Yeah.
that the 80s? Yeah, so they don't want that type of creations because it kicks the certain companies out.
And the fact that they haven't, even if, let's just say every single person in America bought an electric car. How are you gonna fuel that car up? They don't have enough electric stations anywhere. All over like when you go from town to town to town, you basically can only ride your electric car from one city to a small other city, as long as it's not too far stretched away where you can fuel back up with your, and it takes how many hours to fuel your car back up? Who's got time for that?
Right.
So they haven't made it easy for people to actually use electric cars either. So there's ways that they could do it, but they haven't been working on it. They haven't made an infrastructure to be able to sustain anybody using actual electric cars, and the fact that they're not using renewable major plants to fuel the houses with electricity for that, and lowering the prices on electricity. They haven't done any of that.
Right.
They're doing it in Germany. They're doing it in certain European countries, but how come they didn't do any of that here? We're supposed to be one of the most advanced countries in the world, right?
Right.
But how come we got passed by? To me, it's just strange. That's why I said I can't believe anything they say when it comes to global warming. They're not really about changing, like legit changing. They just want to put a Band-Aid on a big old gashing wound and then think that that's going to solve the problem. You can't solve the problem if you need stitches and you actually need a serious physician to fix your problems. Putting a Band-Aid doesn't solve the problem.
They say America is Babylon. The Babylon that's described in the Bible, they say
It's
that's
not,
what America is.
It's not, because if you read the Bible, because I used to study the Bible, and when it talks about Babylon, it's really in the Middle East, because it talks about the branches going all over the globe. We're not Babylon. They try to make smoke and mirrors to make it seem like it's us. It's not us. It's in the Middle East. And when it talks about that
Syria,
it's in the Middle East. I'm not going to go into detail where I think it is, but just know it's in the Middle East. And when that tree grew and they cut that tree down and they banded it with iron, you remember the scripture? And then when
somewhat, not fully, but somewhat.
Right. So Babylon
I don't even know the name of the tree. So, but what you're saying sounds familiar.
Yeah. So this is not the first time Babylon, even Egypt is an extension of Babylon. Did you know that? So there's so many different ancient cultures that are an extension of Babylon. So when it talks about Babylon's branches being all over the globe, Babylon's branches have touched everywhere. It's touched Asia, it's touched Africa. Those branches have touched South America. When it talks about that tree, it's not from America. America's a very fairly new civilization. Some of the most ancient civilizations weren't even on this continent. So they're lying to people when they say that America's Babylon. America's not Babylon. But that's that indoctrination of scripture, when they start manipulating scriptures and people actually don't read for themselves and they don't research. So they believe what these different organized religions, especially when it comes to Catholicism, they believe all that. They believe what's being told to them because they don't actually read.
I came up with something called the Archimedes and the date tree. Does that sound familiar? Archimedes grew in the date tree. Syracuse. It's mentioned in Syracuse. And but anyway, I'm trying to look up things related to what you're saying, and my internet is not cooperating.
So, if you want to start reading it, go to Daniel 2:44, because I think that's where you're going to really start.
There you go. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll see if that comes. how long it'll take for it to
Because
come up.
you have to read before Daniel 2:44. So I would start with this whole chapter of Daniel and go through the
Mhm.
whole chapter of Daniel. And then you can get more of a perspective. Because when it comes to indoctrination of religions, they only give you a few specific scriptures, but they don't expect anybody to actually delve in because most people don't want to read and find out. So they give you that one scripture and then they run with what they want to indoctrinate you with on that scripture.
I appreciate it. This will give me something to discuss with my Christian relatives, you know, so that they'll be aware that I am interested in things that they find interesting. It doesn't mean I believe in it. It's just that I
Yeah.
respect them enough to study it.
Same. I mean, I have my own thoughts about the scriptures because I've read it on my own. The veil has been taken off my eyes from organized religion, so I see the Bible in a whole nother facet, like
whole
a
nother
diamond, a
facet,
whole
right?
nother way to look at it from like a diamond with different facets of how a diamond is carved. I see it from a whole nother angle and a whole nother light.
Yeah, and it's gotten to the point where I had to figure out a different way to speak with my relatives so that they're not, so that we can have a mutual conversation. I guess that's the best way I can put it, because I'm
Right.
not going to deny what it is I suspect. At the same time, I'm not going to disrespect what they believe.
True.
So
And
that's
I
a
try to do that,
very
and I try to
interesting
do that too.
tightrope. That's a hell of a tightrope to
Oh,
walk,
me and
baby.
my mom have gotten in a million fights and arguments because she grew up as a Baptist Christian, and you know, she's a holy roller Jesus follower, although
And they stand firm, right? They stand firm.
she don't really actually follow everything, you know. And when I bring things out, well, okay, well, you're a Christian, but how can you do this and how can we do that? Oh man, you can see the demon coming out of her because that's what they get. They get very violent and angry. Do you know what I'm saying?
And there's a way to have a conversation with them that demonstrates you're trying to meet them halfway without actually
I'm gonna be honest. I
insulting
don't
them.
try to meet anybody halfway. If I'm at the stage in my life
When it
where
comes
if
to
it's,
my elders, I gotta meet them halfway because I don't want
I
to
can't.
upset them.
I leave them alone and let them be in their la la land. I don't care. At this point, I don't care anymore. So if it's meant for
Like
them
when
to
they
have
say something
information,
that's so absurd to me, I just look at them and smile. You know, that's how compromised
yeah,
I've become in the
I
presence
leave
of
them
my
alone.
elders. I look
I
at them
feel,
and smile
I
instead of
feel
saying that's absolutely absurd. I'm not going
right.
to say that to my elders. I'm just not going to do it.
Well, I mean, I've gotten
If
those
it
pissy
brings them
contests.
peace, if they ask me, see, that's the difference. I'm waiting for them to ask
That's
me
where I'm at.
something.
I
When they
don't throw pearls to swines, and when I say that, I don't mean it disrespectfully, but I say it like this: if you're not ready for the information, I'm not tossing the information out there for you. If you bring something up where it triggers, where I feel like the divine is trying to speak through me for it, I'll say something. But if I feel like it's not that way, I keep my mouth shut.
just like what Bon was mentioning earlier about, well, where did Cain get his wife?
I brought that up to a million
And what,
Christians.
so they don't like those types of questions,
No,
right? But but if they ask you something, well, what do you think about this scripture? That's your opportunity to say, well, here you go.
well,
you
people
know,
have asked me
you
about Adam and Eve, and I say, where do you think, if you're talking scientifically, because you're trying to put this out, that Eve came from the
they
rib
can't
bone of,
stand science. You
if Eve came from the rib bone of Adam, and Adam is a man, guess what Eve would be? Eve would be a man. Because the DNA would be his DNA. He would be a clone. Eve would be a clone.
a clone. Yes.
When Genesis chapter 1:27 already says that females and males were already created before the creation of Adam and Eve, or the story of Adam and Eve.
It's deep. It's deep. And when you catch them, when you catch their attention, that makes them doubt everything that they hold dear, that brings
Right.
them peace to sleep at night, it's a problem. And what I've decided to do is just smile and let them enjoy their old age. It's like if this is what, wakes you up in the
But the
morning.
problem with that is when they reincarnate and they get a new brain, they're going to have to go through these lessons. So they might not get it this lifetime, but they're going to get it the next lifetime. They're going to have to learn, because if the divine is trying to
I
bring
don't
things
like
back
beating
to
up.
order.
I don't like beating up on old people. Like if
No, I
they
get you. I
happy,
get you.
I just let them cool out, man.
I get you, but just understand when they
Because
reincarnate.
I
And
know how to get down. I know how to argue. It's just that I'm just
I
not
get that.
interested in beating up on old people. I can't do it.
Same. But I'm just telling you that even though they're elderly now, eventually they're going to have to come back in. What's the scripture say? Jesus said, "Come ye little children." So he knew they were coming back, reincarnating as little children. And then he said, "Now I must speak to you." And that's what's going to happen to the elderly people. They may not want it now, but when they come ye back as little children unto that Jesus, then they're going to have to take that information.
They're going to say, see, what had happened was.
Yeah, you didn't want to take it when you were 98, but now you're 8. Now listen to me. Because you reincarnated.
If it wasn't for that granddaughter that didn't cook the cornbread like I told it to, I could pay more attention.
Oh my goodness.
It'll just crack me up, man.
They crack me up too. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to get, if somebody is genuinely seeking for information, I feel compelled to give them the information. If they're not seeking the information, I keep my mouth shut. Because there's no
that's
point.
Me. Yeah, that's
There's
me.
no point.
If they're
There's
not
no
speaking
point.
it, then I can't, I'm not gonna force it. I'm not gonna do that.
Same, me too. I'm just not gonna do it.
But if you ask me, I'll tell you.
If you ask me, I'm gonna tell you because I'm compelled to tell you.
Let's get the pop. I'm gonna go get sugar, okay?
So yeah, I'm with you on that. Even if they don't get it this lifetime, they're gonna get it the next lifetime. That's just the facts.
Yeah, when it comes to elders, I figure they got enough to deal with without me busting they damn grapes,
My mom said to me one time, she said, "Oh, I'm gonna be in heaven. It's where the lion lays down on the cobra hole." And I said, "There's cobra holes in heaven?"
Pure, did you hear when me and Dad was talking about whether or not there's sex in heaven?
Yes, I was tripping on. I was cracking up laughing because the absurdity of the thought process, it trips me out. Yeah, the arrogance.
Yeah, the whole jihad thing is like, if you sacrifice yourself, you're going to get 70 virgins in heaven, which indicates that there is apparently an orgy waiting for you. It's like, because why else would they use that word virgin? Like, what's the point of using the word virgin?
It's that defiled mindset. That's the same type of defiled mindset that thinks
they entice them with perversions.
Oh, it's the same thing with the people want to go out into the cosmos and with their spaceships and try to find another planet to fuck up. It ain't happening. It's not going to happen. The divine creator is not allowing that. You're not going to another planet to willy-nilly do what you did here. Not happening.
I mean, how do you have that conversation with that young man? Like, don't you like some virgins? Like, what type of brainwashing techniques and tactics are used to convince somebody that their life will be greater, but the one who's telling you to do it is still going to be on Earth?
And you know what trips me out is men don't even want to support one wife, let alone 70. Come on. How many men say they don't want to support women?
I don't know. They find some type of brainwashing tactic to convince them that it makes sense.
They don't reason with anybody. This is what trips me out. Instead of feeding people a line of bullshit, why don't you reason with them about their beliefs? Like, okay, but you don't want to support one wife. Now you're going to have 70?
What you
Maybe
gonna
they
do at
tell them in
70?
heaven that everything is self-supporting, so they don't have to worry about that. I don't know. They got to tell them something because they blowing themselves up in the name of jihad. Okay, they telling them something.
Well, Christians have done the same thing. It's not Christians and many other different religions have done the same thing. Islam's not the only religion that has used that to control people and make them lose their life and be some kind of kamikaze. This has been happening with all religions.
The arrogance of it all. It
The
reminds me
arrogance of it all.
of yet again another movie, the Mummy Returns or something like that, where the
Yeah.
guy was saying, "You must sacrifice yourself for me so that you may live in heaven."
Crazy, man.
Meanwhile, he's trying to escape harm. He's like, "Put yourself in harm's way on my behalf so that you may reap your rewards later."
Just
Quote
think of the
unquote
humbling
later.
experience.
Now, how intellectually dishonest is that? You
Because
know?
it's that ego. Like people, they know how to manipulate other people's ego. What if you? This is what I had. I had a Reiki healing session, right? And in one of the sessions, I came back not as a human being, but as a simple cell in a human body. How humbling is that? And that's as coming
Nah,
back
that's
as
deep.
yeah, coming back as a single cell trying to fight a cancer in that human body. Me as a single cell. Do you see how humbling that is? How many thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of different cells try to fight cancer in a human body? But I come back as just one single cell.
That is okay. So is this cell that you came back as, like, is it a
Just a regular,
pathogen, a,
just a
a
regular.
virus?
No, I came back as a regular
I'm just
red
messing with you.
red blood cell to come back and fight a cancer that was already in the human body of the whoever the person was that I came back as. This was a vision in one of my Reiki healing sessions. And this is to tell you how humbling it is to know how little and minute you are as a human being in the whole aspect of the full cosmos in the universe.
Now,
We
when you
all,
say Reiki, you're talking about being in a trance?
yeah,
Okay.
and hypnotized, yeah,
Hypnosis. Okay.
hypnosis. So that's one of the things that I came back as, right? So that was very humbling for me, but it let me know it was like the divine creator puts your brain back in order the way the divine means for you to come back in order. So when people have a very exploded, bloated ego, they think they are so much more in the universe than what they really are. Because if we liken each one of us as a human being on the globe of this earth, and there's how many billions of people on this earth, right? And then how many more so beings are out there in the cosmos on different planets? We are likened to a single cell. We are just one component of the facet of the multitude of beings that are out in the universe. So understanding that you would take a more humble position. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I'm looking through some supplements because from I understand that some people have a forgive the background noise. Some people have a deficiency in a particular amino acid. However, those that have revved up their consumption of specific amino acids, they become what's called arrogant. They just believe that they are, you know, I guess a master of the universe. Like they believe they're the chosen. Like it's really weird because
It's very weird.
there are people that they have regular everyday foods that they eat, and then there are those that are doing really crazy stuff like drinking blood, eating live organs, and just crazy stuff. And I think those are the people that are nuts. they're nuts because they're ingesting
Well, I mean,
substances that are basically human,
have you
like
ever
themselves.
seen the photos? Have you ever seen photos of people that have eaten when they've been like out and there's no food and they resort to cannibalism and the crazy look in their eyes?
That look in their eyes.
That
Yes.
crazy look in their eyes when they actually eat another human being.
That's
Like,
why they wear sunglasses like hell.
Once they eat or consume the flesh of another human being, it's a fucking wrap because they go insane. They had these Mormons that
There's
did this.
no coming back from that. And
There's
you know, there's
absolutely no
no,
coming back.
oh, let me just try to see what it's like. No, it's not smoking weed, damn it. There's no coming back from that.
No.
Once it gets into your system, you are something else.
Oh, you've already rewired your brain when you do that, when you consume blood, when you consume flesh of another human being, that there's no, like, it's almost like a safety mechanism. I think the divine creator put in human blood, that once you do that, you basically, it's a wrap for you, right? Your mind is gone. Like there's nothing.
Yeah. They go insane and they think they're powerful, but they eventually evolve into insanity to such a level that they're not even aware of it. And unfortunately, money protects people who are insane. Unfortunately, there are people who are insane that are practicing these cannibalistic rituals,
Right.
and they're so wealthy that they don't have to, their insanity doesn't have to be viewed, you know, on YouTube, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And you know, like it's
Well, just go back and look at some of the photos. There was two Indian guides, two Native American guides that took several of these pioneers through Nevada, as one of the states, and California, but they went into the Sierra Nevada when it was wintertime and they started eating each other. I wish I could find the photos because there was a picture of this one woman and she ate the flesh of some of the people that passed away, and the crazy fucking look in her eyes. It was a white woman, of course. And she ate the flesh of you know, she was one of the survivors.
and
The
because
native,
the brain becomes infected with, you know, the
Infected.
pathogens from eating.
there's something about doing that
Mhm.
infects your brain.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and
Hello.
I-
I think hubby said y'all talking about a diner party or something.
Donner.
Diner?
It was in the
Jeffrey
1980s.
Dahmer.
No, it was like the
Diner
diner
party or something.
like 1818 or something like that. Is that, I don't know when it was, but it was in the 1800s. But they went, it was wagons. They were on wagons and the wagons broke down in the wintertime. And then they couldn't. Okay, he knows what I'm talking about. I wish I could find the photos of those people.
Diner party. The diner party. Something like that. But listen, y'all talking. I gotta go downstairs and try to get this printer to work.
Okay.
So remember, if y'all stop talking, call me on the phone. I'm having my phone in me.
I'm just gonna run to the bathroom, so just give me a minute.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
a mute.
The only thing I'm familiar with about people eating each other was a movie called, well, I don't know what it's called, but it was a airplane that crashed and eventually, that's what it was called. Yeah.
Mm.
That was the first time I was introduced to that concept. Like, damn.
Donner.
Donner. He said the diner party.
It happened in, I think, Colorado. So where they were stuck, it's called Donner Pass.
The Donner Pass. Oh. Can y'all hear him? I'm not sure we can. But
That's
I'm
a
gonna
little
try-
background noise, but we can figure it out.
oh, that's Leak. Yeah, Leak.
Or his TV.
No, it's that.
It was
All
the
right.
TV. It wasn't a baby. It was the
No, it's the
TV.
baby. He's listening to YouTube. Like his ear.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. He
How are you,
listening.
Mr. Bomb?
Fine, how are you?
I'm making it as usual. Look, I was wondering, out of everything that's been discussed, what is it that you would say is most political? Because I remember you being a political minded person. So what, how does all of this wrap into politics?
Well, part,
You know,
okay, here and
but
heard y'all talking about the Donner Party.
we are. And what I'm saying is, do you think that there are okay, I'll just spit it out. Do you think there are politicians that are eating people? I didn't want to just go out and say it. But are there politicians out there eating people?
Oh, eating people?
Yeah,
Oh,
are there some crazy looking in the eyes politicians that we might suspect are eating people, man? Passing legislations that don't help nobody. I wonder why. Because they want more meat for themselves. Like, what the hell? I'm just saying. I ain't want to say it out loud. I'm just asking.
If I had to guess, I'd say it'd be the Republican Party. Like you said,
The
everyone's trying to
Republicans
cripple
are
everybody.
the Republicans.
They're the ones trying to cripple everybody, keep them weak. That way they're easy to catch and eat them.
that Taylor Green, that Marjorie Taylor Green, she eat people.
Yeah, she has to. Either that or she's on some powerful mushrooms.
Because she's seen aliens shooting laser eyes with laser eyes.
With space lasers.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got a hard on for Biden.
I wonder if there's a particular blood test that a person can take to find out whether or not they've been eating people. You know how people get drug tests? Is there a people eating test? Like, let me draw some blood and find out if you've been eating people. Oh my God. Just the thought of it. I don't mean to laugh because it might be going on somewhere. Of course, it's just that it's so out there to me. It's just really out there to think that people are eating people. It's fucked up. Anyway, so you and Mrs. Baum been seeing any good movies lately together? I know you all have to, you sometimes you have different genres that you're interested in. Maybe she's not into football and maybe you're not into horror, but is there something that you all have sat down together and watched and was like, impressed by recently?
Cell. We watched Cell.
Okay. Who starred in that? Was that Jennifer Lopez?
No, that's the Cell. No, this was just Cell. It was with John Cusack and Samuel Johnson. Samuel Jackson.
Yeah, we about to watch it today. But I said no, really.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it again. But yeah, apparently it was based on a Stephen King novel.
Oh, okay. That's good. He really comes up with some stories. There was a book by him. I don't know if a movie is out called Whispers or something. It was about twin boys who were killing people. And as it turned out, they had this ringing in their ear, and looking back on it, when I read that book, I was just a teenager. But when I look back on that book, I wonder if they just had tinnitus and it drove them crazy and they started killing people. Stephen King comes up with some amazing stories. He did Misery. That turned into a movie. That's one of my favorite movies, as a matter of fact. Just imagine somebody rescuing you and then keeping you hostage against you. She nursed him back to health, right? Just to torture him.
And crippling.
Right. The hobble. Right.
Hobbling.
And they showed it. They showed that ankle folding over that block of wood. I was like, man, I couldn't. Oh. And it showed at the end of the movie where he was 18 months later, I think it indicated that everywhere he goes, he sees her image because it affected him. His author, not his author, his publisher wanted him to write a book. You should write a book about what you experienced. He looked at her like, "Are you kidding me?" And he said, "I gotta admit, every once in a while, I do think about it. And as the waitress is approaching with a dessert cart, she pulls out this knife and."
And she looked just like Kathy. It probably was Kathy Bates.
Oh man. And she's like, "I just want to tell you, I'm your biggest
I'm
fan."
your biggest fan.
And he had to keep his composure because he knew he was stupid. He was like, "Thank you."
You heard what
movie-
Nikki told you?
Oh,
You heard what he
what?
said to you?
Mhm.
He told his grandpa to stop talking to the laptop.
Aw.
He said, "Stop talking to the laptop."
Oh,
That boy is smart. Oh my God.
it's like those are just YouTube people, Papa. I gotta admit, I got some relatives that get upset when they find me online. They get upset. I don't know why, but they do. I'm starting to think they're superstitious. I'm like, what could a conversation hurt? Why are you tripping? You don't even know those people. I'm like, I know enough. I know enough to have a conversation. And because I'm a respectful person, I didn't, sass back by saying, "Well, what makes you think you know those people in church?" Because I'm not going to disrespect my elders. I'm just not going to do that if I can help it. Now, if I'm inebriated out of my mind or on some drug or something, that might be a different story. But even then, now I do remember a time when I smoked some marijuana, right? And I had a lot to drink, and I was like, could barely walk straight, fucked up. I still had enough sense to know when my grandmother came over saying, "Girl, what's wrong with you?" I was like, "Nothing, Grandma. I'll be right back." And I went to a different room. And I was like, "Well, make yourself comfortable. I'll be out when I can." I was splashing water on my face. I was just trying to get myself together. I had enough sense to know that a matriarch was present. So, I guess it's just in my nature not to disrespect the elderly. It's just, now, I'm not saying that I am the type of person that will be a nurse's aide type of person. Like, I really don't think, and I worry about this. I'm being candid right now, right? I don't know if I am equipped with the fortitude it takes to actually care for an invalid. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's bedridden, and you got to take care of their every need as if it were your own. Because a baby is different than an adult. And so I have to just transfer my mind to that type of understanding. You know what I'm saying? And I worry about that sometimes. It's like, what if I'm called to take care of someone that took care of me as a baby, and I have to now take care of them when they can't care for themselves? Am I really equipped to do that? Or am I going to punk out and just be like, "No, we're going to sit up here and get some nurses' aides. We're going to get some this. We're going to get," you know what I'm saying? I honestly believe that most likely I would hire people who are more experienced, and I would just keep a eagle's eye on them to make sure that they ain't doing nothing crooked, crazy, or fucked up. I think that's the route I would go, because I've never had to do that before. Now, there are people that are in the nursing industry. Their career field has been all about taking care of people in their most vulnerable state. I haven't been in that position. But as my relatives get older, I know that they're going to have to be looked after eventually. And I think as much as I would like to be the one to just do the hands-on work, I've never done it before. So I would just have to, you know, oversee who is, you know, professionally qualified to do it. Does that make me wrong? Like if somebody's mother or great aunt or great uncle is in a position where they can't care for themselves and you don't want to send them off someplace that, you know, that might have certain visiting hours and so you can't keep an eye on them 24/7. Like, is that wrong to just say, you know what, I can't sign up for this. I'm just gonna have to have somebody in the house that to look after them and do the work, and I'll just look over them. You know, I don't know, man. That's the importance of long-term insurance. And I'm saying that for anybody that's listening, right? There's this thing called long-term insurance, and that's when it comes in handy. I think that's the proper term for it, but it's a type of insurance that covers all the expenses that's required when you can't care for yourself. So I would encourage everybody to look into long-term insurance for their loved ones or for themselves. You never know what the future holds. Sharze, I'm glad a professional has come to the panel. I hope I didn't say anything crazy.
I was just listening to that. You know, I'm going through that with my auntie, right?
I didn't know
that she got dementia. So
right.
Yeah, we had to put her. She going to rehab right now, but there's nobody there to watch her by herself because she was living by herself. So it's kind of hard. But my son is up here, so she ain't been eating it, so they had told her she have to eat because she can't lose no more weight. But my son said she been eating, because he been going back to see her, take me to work and go see her. So she kind of happy because she see him. But it's hard.
It is hard. And I watched my I watched my grandmother several years ago go through it, and she was the strongest woman I ever knew in my fucking life. And it was just heartbreaking to see dementia on a real level, right? And she didn't want to eat either. Now since then they've come out with all types of protein. I forgive the background noise. There's somebody riding a motorcycle or something. But anyway, they got do they have these plant-based meal powder shakes? Do you all give her that so she can keep her nutrients up?
My son bought her some kind of Ensure shake because he's gonna make her some shakes. But he said he found some Ensure shakes to take her tomorrow.
But that's got sugar in it. What about the ones that don't have sugar in it? Do they make Ensure? Because that's what my mother was suggesting for our aunt. But
she's not eating nothing, so the sugar ain't gonna really hurt her because she's not eating nothing. You got to get something down her system because then she don't have no teeth. So she wore dentures. So even when she chew, I had made dressing and all that stuff. She ate a little bit yesterday. Dressing a little chicken. Good. But since the lady said since she don't have no teeth, you know how you hold food on your pocket side because you can't really chew. So she doing like little bitty bites and stuff. Like little bitty bites and trying to get the food down. So
and that's the thing about relatives not being able to put themselves in somebody else's shoes, right? It didn't occur to me what it's like to not be able to chew food without teeth. That it never occurred to me. It's like you fixed them a plate because that was the plate they fixed you. It's like I know they like dressing, I know they like this, I know they like that, and you fixing that plate, but you forget. It's like, wait a minute, she ain't got no teeth.
Yeah, but see, she won't eat that food that they fix. The lady said, well, she won't eat it. So I said, well, she'll eat, like if I cook and I'll take it to her, she'll eat it. So that's why I, cook and take it to her. But it's kind of hard
My,
because I've been knowing her all my life ever since
I
I was born. She
know
was more like a grandmother than a auntie. You know what I'm saying? So she
the
85, so she like the one last left out of my mother's family. So, and she never had no kids, so we was like her kids. So we still have to take
yeah,
care of them. It's
y'all real
like,
close. Yep.
yeah, it's breaking my son hard because she
Mm-hmm.
watched him. While I worked at night when my mama died, they were still kind of small. She watched them. So, it's kind of hard for him. That's why he flew down here, and then he's like got the power of attorney over her. So, let the people know what he gonna do and stuff. But right now she can't be at home by herself because she won't keep the air on. And then, in Texas, 114. So
Now
she won't
another
keep that
thing,
air on or nothing because she get cold. So I was like,
another
no.
thing that I thought about. Sometimes their hearing, right? Their ears, like they got a ring in their ear. Some of them have tinnitus, but because they have dementia, they can't tell you what's going on with them. They just keep patting their ear,
Yeah.
and then they pat their fork on the or the spoon on the plate, making all this noise, and you don't know why they're doing it, and then you come and find out they got tinnitus. They got they're trying to test their hearing. So it's messed up with dementia because they can't tell you what's happening
Yeah.
to them.
But the
So
lady
you have
said
to figure it
dementia.
out.
The lady said dementia is slower than Alzheimer's. So dementia is better because it's slower. If she had Alzheimer's, it's like faster. So, because she kept forgetting stuff, so I knew it was something wrong. Because she always had that sharp mind. Her mind was always like sharp. So, because she was a retired school teacher. So it's kind of hard seeing her like that.
Yeah,
she
I'm
always
sorry.
had a strong will.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. My aunts, they took care of my grandmother. She was going through it, but I watched it, and it was, it was a thing to see somebody that is as strong as a mountain.
Yeah.
Is no longer able to communicate and function in the way that you remember.
But I told her yesterday, I said, you still ornery. I said, you still ornery. I said, oh, girl.
Did she laugh? I hope
yeah,
she laughed.
Okay,
then we doing good. Okay.
Yeah.
As long as they laugh, and it's gonna be all
Yeah.
right. As long as they laugh.
But like I said, she 85 and I don't want her suffering or whatever, but I want to be peaceful, and then she's at home and like people, her friends, her pastor and come and see, pastor and wife came to see her, people coming to see her. So she's doing real good than we thought she would. But a lot of, they don't like to be away from their house. You know how that is. It's really hard.
Exactly.
But
they don't want to be away
she
from
like
the house.
The nurses and all the people nice to her and stuff. So she's doing okay. They're better than we thought she was gonna do. So
I remember they got a woman to come in, and she wasn't a certified nurse, so she was helping the nurse.
mm-hmm.
She was helping the nurse. But what she decided to do was start rearranging grandma's house, and from what my aunt said, there was a look in her eye like she would choke that bitch if she could.
But she had a home health aide, so the home health aide still come and see her. She still come.
A home health aide was there. It's just that there was another person to do housekeeping, right?
Yeah.
And her idea of housekeeping was throwing away stuff she didn't think belonged there. And
no. No. The girl didn't do that. She like locked up the house and so she came over there and see her and stuff.
She was like, don't you dare in your natural black ass mind think you're gonna throw anything. You could put stuff in the basement, You can put stuff
But
in
if
the
it ain't
basement.
your house and it ain't your family member, you shouldn't be doing none of that.
But that's why they shouldn't have. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I suggest a professional, a certified professional. But what they wanted to do was they wanted to get somebody to watch the professional. And just because this woman was affiliated with their church, that doesn't mean that she wasn't going to bring her ways into grandma's house. And so I was like, shit, I'll go over there and watch grandma. Like, what? Because see, my aunts, they still had their jobs and everything. So we took shifts, but every shift couldn't be satisfied. So they had a backup with hiring some woman that was in the church. And it just, she just wasn't, she smoked a cigarette in the bathroom. My grandmama don't smoke. I remember coming over there, to check on things. I said, what? I said, I know you don't call yourself. He was like, it was smelly in there. So I smoked a cigarette in the bathroom. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I was like, wait right there. And I called my aunt and they immediately got rid of her because, she obviously was the type of person that didn't understand respect and boundaries. She just thought she was just gonna come in there and do what she wanted to do, it was terrible. I think it was 3 weeks that she was there. It was 3 weeks, and she was just getting increasingly, what's the word when you think somebody else's place is your place? She was becoming that type of person. She thought that was her house.
Oh, she thought that was her house.
She thought she knew best. And it was like, lady, you're not here for that. You're not here to make this your place. You're here to assist the professional that's looking after her. Like, what are you doing? So I she was a nice enough lady, but she had ways about her that just made it seem like she thought it was cool to turn my grandmother's house into her house, and my aunt's working and stuff, and they think money takes care of everything. They was like, well, we paying her to do this, and that's what she gonna do. No, that's not what she doing. So they found out for themselves, and
but I'm at peace because I work, so it's kind of I can go see her, but it's hard for me to be there 24/7. So with somebody watching her, I want somebody to watch her. She, like I said, like I told her, that house will be there when you gone. Shoot, it'll still be there.
Sometimes that's the blessing of having a lot of children, because that's more that can watch over you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a blessing because she never had no kids, but we was always around her. Like I said, since I was born, I was around her. She done whoop my ass and everything.
Now y'all taking care of her,
No, my mom would probably turn over her grave if we didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. I was talking to Pure earlier about how it's just not in me to disrespect my elders. That's just I don't care how high or drunk I get. It just never crossed my sense of being to disrespect elderly people. It just, and if there's something I can't do for them, I'll find somebody that can,
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear that, she's laughing. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
That means she's comfortable.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear that. And so what else you've been up to? You ran across any crazy patients at your job?
No. I don't never say I work with kids anyway, so I love baby.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm a kid. I work with them kids, but I don't. That way. I work in with making sure they get blood and blood testing, they blood, they types and sickle cell and tissue and all that. So I don't never see them. I just know them by name, unless we have to go down to emergency. I had to take some blood. Well, maybe been a month ago, and this baby was bleeding everywhere. Right? I don't know what happened to the baby. I hate like y'all sign for this blood because I hate to see them kids bloody and all that.
They be screaming too, don't they?
Yeah, but it's some. I mean, kids that got shot. I didn't take blood, especially when I worked night shift. We used to work night shift. We stayed down there in the emergency.
I can't even imagine. Let me talk about the weather, child. Like, is it still hot there in Texas?
Yes, 100. Yeah, 114.
I
It's
can't
hot.
talk about children bleeding. I just can't do it. So
it's so hot out here. It don't make no sense. They trying to send, make sure the grass. They saying about the grass catching on fire and stuff. Wildfires everywhere because it's so hot.
Damn.
I mean, I'm telling you, touching the rail and the rail burn your hand. That's how hot it is.
Well, let's hope the grid doesn't shut down. Okay. Since it's that damn hot.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this month is out. When this month fly out, well, we already in 11. So when this month is should start cooling down. Because August is the hottest month. And in Texas,
that's right.
Yeah. Once we fly through August, I think it'll start going down. Cause see, my light bill been like $70. But it ain't really that high because some people say they like be a $500, $600. Mine was like $200 because I had it after 7 o'clock to 7 in the morning. It's free. So
it's free.
Yeah, from 7 o'clock to 7 in the morning.
What they doing?
Wait a minute. You have free light.
I'm on my way.
7 o'clock.
Till 7 to 7 in the morning.
Remember how you was talking about that $400 electricity bill? That would be Chicago,
I did it for 2 years. Look, girl, I did it for 2 years. Shit. Because my light bill probably would have been $500. Because you can't help but keep keep the air on. You can't. Too hot.
Free.
I mean, I get up in the morning and when I get ready to go to work, it's 95.
Yeah.
My son told me he ready to go back to California. He said he ready to go back to California because it's not hot like that. He's like, oh, it's hot here. I said, yep.
That sounds like that scary heat, man. My God. Just think about people that got to work outside.
Yep, I'm glad I don't. And I keep forgetting in my car, I got where I can start up my car and it cool off. I keep forgetting, like when I get off of work.
You got automatic start. There you go.
Not when I'm at the hospital because I'm up under, I'm inside up under a garage. I'm inside a garage. But when I work at Whole Foods, I'm out there in the hot sun. So all I have to do is start my car up like 15 minutes before I leave, and my car be cool when I get out.
I love automatic start. I don't know why everybody doesn't have one. I love automatic.
But mine came with it's just on my phone. I just do my phone and my phone or whatever. It's for 2 years. It's free. So
that's free. There you go with that word.
Yeah, it's free for 2 years.
Everything's free for you.
Shit.
I bet your groceries free too since you work at Whole Foods.
No, I ain't get food stamps. So hey. I don't have to.
That'll work.
So
that'll work.
She get food stamp and this other thing. She always said, buy you food because I may not be here and I'm not gonna eat all that food.
There you go.
I go do stuff for her. So
that's
I don't worry about food right now.
That's what's up, child. I'd be fat and happy with some you can have whatever you like type of food bill. I saw some lobster tails at Whole Foods the other day. They were I guess $12 each or something like that. And it's not so much the money, it's the thought. It's like I ain't got no business spending $12 on 4 ounces of seafood. I ain't got no business doing that.
Actually, Sprouts is cheaper because I like when I make the seafood boil with the crabs and all that stuff. So I'll go to Sprouts and get my shrimp because it's like $5.99 a pound, the real big ones. So I go to Sprouts and get it, and then I go to Kroger's and get the crab.
And then I looked at a can of lump crab meat, if you want to make some crab cakes the right way.
Whole Food, huh?
Oh my God, that was damn near $50 for that.
Yeah.
I was like, what in the fuck is really going on?
No, I don't buy no
So,
seafood from them. Like they see if too hot.
oh, but I
Who
ain't
got
gonna
all
lie.
the bread?
Say what?
Huh?
Where all the bread at?
The
All
bread
of who?
Yeah, ain't no bread at all.
Ain't no bread.
at Aldi? Aldi out
Not
of
at
bread?
this one. Not at this one, no.
They making sandwiches in the back. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Well,
So they maybe a delivery problem.
One truck.
Maybe they didn't get that delivery. That doesn't make sense though. Aldi
now
usually
they
got
ain't
it.
right now. You remember when the pandemic when it started between the whatever the 22 whatever when I was doing Instacart in 22, shoot, bread wouldn't stay on the shelf. Bread was always gone.
Yeah, because I think people can freeze bread if they want to. So that
Yeah.
might be what they're doing, freezing, stocking up on it and freezing it.
The
You know
stuff
what
is
trips
just
me out?
hot.
What trips me out about people who stock up, right, is that they don't take into account natural disasters. Say you got this big ass chest freezer in your garage, right? And you call yourself stocking up, and then here comes a flood. You know, that's not funny,
Mhm.
but I'm just saying, like, I think people should be reasonable.
Well, it's just
When
so long stuff can last. Canned goods last longer, but for as meat, I mean, it's so long it can last. Like when people buying all that meat, because I got a deep freeze, but it's just so much meat
there
you
are
can buy
people
that
buy
it's gonna last.
exactly, there are people buying sides of beef.
Yeah.
Okay, they buying a side of beef.
Now, when the pandemic, these people just selfish. You like buying all this stuff, but you ain't thinking about your neighbor. Your neighbor gonna need some food when they gonna come rob you because you didn't sit there and took all the food. Instead of you
They
getting what
watching
you
you bring
need.
those groceries in the house, right? They
Yeah,
watching you.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You getting what you need, like water. They were sitting there trying to get all these cases of water, but you ain't thinking about the next man. That's the only thing I hate about people are so damn selfish. It's about they self. They don't think about your neighbor. Then when they come rob you, well, you didn't took all the water. You think they ain't gonna come and try to rob you for the water?
They come down to it.
Yeah, when it come down to it, push come to shove, they gonna go, yeah. Shit.
Yeah, that question came across like to the average person, like in modern society. Okay, just go by the rules, obey the law, stay out of trouble. Okay, cool. But then society breaks down. Then it came down to it. I mean, is you gonna die or are you gonna steal?
Oh, you gonna steal? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
one
mean,
of the
they were
two.
so
Them your only
cold.
two options. Yeah, yeah.
They weren't thinking about the old people, so they had started like letting the store open for senior citizens like an hour before, let them come on certain days.
I
Yeah, I
And they could
remember
posted the
get some
that.
times
food
up.
because
Yeah, I
they
went
was
in
then
at 6
taking all the
o'clock.
food. You didn't even think about the old people that need to eat.
Yeah. I was standing by. I was like,
I remember that. I remember that standing in line trying to figure out why we outside waiting to get in. And they said
Yeah.
the senior citizens get to shop for the
Yeah.
first hour.
yeah, I was
For the
like,
first hour. And I was glad of that. Like, shit, y'all come here and take y'all ain't think about the old people need to eat too.
yeah, I was like, yeah, I ain't that old. I'm not 65. He was like, nah, you can go ahead anyway. I was like, man, I feel
Well,
kind of.
senior, when you senior citizen
I
at
still didn't
55,
go,
really.
but yeah,
55, you're a senior citizen. You can get senior citizen.
I think I eventually went in. Yeah.
When I turned 55, I said, I'm a senior citizen, but I don't look like it.
Amen to that. And
15 years.
I'm wondering what type of benefits you could access at 55, because that might be the lick right there.
Yeah, it was like 15 minutes.
Shit.
I tell you, old don't bother me because we all gonna get old. People tell me you old, okay, but you got to hit my age, okay? How about that?
It's a beautiful thing to be sexy and old. It's a beautiful thing. It's like, I can't believe I'm outliving my haters and looking good doing it. It's a beautiful thing. It really is.
I say, y'all call me old. Old don't bother me. Because a lot of people don't even think I'm that age. They're trying to tell them young folks at work, you what? Who I wish my mama looked at like that. I said, nah, I thought you was this age. I said, no, because they know I work and they always said, damn, we can't never say we tired because you always work and shit.
They try to keep up with you.
Yeah, they said, shit, we can't come here and talk about I'm tired. No, we don't. Because you're going to look at us like, damn, what?
Oh, that is hilarious. I remember when I was, how old was I? Maybe 30. And I remember this older woman outpaced me. You know how you walking through the mall? You walking through the mall, you just walking through the mall. And I noticed that this woman who was older than me was walking faster because she could. Not, it wasn't like she was trying to race me or nothing like that. She just had a pep in her step.
Yeah, she might just was a fast walker. I mean, you got people that walk fast, no matter how old they are.
And it changed my whole understanding of what it is to be old. It's like you don't lose your pep.
But I ain't never run around calling people you old when I was in my 20s or 30s. Because hell, I know I'm gonna get that age. Shit.
I don't think I did either, but I thought it.
No, I ain't never thought nobody.
I didn't say it out loud. I didn't say nothing like you old bitch. I never said anything, but I promise you, when an old person disrespected me, I probably thought it. I probably did.
We come from a different era. We came from a different era. Even if they did, you gonna walk away. I still say yes, ma'am, to people older than me. So it's, just because that's the way we was raised.
I've been around some honorary old women, child.
Oh yeah, you got honorary people.
And
I tell you, my auntie is honorary as hell.
It takes a lot of self-discipline to not talk back to them, But the older I get, the easier it is. But when I was younger, it took a lot of discipline for me not to talk back to an older person because they were just so fucking ornery with their mouth. You young girls don't know nothing. It's like, what makes you think you can, say something like that? So I like the idea of getting older and still respecting young people, right? I do slip up every now and then, but for the most part, I do my damnedest to not disrespect young people just because they're young. I make a concentrated effort, if I can, not to do that because I know what that felt like. I know what it felt like when an older woman.
These people on YouTube, not in my real life. These people on YouTube, I'll cuss them out in a motherfucking minute. But in my real life, no. These motherfuckers on this YouTube and TikTok, they be out the train.
Yeah, it's another animal online. It is.
So Miss Miller, so you ain't been talking to anybody. You ain't been talking to anybody on the street about the jump off video. Ain't nobody been talking about it in the street, not online, online.
The jump off video?
Yeah.
What
he talking about the brawl, the fight?
Yeah.
He talking about the brawl with the chair.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They said Walmart's and ran out of they didn't charge a lot on them folding chairs. I got 2 of them, 3 of them.
I see it. I see it when I scroll the highlights, but as far as bringing that conversation to my family, I'm not going to talk about it unless they bring it up. Then nobody's brought it up.
The Mexican, everybody will talk about this shit.
Yeah, Stephanie Mills is doing a free concert on their benefit.
My family, they like to talk about Christianity. That's
I ain't gonna forget that man threw that hat up in the air, boy. That hat went up in the air. That was a classic. What they call it? What was it? August the 5th? That's like a holiday shit. That dude threw that hat up in there and the Aquaman swam across that water. They said that young boy, like they sent him he got over $100,000. His cash app crashed. People were sending him money.
Good. All right. Lucky guy.
I'm glad.
That's wonderful.
He's a hero.
Yeah,
even after he swam like that, he got up there still whooping ass. Shit. After he got out the water.
Yeah, they're censoring some of the videos on YouTube and Instagram.
Why are they censoring them?
They let all them police videos where the black man got shot dead in the head and blood everywhere. They let them videos stay up, but they don't like to see the white man get.
No, they don't want because the white man was the
Miss
aggressor.
Miller. Yeah.
Now, if it was a black man, 5 or 6 black men on one white man, they'd be
Oh,
showing the
it's an
video
image
everywhere.
protection
Yeah, now, but it's a
thing.
white man.
Image.
Did you see them pictures of their face? Oh, girl, nose was all busted up. Oh boy, they busted their ass up. Shit.
Yeah, they don't want to show images of black people whipping white folks' ass.
When they was the aggressor, or whatever.
They asked for it.
They asked for it and they got their ass whooped. And so, boy, took that chair. He was whooping ass with that chair, boy, the famous chair.
Ah, man, that's messed up. They erasing the videos, huh? It's messed up.
Well, they don't want to show it, like
censorship galore.
With this old censor stuff, you can't say it. You gotta say great. You gotta say unalive. All this old dumbass shit that you censoring people what they gotta say.
You said dumbass.
Call it what it is. Yeah, because it's dumb as shit. I mean, you call it what it is. If it's they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You gotta say all this other kind of words, or you gonna get like it don't make no sense.
Yeah, we in the sensitive culture.
Yeah, can't say shit. You gotta be politically correct on everything. Where did Bomb go to sleep? I thought Bomb said she was gonna get off. When I was on early, Bomb said she was gonna get off something about Leaky Leak. I didn't know she had been on 5 hours. Shit, I wanted to do the Fuck It Up challenge with old Raccoon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was she was trying to I guess it was gonna order out.
Yeah, but she said she was gonna get off when I was like, I think 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. She said she was gonna get off and then she'll be back tomorrow. But then when I looked up, I said, damn, Bomb been on there at 5 o'clock. And I know the early part of the 5 o'clock, I want to do the Fuck It Up challenge. But shit,
I think
she already had been on.
Yeah, I think Miller had called her and told her to put the link in.
Oh,
Yeah, she didn't know nobody wanted to come up, I think. Yeah, it wasn't hardly nobody typing when she was talking about what's her name? Coco?
Raccoon. Oh, Cookie Monster.
Seen the other girl, she made a video talking about do women deserve good black men or some shit like that?
Who?
Crimson Curry.
Oh, she need to go get her man. Why is she up there talking? Why you up there hollering about a man? Where's your man at? Since you need a man that bad. It ain't that major to me. I see you when I want to see. Because y'all get on my goddamn nerves. Yeah, she get on my nerves with that. Won't you get a man where you up here? All it is a money grab. That's all. You taking money from your people. Kara must be at work because Kara ain't been coming up. Where you been at, Kara?
Yeah, she was typing earlier. Yeah, I'm watching full football games. So I was shooting. They started talking about reincarnation and shit. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, I let them ride out with that.
Now when I'm gonna go to sleep. But when she was talking about taking care of whatever, I said that's what I'm going through right now. So
Yeah, that came up. Yeah.
yeah. Because I was over there on TikTok. So listening. The only thing about TikTok, you can't get on the panel until you have 1,000 people. And I got 260.
Don't take a lot.
It take a lot of thousands. I said 1,000 for you to even get up on the panels. But they got them same dudes over there on TikTok with that Kevin Sanders shit.
Red pillars.
Yep. Then you got one dude, but this dude, he sounds just as feminine as he can be. But when somebody tell him, nigga, you sound gay, he get mad. You bitch. Nigga, you sound gay. Shit. I always got something to say about a woman, a black woman, you know, hair and whatever. And like they said, you ain't even taking women with natural hair. Shut the fuck up. And they had this one black lady, she about 40, she real pretty. Her name T, but she was talking about, she wrote a book or whatever, and she was talking about the dudes, right? She was saying about the women's on the dudes side, but then when she put a picture of LeBron James, you know where he got that pink skirt on with that purse and all that.
Yeah.
The old dude got mad. Why you making a bad image for the black guy? Oh, when I was talking about the women and saying the women need to do better, and I talked to the women and all this, y'all was happy. But then when I said something about the dudes, then y'all want to get mad at me. I said that's the way they do. As long as you stick it up with them and you don't say nothing about them, but you talk about the women, they happy. They cool with you.
You don't know who that is, Kira? Come on, who is that?
So, who shall know who? Crimson Curia?
Yeah, you can come up and run your you want one of them Kendra G channels or whatever you want to run. You want to run. She in the chat.
Where did Bomb go?
She ordered something to eat.
Oh, she ordered something to eat.
Yeah.
Oh, leaky leak. Be 4 years old.
Yeah, she's trying to get that together too. She ain't, I don't think she printed it out yet.
Whew, but I'm gonna go to sleep. I got a headache. I gotta get up in the morning. I just came up here when Mel was talking about that.
Yeah, get some rest. Y'all going through a bad heat wave.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Hawaii. Hawaii burning down.
So I'll talk to y'all later.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I got the game on mute. Have time. How you know they turned that movie into a TV show? That movie came out before you. Yeah, I was trying to get a camera for the fires in Mississippi. I hadn't even heard about any fires in Texas though. I didn't see yeah down there. Yeah, I've been watching the football games. Videos play. Watching the Pittsburgh channel. Some interesting reporters. Oh yeah, I've been keeping up with Africa too. How's he going in about Eminem? Yeah, today is the 50th anniversary of hip hop. Oh, okay. I was wondering where everybody was. Oh, the guy with the folding chair turned himself in. Oh, want to see some more fire footage. Mhm. Oh shit! I just looked at the title. Sister the Being is back again. That makes sense. Tyrese is suing T.S. Madison for $1 million. For what? Hey, I don't do gossip. I don't know about all that. Pay attention to it. Like this that long. Oh, what's up? Yeah, it look like there's a couple people live already. So when they get through, like I said, I'll come back. But everybody talking about Cookie. I don't know nothing about Cookie. That's before me. I can't talk about it. I don't have no comment. Could be all the time. Look like, yeah, she was on earlier. I'm watching the football game on another screen. We done already went through the news, so I don't know what they're gonna do for the rest of the festivities. Mom says she's about tired of talking about it. I did hear Michelle Obama's name come up in the presidential candidate discussion. So, according to the Telegraph, a conversation with a foreign politician has assumed that Joe Biden will not be the Democratic nominee in 2024 and will pull out before the first primaries. It will be too late to find somebody brand new, and therefore they will rush in Michelle Obama as the leading candidate over Kamala Harris. Y'all gonna be tripping. All right.
Sorry, y'all. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you sleep?
Nah, I'm watching the football game. Miss Chazé said she had to go lay down and
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Oh, okay. They should have told you I said that if you if y'all were done, then just call me so I can trying to get that printer to work, but it ain't working. Somebody just had to wait. What you doing, Nikki?
Yeah, we thought you was printing it out. We waiting on you to come back and show us a t-shirt.
Man, I can't do it till tomorrow before the party. I guess somebody will go to what's the name of it?
Last minute.
Yeah. It don't take. It just take.
I know. Yeah.
And I press it. That's it. Yeah. So. Okay. I Rude over there talking to.
Yeah, that's what I saw. He doing the cookie thing.
Yeah.
Big J came in.
Oh, did.
Yeah.
Well, like.
You going over there?
No, I'm just gonna end it.
Oh.
Unless you gonna talk, but yeah, because I gotta wake up early. If I'm not even tired, but I'm tired. But I gotta, man, I shouldn't. My neighbor didn't have ink, so that I should have.
You was counting on them to have some ink.
I know you. I shouldn't have. I really wasn't counting on it. I was hoping. I was hoping we can.
Yeah, I made it. Oh no.
I can. Yeah.
Zero.
So she ain't got no ink.
Ow.
Hey, ow.
Wait, what's that? I need to get all these coins so into my.
Did y'all order something?
Guys.
Order something?
Come on, guys. Oh my gosh.
Oh no. Probably gonna eat sandwich or something.
Uh-oh.
You ate all your food, Lucky?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yes? Okay. He said yes.
Oh no, that's true. That's sweet. Ow.
Okay.
No.
Well, if you up later and you want to talk, just call me. I'll restart.
All right.